Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Clearwater County Regular Council meeting for April 14th, 2026. Call the meeting to order at, it is 9:02. And before we begin, I'd like to welcome all the members of council this morning in attendance. I'd also like to welcome all of Clearwater County staff that will be providing us with facts and information today so that we can make the best decisions on behalf of the residents, businesses, and stakeholders within Clearwater County. I'd also like to welcome all members of the public this morning that are attending this morning in person, and also members of the community that are attending virtually. I'd also like to welcome and thank the viewing media today, and I would like to ask any council members if there are any indications of a pecuniary or a conflict of interest on any agenda items here today. I'm seeing none. And I'd also like to remind that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per Access to Information Act, Sections 4, and Protection of Privacy Act, Sections 2, 4, and 5. At this time, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented, or any additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Make that motion.
Deputy Reeve McKay makes Deputy Reeve McKay makes the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Moving on in our agenda, item 3.1, the regular council meeting minutes from March 26th. Are there any errors or omissions noted in those meeting minutes? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to adopt those minutes as written. Councillor Letwin makes the motion to adopt the March 24th, 2026 meeting minutes as written. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on into today's agenda to item 4.1. It is a public hearing for Bylaw 26079 for application 0426 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call this public hearing to order at 9:03. And I'd like to welcome members of the public that will be participating either in person or online. Those wishing to speak will be recognized in turn, whether they are in favor or opposed to the application. Please wait until the floor is open before speaking. Each speaker will have 5 minutes with a 1-minute warning before the time expires. If you are watching the hearing on Council's YouTube channel, please mute YouTube and listen through the online meeting instead, as YouTube has a 30-second delay. If you are participating online or by phone and get disconnected, please rejoin using... Each speaker will have 5 minutes. That'll work. The meeting link or phone number provided, and you'll be added back into the meeting. So first, I'll explain the protocols of the public hearing. Everyone present must register by signing in at the door on the provided sheet. The floor will be open to allow for public comments after applicant has had the opportunity to speak. All persons wishing to speak must be recognized by the chair, and speakers may be limited in their comments if they become repetitive. If a speaker or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair, and no council members may ask questions at any time. No audio or video recording devices are allowed, and please turn off or silence cell phones. Breaks will be called at the chairman's discretion. And next, I will explain the process. Staff will provide the background to the application. Written submissions received from other agencies will be read out aloud. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to any agency comments. We will then hear from those in favor of the application, starting with the people attending in person, followed by those participating online. Following this, we will hear from those in opposition of the application, starting with the people attending in person, followed by those participating online. The applicant will have the last word and opportunity to respond to any comments or questions raised during the hearing. At any time during the hearing, again, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. So before I turn this item over to staff to provide the background report. We'll take a moment and we'll do a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Good morning, Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning.
And at this time, I'll like to invite Mr. Dustin Bisson to present the background information on this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. So Arthur Radmore currently holds title to Plan 6876 ET Block 1 Lot 2 containing 6,000 square feet, located directly south of the Pioneer store in the hamlet of Caroline. The landowners made an application to redesignate the entire parcel from Hamlet Commercial Mixed Use District to Hamlet Multiple Dwelling District, HMD. The undeveloped parcel is flat with a few trees in the front yard. Access to the parcel will remain the same and can be obtained from 49th Avenue adjacent to the south property boundary, or from the north property boundary where there's a rear lane adjacent to the parcel. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly Hamlet Commercial Mixed Use to the north and east, and mainly Hamlet Residential to the south and west. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a development permit application for the construction of a dwelling or a dwelling multi-unit. The applicant is present and will be able to speak to the proposal. So there are some planning direction in front of you. Has council had enough time to review that planning direction, or is there anything that they want me to go into more detail on?
No, I'm not seeing any
All right.
comments or questions from council at this time.
All right. So when it comes to policy considerations, the proposed redesignation would allow for the intensification of the hamlet's population, which is in line with the former village's MDP. The proposal promotes the development of a compact community, maximizing the efficiency of existing infrastructure. The proposal also allows for a variety of housing forms and would not exceed the minimum or maximum housing type options listed in the village's MDP. The property is identified for residential use on map 2 of the future land use concept map, and the minimum off-street parking requirements could be met. So for first reading, council granted first reading on March 10th, 2026. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 26-079. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Do we have any, would you be able to present any comments received from referral agencies at this time?
Absolutely. So Alberta Health Services reviewed the application. It is our understanding that the lot will be municipally serviced with drinking water and sewage. Safe, healthy environments has no objections to the approval of this application. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors had no objections. They did indicate the following comments. Pursuant to Section 618.3, Part 1 of the MGA, the Department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the ALSA plan, if applicable. Pursuant to 618.4, Part 1 of the MGA, the Department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by the developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system, in accordance with Policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objection. Clearwater County's Assessment Department advised that the parcel would be assessed under the residential class if the land use amendment is approved. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure provided the following comments. Additional development units will need to provide public works with additional water and sewage usage. Parking will need to be addressed. Will the intent be to have parking on the property? Access is available for on-site parking, whether it's from the street or the alley. Clearwater County Emergency Services. Regarding the redesignation of the lot in Caroline, it may be worth mentioning that the back alley is also a fire apparatus right-of-way from Station 30, which is located across the alley a few lots to the west. No concerns from us, just for information purposes, as it's being considered changed to residential. Fire has no additional concerns or comments. Fortis Alberta had no concerns. Rocky Gas Co-op, no concerns or objections. TELUS had no concerns as well. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on March 11th. MPC recommended that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to Land Use Amendment Application 0426, and they provided the following reasons for their decision. The lot acts as a transition between commercial and hamlet residential lots within the hamlet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak to your proposal and add any comments and respond to any agency comments that we just heard from Mr. Bisson at this time.
Sure. Yes, I have this lot, and I've had it now for a number of years, and I figured it's about time I should do something with it. The designation of commercial really doesn't make sense for that particular lot. Mostly because the rest of the street to the west is all residential. If this was multifamily, it would give more opportunity for people to move into the area. Commercial really doesn't do anything for that lot.
Okay. At this time, I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor Cermak. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Bisson, I see in here you say, which is in line with the former village MDP. Does this align with our other hamlet MDPs? Or do we have our new one installed now in this hamlet?
So as far as this application is concerned, we are basing it off of the former village's MDP. As you're aware, we are preparing area structure plans for the village of, or for the hamlet of Caroline. Those have not been implemented yet, so we still have to go with what is currently in place, put forward by the former municipality.
So it's in line with?
Yes, it is in line with the policies that were there.
Okay, so then when we adopt the new one, it'll be in line too?
Yes.
Probably.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no further comments at this time, so I will open the floor up. Sorry, Councillor Humphrey. Yeah,
Keeps shutting off.
that's okay. I think there's a war there with the button, but go ahead, Councillor Humphrey, please.
Thank you. I just have a question on it because of the multi-dwelling unit. What type of unit are you proposing?
Well, I have some drawings here. And what it is actually a duplex. But it's designed so that, let's say you bought one half and you bought the other half, then you could use the lower half as multifamily. So you would own the one half of the unit, but you could rent out the lower portion.
Okay. So that would make it a fourplex.
That's right.
And that would have to go to municipal planning.
Well,
commission
it's not
for
really a fourplex, excuse me, it's not really a fourplex because the title is down the middle still.
Yeah.
And it's sold as a duplex. So you would own the whole unit on that side. And you would rent out the lower portion.
So you would still have to go to get, would you still have to go to get permission to have a rental property, basically?
Not if it's multifamily, is that not correct?
I mean, I guess we would have to look at the actual plans in more detail and consider them, when they come in, at the development permit stage. At the end of the day, a duplex is a permitted use within this district. Anything more than a duplex would be required to go to the Municipal Planning Commission.
And that's my only concern with this that I had was a duplex would fit. It's fairly congested for parking and stuff in there, and if you get to a 4-unit there, it looked to me like you would have a lot of congestion. You would only have room for 4 parking spaces at the back. But as we know nowadays, most families have 2 people working. Most families have 2 people working in their family anymore. So you have 2 vehicles per family. That would leave, if all 4 had 2 people in them, you would have 8 vehicles potentially out there. And the parking, I looked on the streets, and the parking out front on that street is already, the times I went by it, it was already pretty full. So I think it would be a concern if it went to that where you're getting so congested.
I see what you're saying.
The duplex, I thought, well, that's just fine, because if you're only gonna average your 2 vehicles, you've still got some out front for.
In today's society, though, it's hard for people to afford a home. If you have a home with this particular design, you can rent out the lower portion and use that as income for your mortgage and help families be able to afford another home. Whereas in some cases, they wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah, I get all that. I guess my concern was once we get that. And so I'll direct this more to planning again. If it was approved as a multi-unit duplex, if they wanted it to be anything more, would they have to go, even if that duplex wanted to have a rental suite, do they have to go to planning to have a rental suite, or you can just put one in any building in Caroline?
So I believe your question is, so if you had the duplex and you had 2 living quarters down in the basement for, say, an Airbnb or what have you, would they have to come to planning? Absolutely, they would have to come to the planning department. We would have to take a look at what the drawings are, and then we would assess and determine whether it would be us making the final decision or the Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay.
The drawings would be submitted with the development already. So it would be going for approval upon applying for the permits.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep.
does
No,
that-
thank you.
Does that answer your questions, Councillor Humphrey? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Yes, parking would be my biggest concern with a fourplex situation like that, especially with emergency services using that back alley. And we all know that people get perhaps lazy or inefficient or whatever, and we'll just park on the side there, and that's good enough. And then you have company over and they just park on the side of the back alley, and then an emergency comes up. So that's that would be my concern. And like 8 vehicles, by the time you put 2 in the front, you're gonna have to put at least 6 in the back somewhere, and to have enough room for parking on property as well.
You can easily get 4 or 5 parking spots in the back with this design.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Letwin. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Just for clarity, the square footage of the lot is 6,000. What are the measurements? I'm not finding that in your, I'm assuming 60 by 100?
50 by 120,
Oh, okay, it is 50 by 120, okay. So, yeah, that, to me, that sort of assists in the parking, because that's gonna give even more depth at the back, so, thank you.
that's right.
Okay, I'm seeing no further questions from council at this time, so I will open the floor for comments from the public. If there are members in the public in attendance here this morning, they can make their way to the podium. Please state your name, the organization you represent, and provide the reasons you are in favor or in opposition of this application. And for those in attendance in person, please take turns stepping up to the podium to adjust the microphone as needed. And for those in attendance online, please let it be known that you wish to speak when asked. So at this point in time, are there any members of the community that are in attendance this morning wishing to speak to this application? I'm not seeing any at this point in time. Miss? Okay, there's no virtual. Okay. So we have no members of the community at this point in time, and we also have no virtual attendance. We'd like to invite, are there any letters written in favor of this application?
No submissions were received.
Okay. Again, I would like to invite any comments from any members of the public that are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this application. And again, we have no virtual attendance. Mr. Bisson, do we have any written letters opposed to this application?
None were received.
Okay. I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks if you choose.
Final, sorry?
Final remarks.
If you'd like to see the drawing that I've come up with, I have the set of plans here.
Yeah, maybe we'll just pass them around for council. What we will do is we'll pass those drawings around, and we can have those for consideration a little bit later on in the agenda for second and third reading. Are there any questions before we close the public hearing from council members? If not, I'll be closing the public hearing at 9:23. We do have another public hearing scheduled for 9:30. So at this time, we will just take a 5-minute recess, and we will come back and let our delegation get settled for the next public hearing. Welcome back from our recess. Moving into today's agenda, item 4.2, we have a public hearing for bylaw 26081 for application number 0526 to amend the land use bylaw. It is on page 26 of today's agenda. We will call the public hearing to order. It is 9:29. We are a minute early. I'd like to ask CAOM if that is appropriate. We're 1 minute before the 9:30. Okay. We'll call the public hearing to order at 9:29 a.m. I'd like to welcome members of the public who are participating in this hearing either in person or online. Those wishing to speak will be recognized in turn, whether they are in favor or in opposition to the application. Please wait until the floor is open before speaking. Every speaker will be given 5 minutes with a 1 minute warning before the time expires. If you are watching the hearing on the council's YouTube channel, please mute YouTube and listen through the online meeting instead, as YouTube has a 30-second delay. If you're participating online by phone and get disconnected, please rejoin using the meeting link or phone number provided, and you'll be added back into the meeting. First, I'll explain the protocols of the public hearing. Everyone present must register by signing in at the door on the provided sheet. The floor will be open to all public comments after the applicant has had the opportunity to speak. All persons wishing to speak must be recognized by the chair, and speakers may be limited if their comments become repetitive. And if a speaker or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. Council members may ask questions at any time, and no audio or video recording devices are allowed. Please turn off or silent all cell phones, and breaks will be called at the chairman's discretion. Next, I'll explain the process. Staff will provide the background to the application. Written submissions received from other agencies will be read aloud. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application and respond to any agency comments. We will then hear from those in favor of the application, starting with the people attending in person, followed by those participating online. Following this, we will hear from those in opposition of the application, starting with the people attending in person and followed by those participating online. The applicant will have the last word, an opportunity to respond to any comments or questions raised during the hearing. At any time during the hearing, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. So again, before we begin with this, we will start with a quick round of introductions, and again, we'll start with Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning. My name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazen Letwin, Ward 2 Councillor.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Welcome to Council Chambers. Jordan Northcott, Reeve.
Good morning. Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning.
Good morning, Mike Burton, Administrative Assistant.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Gerald and Susan Ernst, representing Racinus RV Storage.
Welcome to Council Chambers, and at this time I'll invite Mr. Bisson to provide the background information on this application.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott. So Strategic Evolution Consulting holds title to the Northwest 936-7 west of the 5th, containing 145.9 acres. The subject land is located approximately 12.8 kilometers west of the hamlet of Caroline. Gerald and Susan Ernst have made application on behalf of their company to redesignate 10.92 acres located in the northern portion of the quarter from Agriculture District A to Highway Development District HD. The proposed 10.92 acres to be redesignated is flat, mostly cleared pasture land. There are no structures located on the land to be redesignated. The applicants have indicated that the access to the business will not change and remain off of Highway 591. The balance of the subject land can be described as mainly flat pasture land. Vegetation of the property is a mix of heavily treed portions and cleared pasture land. The property does border the Clearwater River, which is on the south boundary of the quarter. The first residential parcel out was registered back in 1984 in the west central portion of the quarter. There's no oil or gas activity taking place on the quarter. Access to the remainder can be obtained from an existing access off of Highway 591, adjacent to the north property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area can be described as a mix of residential, agricultural, and crown land. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with a development permit application to expand the operation. The applicants are present to speak to the proposal. Has council had enough time to review the planning direction?
I'm seeing head nods, yes.
All right, we'll go into the policy considerations. The proposed redesignation request could result in a total of 15.92 acres of the quarter section being designated Highway Development District, including the 5-acre portion of the quarter that is already designated Highway Development. This would allow an existing operation to expand its business within our community, which aligns with the MDP. The location and size of the area to be redesignated does impact approximately 10 acres of lower quality agricultural land. Recreational vehicle storage is listed as a discretionary use in the Highway Development District. At this time, the applicants have not applied to subdivide the proposed redesignated lands. Access is available from a provincially maintained highway. At the regular council meeting held on March 10th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 26-081. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw 26-081. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I'm not seeing, are there any comments from council members at this time? I'm not seeing any. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Just one quick question, Mr. Bisson. Just regarding the discretionary use of highway, is it not also discretionary use of agriculture to store RVs as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I recall you asking that question at first reading, and I didn't really give you a very good answer. But yes, it is listed as a discretionary use in the Ag District. When the applicants did apply to start this business, I believe it was 6 or 7 years ago, they did apply for it as an agriculture subsidiary to the ag operation on the property without going through a rezoning process. That application was refused, and they were advised to redesignate to highway development at that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
And just one follow-up to that. Seeing that this would be a significant increase in traffic volumes in that area, would there be road widening considered, and if so, to whose cost would that?
So I guess I believe the question you're asking more along the lines of, because of the highway there, potentially turning lanes and things like that. That would be at the cost of the developer if transportation requires that.
Thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yes. I see in this drawing you have a yellow box frame there. That's 5 acres is already designated highway development, right?
That is correct.
What part that's got the red lines through it, outside of that yellow, what does that signify?
So the area with the red dashed lines through it, that is the area that they're proposing to add to the existing 5 acres. That's what they're hoping to redesignate to highway development. That's approximately 10 acres, 10.92.
Oh, that takes in the whole red area?
Yes.
No, I'm just talking that white area with the red lines through it.
Okay, that is part of their existing business. Their access in site is there, and I believe they have an office trailer located on that. So it is cleaning up a little bit of an issue that exists with the property as well and with the business.
So that should have been extended when they did that 5 acre to take that in then.
And it is.
So now this 10 acres takes in that 5 acres plus 5 more?
No. I'm not sure.
So
I'm a
how
little
much is
confused by your
this
question.
area?
So
How many
the
acres?
So the total number of acres that would be designated highway development will be 15.92. The yellow is it already existing, that's 5 acres, that's highway development. Anything with the red dashes through it is what's being proposed to be redesignated today, so it's roughly 10.92.
Okay, so there's a piece to the
To the east,
East of the
yes.
yellow and a
That's
piece
correct.
to the west of the yellow.
Yeah, that's right, the majority of it goes to the west.
So this is just to clean up some stuff that needs to be cleaned up and make it look right.
And to expand.
I'm all in favor of it then. I think it's a great add to our community out there. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Councillor Levin, go ahead.
I see the yellow area in the center, red area to the right and red area to the left. Now, if this is granted through, will this be one parcel, it'll all be combined, or is this going to be 3 separate titles?
So this will be one parcel. They are not proposing subdivision at all. It is just going to be the quarter however many acres are in the quarter section.
160 the last time I looked.
Minus whatever to the river comes out of it. Yeah, absolutely.
But this will be all under one title, not 3 separate titles?
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCauley.
You mentioned farmland rating or the quality of the land, but I'm just trying to read through the package and there's a farmland assessment rating. Could you just quickly explain what that is? Other ones we get like a severity rating, but it's not in this one.
So perhaps if we can get Jana to flip to that. So we are using an old version of the farm assessment rating on this property. So my understanding of this is it's based out of 100. 100 being the best farmland. I don't believe there is anything really above 80 in this county. So you see a lot of 30s on this quarter. That just references that it is lower quality land. Yeah. I'm not sure why the new farmland assessment that we use is not covered in this area, but we went back to the old system to give you something to reference.
Councillor Letwin.
In the pasture land, yeah, on that piece there. No, back please, down, right there. Yeah, is that an airstrip through there, running like this?
Yes, it is. The airstrip is more in the lower portion.
Lower portion there.
It doesn't
yeah.
go up into the red part.
Right.
It's basically 2,000 feet of airstrip.
Okay, so you've got airplanes then, or you
I
have other people coming for
I
you?
had my own airplane. I no longer have it. There's one friend that comes in the fall and hunting season and lands there. He's the only one that's ever landed in it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further comments or questions from council, so Mr. Bisson, if you could please present any comments received from referral agencies.
All right, Alberta Health Services, the application is for a second parcel out redesignation of 10.92 acres. That is obviously incorrect. They had no objection to the approval of the application. However, they did indicate the setbacks and requirements of Alberta Health Services for creating a parcel. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors has no objection in principle and offers the following observations. Pursuant to 618.3 of the MGA, the department expects the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in the ALSA plan. Pursuant to 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system, in accordance to Policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. The subsequent development for the expansion of the existing RV storage facility falls within the permit area of a provincial highway as outlined in section 4.1 of the Highways Development and Protection Regulation. A permit must be obtained from Transportation and Economic Corridors, and that can be submitted through their permitting system, RPATH. Depending on the scale of the expansion and expected traffic generation, a traffic impact assessment may be required. Access from Range Road 7-4 would be preferred. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had indicated that they would require a utility right-of-way if the property is subdivided, as there is an overhead power line that cuts through it. Assessment indicated that they would advise the applicants that the area would be assessed under a small business class. Public works infrastructure, road widening would be requested at the time of subdivision. Clearwater County Emergency Services, this letter is in response to the referral. Clearwater Regional Fire Services indicated that they are not opposed to the land use amendment proposal and have limited comments at this time. Regional Fire would have further comments and information regarding any future development plans for the parcel should the land use amendment be successful. They did include some additional information about the forest protection area and firefighting and water supply in the area, as well as information regarding the distance to the Station 30 in Caroline, which is approximately 10 minutes away. Fortis had no concerns. TC Energy had reviewed the proposal and expressed no concerns. TELUS had no concerns. And then the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the item on March 11th and recommended that Council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the land use amendment application 05-26. And their reasons for that was the expansion of the existing, it's an expansion of an existing business, and it would reduce RV traffic flow throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Besson. Now invite the applicant to speak to their proposal and add any comments to respond to any of the agency comments, if you have any remarks.
Well, the reason we're expanding it right now is the agreement was when we did the first rezoning. It was rezoned for approximately 150 units. And right now we basically are bouncing between 140 and 150 units. So now is the time to take care of this rather than wait till, midsummer when we have more than the designated number of 150. We've had lots of interest in extra space and more spaces. So now is the time to do that. And we've picked the properties we've picked are for all intents and purposes not very farmable. It's rough. It could be, you could make a few, you smooth it off, but by the time you get it there, it's all gravel and it's no good for hay production or anything like that. So it's kind of just a good fit.
Okay, thank you for your remarks. I'll open the floor up for comments from the public. If there are any members wishing to speak, please state your name, the organization you represent, and provide the reasons you are in favor or opposition of this application. For those in attendance in person, please take turns stepping up to the podium and adjust the microphone as needed. And for those in attendance online, please let it know that you wish to speak when asked. Are there any members of the community in person this morning that are wishing to speak in favor of this application? If you're wishing to speak in favor, please make your way to the podium, state your name.
Check. My name is John Fletcher. I've private residence, so no organization. I am in favor because it looks like it's a win-win for everybody. It takes traffic off the road, and as a side gig, I do a little welding. I travel around a lot, and if it happens to be on a weekend when somebody needs help, you know what the weekend is like with trailers on the road, number 11, whatever, any highway. So it's a safety, it's a good thing for safety. It's a good thing for, it's a good use of that land. It's, you know, zone 3, rocks underneath, I know that too. I traveled that road quite a bit because I had relatives in that area that had land and friends. And I just can't see any problem. You know, if that's, I think it's a good end use. It's, you know, what you would call easy money off the land. If it were to change to, we'd like to have trailers there, and if the end game changes, then there are problems. And you folks probably have investigated it, but if highways decided that you need a type 2 intersection there for the traffic, I can tell you that the going rates are about $800,000. So that would change your mind on doing anything else than storing vehicles. The one thing that I probably, and the residents would like to see, is a visual barrier between the trailers. So, you know, the best time to plant trees was 25 years ago, but a visual barrier between the highway, you know, because if these trailers were sea cans, they wouldn't want to see a row of sea cans along there. Some people don't like sea cans, some people don't like windmills, some people don't like pump jacks, some people don't like solar. The visual barrier is a good thing, it makes good neighbors. So I'm in favor.
Okay.
Time's probably up.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak in favor of this application this morning? Seeing none. I'll move to Ms. Thompson. Do we have any members of the community in virtual attendance wishing to speak in favor?
No members of the public are in attendance virtually.
Do we have any written letters in favor of this application?
No submissions were received.
Okay. We'll move to anyone, any members of the community opposed to this application who are in person wishing to speak in opposition to the application this morning. I'm seeing no members of the public in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition. Are there any members of the community online or virtual attendance wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Ms. Thompson?
No virtual attendance this morning for this public hearing.
And I'd like to ask Mr. Bisson, do we have any written submissions received that are in opposition to this application?
No submissions were received.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like to invite the applicant to present any final remarks at this time.
Well, I just, to make sure that we're, you know, in compliance with the county rules, we pretty much need to have approval now, because we are going to be moving into a situation where we have more than the permitted number of units.
Okay, are there any comments or questions or clarity needed from any council members at this time before the public hearing is closed? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 9:51. We'll move on into our agenda to item 4.2. My apologies. We'll move into item, it's 5.2, consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 26081 for application number 0526 to amend land use bylaw. It is on page 56, and I'd like to invite administration to present this item, please.
So the purpose of bylaw 26-081 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 10.92 acres in the northern portion of the quarter from Agriculture District A to Highway Development. Pending the results of the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to the public hearing. to the bylaw. At the regular council meeting held on March 10th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 26-081, and as required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were received from adjacent landowners and agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Comments, questions, clarity from council members? The floor is open for discussion or motion. Councillor Letwin.
Quick question on the map, top right-hand corner, of that quarter section. It looks like there's an approach going in there. Is that some sort of a business there also?
That was the pipeline, Trans-Canada came in through that corner, through under the trees, and then the right-of-way goes east.
And then the pond to the south of that, is that a sewer dump for the trailers, or is that a swimming pond?
No, that's just a clear pond.
Yeah.
It's where they dug the gravel out that we used for the compound in the entrance area.
Okay, yeah.
And the water table was so high that.
And then the buildings underneath the left-hand red side there, is those farm buildings or over to the left a bit? Yeah, right in there. That infrastructure there?
That's the farmyard.
That's farmland, no residential there?
No, well, our residential, our house is right where your little hand is waving there.
Okay, no, I was just looking because if that gets zoned as highway there, it looks like that's your access into your farm buildings also. So
Well,
it's sold down the road.
it is at this point. We have, around, if we go around, the primary entrance is where the first red is up on the highway. I guess, no, the second red.
Yeah.
And that's actually a larger approach that was designed when that little bit of an area was used for the Racinas post office. So that is couldn't say it's a double approach, but it's much larger than a general sized road approach. And then coming down the road to the left side, there is accommodation there to go in and clean that up a little bit and have a driveway into the farmyard.
There would be access there. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please.
Yes, at this time, I would like to make a motion that council consider granting second reading to bylaw 26-081.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to grant second reading to bylaw 26-081 for application number 0526 to amend the land use bylaw. Are there any questions? Any further discussion on the motion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Looking for third reading. Councillor McCulley.
The motion that council grants third reading to bylaw 26/081 for application number 05/26 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor McCulley to grant third reading to bylaw 26-081 for application number 0526 to amend the land use bylaw. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none. Councillor McCulley, is your light just on or do you have further comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. That motion is passed.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone.
We have, I'd like to go back, we have roughly 4 minutes before, so we may be short a little bit of time, but we'll move back to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third reading of bylaw 26079 for application 0426 to amend land use bylaw. And Mr. Bisson, if you could present this item, please.
The purpose of bylaw 26-079 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate all of Plan 6876 ET Block 1 Lot 2 containing 6,000 square feet from Hamlet Commercial Mixed Use District to Hamlet Multiple Dwelling District. Pending the results of the public hearing, the applicant intends to apply to construct a duplex or a multi-unit dwelling. At the regular council meeting held on March 10th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 26-079 as required by legislation. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 26-079. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. The floor is open right now for council members to provide comments, questions, get clarity, or entertain a motion. Councillor Letwin.
I saw your blueprints there, and it looks like access to the lower floors is on the outside of the building, is that correct? Not the inside? Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCauley.
I'll make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 26/079 for application number 04/26 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you for the motion, Councillor McCauley. Is there any further discussion, comments, clarity? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Cermak.
I would recommend that council consider granting second reading or third reading to bylaw 26-079 for application number 04-26 or 62, sorry. No, 26.
Okay.
It is 26.
We have a motion on the floor from Councillor Cermak to grant third reading to bylaw 26-079 for application number 0426 to amend the land use bylaw. Councillor Cermak, do you have no? Okay. No, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on in our agenda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming into council chambers. Moving on in our agenda to item 4.3, we have a 10 a.m. public hearing for bylaw 26078, amendments to the Municipal Development Plan bylaw 1132-22. It is on page 40 of today's agenda. And I'll call this public hearing to order at 10 a.m. I'd like to welcome members of the public, and they may participate in this hearing either in person or online. Those wishing to speak will be recognized in turn, whether they are in favor or in opposition to the bylaw. Please wait until the floor is open before speaking. Each speaker will be given 5 minutes with a 1-minute warning before the time expires. If you're watching the hearing on Council's YouTube channel, please mute YouTube and listen through the online meeting instead, as YouTube has a 30-second delay. If you are participating online or by phone and get disconnected, please rejoin using the meeting link or phone number provided, and you'll be added back into the meeting. First, I'll explain the protocols of the public hearing. Everyone present must register by signing in at the door on the provided sheet. The floor will be open to allow for public comments after administration has presented the item. All persons wishing to speak must be recognized by the chair, and speakers may be limited if their comments become repetitive. If a speaker or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair, and council members may ask questions at any time. No audio or video recording devices are allowed, and please turn off or silent all cell phones. Breaks will be called at the discretion of the chair and the process. Next, I will explain this. Staff will provide the background information to the application, and written submissions received from other agencies will be read aloud. Then staff will be invited to respond to any agency comments. We will then hear from those in favor of the bylaw, starting with the people attending in person, followed by those participating online. Following this, we will hear from those in opposition of the bylaw, starting with the people attending in person, followed by those participating online. Administration will have the last word and opportunity to respond to any comments or questions raised during the hearing. At any time during the hearing, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. this time, I would like to invite Ms. Gillum to provide the background information to this, please.
Good morning, council. Thank you. So during the November 12th, 2025 regular council meeting, there was significant discussion about possible changes to be considered in the MDP, specifically regarding Section 10, the subdivision of land. Although administration has not yet completed the combined document, it was understood that these changes needed to be considered and made to the MDP in a timely manner. Additional changes to the MDP proposed by administration based on the combination of documents and council direction will be brought at a later date. Administration is presenting Bylaw 26078 for a public hearing today for amendments to the Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 1132/22. The proposed amendments to the bylaw are attached to this agenda item for council's review and consideration, with possible additional amendments to be made prior to second and third readings. The suggested amendments are made based on the discussion between members of council during the November 12th meeting. A summary of the proposed changes are as follows. Delete 10.2.2 as written and reword to allow one residential parcel per quarter section. Delete 10.2.3 as written and add the possibility of fragmented parcels by road, rail, and water course or water body claimed by the Crown. Reword 10.2.7 to address multi-lot subdivisions outside of policies 10.2.1 through 10.2.3. And delete 10.2.8, agricultural small holdings were not included in the updated land use bylaw 25050 as a use per this policy, so it is not consistent with the land use bylaw or serving a purpose in the MDP. And delete images in figure 6 that shows second residential subdivisions out. Suggested amendments to the proposed amending bylaw to the definition of fragmentation in the MDP based on the suggested changes to section 10 and comments received from public lands of the government of Alberta. So fragmentation means a portion of land completely severed from the balance of the quarter section by a developed registered public road plan, an active railroad, and then deleting the deep ravine and having a permanent water course or a permanent water body. And then for a permanent water course or a permanent water body to apply, there must be written confirmation from the appropriate ministry of the province of Alberta that the title of the bed and shore of the permanent water course or water body is vested in the Crown and the right of Alberta. So administration requests further direction on the proposed amendments to section 10 of the MDP and for council to consider second and third readings of bylaw 25078 with or without amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Not seeing any comments from council at this time. Could you please present any comments received from referral agencies? But before we go there, Councillor McCulley has a comment or question.
Just on the fragmentation comment, how are we allowed to define what is and isn't fragmentable or fragmented land?
It's definitely the direction of council of what they determine to be fragmented as part of, I mean, that's why we have the definition in there. So we're determining or council's determining what they are considering a fragmentation. And then that definition is the understanding for policy for us to administer that.
Well, I guess my question would be like the province has rules for fragmentation or what can be fragmented. And I would imagine a deep ravine is in there. So can we take that away if it's included from what the province says?
I'm not sure that they have any specifications what fragmentation is. Just the province is mentioned here because they claim water courses and water bodies, so we just reference them because we refer to them, and if they don't claim it, then it wouldn't meet this policy.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Councillor Powell?
Just get some clarification from administration before we continue. There's a lot of people in attendance and listening online. Could you just let us know currently, in section 10, how many houses are we allowed on a quarter section of land?
So that's clarified in the land use bylaw, but you are permitted to have 3 if it's over 80 acres.
Okay, and with 2 titles?
Sorry.
So with 2 titles, how many homes can you have on land?
So you could have 3 on the quarter section if it's over 80 acres, and then you could have a residence on an acreage and possibly a secondary suite as well.
So with 2 titles, that would be 5 homes on a quarter section?
If they went to full build out, yes.
And they wouldn't need to come to council, they could come to you, they could submit an application?
Yes, that could be approved by administration.
And so the only time an applicant would have to come to council chambers would be for the third title, is that correct?
Yes,
And that could be a potential of how many homes on a quarter section?
that could add an additional 2 on top of the 5 if all were constructed.
So that would be three titles and 7 homes, is that
Yes.
correct? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed in the public hearing. I'd like, Ms. Gillum, if you may present any comments received from referral agencies at this time.
Yep, thank you. So the County of Wetaskiwin said thank you for sending us the referral for the proposed amendments to the MDP for Clearwater County. After review, the County of Wetaskiwin has no concerns with the proposed amendments as presented. Lacombe County, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Please be advised that Lacombe County has no objections to the proposed changes. Yellowhead County, thank you for the opportunity to review and provide comments. Yellowhead County has no concerns regarding the public hearing or the proposed amendments to the MDP for Clearwater County. MD of Bighorn has no concerns with Clearwater County's proposed bylaw 26078. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Brazeau County, thank you for providing a chance to review and comment on the on bylaw 26078, which proposes to amend the Clearwater County MDP. We appreciate the additional information and clarification provided by administration. Currently, Brazeau County has no comments or concerns with the proposed amendment to the MDP. TELUS at this time has no concerns with the proposed activities. Alberta Health Services, thank you for the opportunity to review the proposed updates to the MDP. Safe Healthy Environments has no concerns with the proposed updates under bylaw 26078. If you have any questions or concerns, contact them. Alberta Forestry and Parks, no input on the general direction. However, I do want to take this opportunity to indicate that our department has not been called Sustainable Resource Development since 2012. I would recommend changing to confirmation that the appropriate ministry of the province of Alberta, that the title of the bed and shore of the watercourse or water body is vested in the Crown and the right of Alberta. Blue Mountain Power, incorporated as Rocky RA, may require a utility right-of-way for proposed subdivisions. Blue Mountain Power is a member-owned, non-profit distribution wire service provider for all services in this area. Clearwater County Assessment has no concerns with the proposed changes. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has no objections. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, this will acknowledge receipt of your circulation. Transportation and Economic Corridors' primary concern is protecting the safe and effective operation of provincial highway infrastructure and planning for the future needs of the highway network in proximity to the proposed developments. Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments and observations with respect to the proposed development. The department offers no objection in principle to the updated MDP as proposed. Pursuant to section 618 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan if applicable. And pursuant to 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by development approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. And that's it for agency comments.
Thank you, Ms. Gillum. I'd like to invite staff to respond to any agency comments at this time.
So the only one I wanted to mention, that I did make the changes that Public Land suggested and took out the Alberta Sustainable Resource Development and put in the Ministry of the Province of Alberta. Our apologies for having that incorrect in the first place.
Okay. Right now is an opportunity for any council members to ask questions of staff. I'm seeing none. So at this time, I would like to open the floor for comments from the public. If there are many members of the public, they can make their way to the podium and please state your name, the organization you represent, and provide the reasons you are in favor or opposition of this application. For those attendants in person, please take turns stepping up to the microphone and the podium and adjust the microphone as needed. We will also move into those who are in attendance online, and they will please let us know if they wish to speak when asked. Are there any members of the community wishing to speak in favor? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Jordan, for your introduction, and thank you, Council, for giving us the opportunity to present our comments with regards to the proposed changes. And thank you to everybody that's showing up here to express their concerns or support of these proposed changes. Now, I'm going to go through part of it quite quickly because I noticed there's a 5-minute timeline on this. So just going through, in this presentation, I want to address my concerns with specific wording in the proposed new clauses. In so doing, I want to remind everyone of the significant public opinion expressed at the February 2023 public hearing held at the Lou Soppet Center, where the clear majority wanted to preserve agricultural land and maintain the rural character of Clearwater County. With that in mind, I want to review the current clauses regarding subdivisions along with the proposed new ones. So going on, and you'll see up on the screen there, currently in a quarter section, the maximum number of titled parcels that are allowed is 2. One includes 1 additional parcel and the balance of the remainder of the quarter section. And if you go, can you go on to page 2, Jana, there? And I've drawn a diagram there, which is quite common. There's normally a farm site and then the balance of the quarter. And so going on then to page 3, then 2.2 states that notwithstanding 10.2.1, 1 additional may be approved for residential or non-residential use, and it goes on to explain that the non-largest agricultural parcel on a quarter section may be entitled to a land use bylaw amendment and subsequent subdivision. And so if you look at that diagram, again, you've got A, which is the largest parcel of good agricultural land. B was the farm site. And then when you go to subdivide there, you could have had C in any one of those other locations. So going on then now to the proposed clause changes. In the proposed change, you're going to delete 10.2.2 in its entirety and replace it with, notwithstanding 10.2.1, Clearwater County may approve 1 additional subdivision in a quarter section for a residential parcel, and this is the part that is concerning to me, from the largest agricultural parcel within a previously subdivided quarter that does not already contain a residential subdivision. So what does that mean? As it states, 1 additional subdivision for a residential parcel may be approved from, and I put those in big letters, from the largest agricultural parcel within a previously subdivided quarter that doesn't already have a residential subdivision. What if the previous subdivision was for industrial or commercial use? It still may be taking land from agricultural use. And so there in that diagram there, if you can just pull it up a bit, thanks, Jenna. So again, A is the agricultural part, B was the farm site. C, as before, there were places where you could put C, and as another subdivision, and like I say, it didn't state that it was residential, it could be commercial, industrial, whatever. And then D could now be...
1 minute warning. Sorry, Marianne, my apologies. 1 minute warning. Just for fairness for everybody.
Okay. From the largest agricultural parcel. And so D could go there. So again, you can have 3 titles. You've got 2 subdivisions off of agricultural land. So would it not be better to stick with clause 10.2.1 and have no clause 10.2.2, or either drop the wording from the largest agricultural parcel or change it to the largest non-agricultural parcel. You know, put it where it isn't actually top-quality agricultural land. This proposed new clause certainly creates some confusion, especially when I thought the goal was to protect agricultural land and potentially reduce subdivisions.
Marianne, I hate to interrupt you again. This isn't for fairness for everybody, your time is at 5 minutes, but if the will of council would like to allow, how many additional minutes do you think you may need for your presentation?
One that I really want to comment on is 10.2.8 that was being deleted. The other ones I certainly support, like I really compliment you on putting in fragmented parcels.
And are you speaking on behalf of an organization or as an individual?
Well, I guess it's both.
Okay. Did you want additional time? I'll just look to the balance of council. If there's no council members opposed, we could allow an additional minute if that would be suitable.
I would love that.
Okay, if there are any council members opposed, please indicate that at this time, but otherwise we'll allow you an additional minute.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so as I said earlier, and we can just carry on, I have no issues with the other clauses, and I compliment you on the fragmented parcel, putting that back in. Now, the one that I do have concern about is 10.2.8. When evaluating the land, agricultural small holdings will be a discretionary use within county residence agricultural district within the land use bylaw. And the proposal now is to delete that clause in its entirety. And I am certainly opposed to that. You might recall a few years back, there was a large concern that people couldn't sell garden produce or eggs or whatever from their acreage or whatever. And so this clause was put in to allow for that. And now it's being deleted. And so if we can look, I've heard comments that if something isn't in a land use bylaw or an MDP, it isn't allowed. So if you delete this clause, then small agricultural holdings wouldn't be allowed on CRAs.
Marianne?
And more...
Sorry, that additional minute, the time did lapse on us.
Can I just go, please? I need to show how that this...
Marianne, I'll just look to the balance of council. If there's no council members opposed, we would allow an additional minute. I'm seeing none, so please have an additional minute.
Okay, so if we look at CRA districts, and I think the title's interesting, country residential agricultural. And so if we go down, there, in that chart, exempt uses which say no development permit is needed. You can have this without a development permit. Direct market sales are in that category. If you go on to the next page, direct market sales are defined as a personal endeavor for the direct sale of goods or a product that might be harvested and sold, and they give examples, produce, eggs, honey, or whatever from the roadside. Then over in, I'm just going through it very quickly, in discretionary uses there, it says agricultural operation. And if I go down to the definition of agricultural operation, it says the production of fruit, vegetables, sod, trees, shrubs, others, honey, eggs, and milk. And so in the land use bylaw, those sort of things are allowed. So why would we not have it in the MDP?
Thank you, Marianne. Sorry, this is really, I don't like to interrupt you at all, but to keep fairness for everybody.
Yeah, I can appreciate that, Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to cut you short, I really don't, but
okay.
I guess that's the position they put me in, but so
those are my two things. I think that, putting back in the description, allowing it on the largest agricultural piece is a concern, and then I think that clause 10.2.8 has to be maintained.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the discretion of the chair, I may take I'll give council, we're going to take a short 5-minute recess, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Welcome back from our recess. We'll carry on with our public hearing, and I would like to invite any members of the public that are in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw. Please make your way to the podium, state your name, and there's a limit for 5 minutes. Are there?
My name is Christine Fosier. Before my 5 minutes start, I have something here that the community has come together and done. It's community support for the Clearwater County Municipal Development Plan amendments. Clearwater County continues to change, and many residents value the rural landscape, agricultural community, and way of life that brought them here and keeps them here. Maintaining a two-title approach per quarter section of land still allows homes to be built for family while helping preserve agriculture and the rural landscape, something many of us appreciate. And these people would like their names to be recognized in support of the removal of section 10.2.2 of the MDP. There's 176 names here. We didn't have enough time to gather more, but there's definitely more in the community. Do I pass this to you, Rick? Sorry, CAOMNs. Okay, so I'm gonna start with some notes from the February 21st, 2023 MDP public hearing, where there were approximately 14 people who spoke in favor of the MDP, 2 of which were councillors' spouses. Approximately 58 people spoke in opposition either to the entire document or to parts of it, plus a petition of 400 signatures handed to council and another lady listing off names that wanted mention. 1 councillor spoke to scrapping it and starting over. 6 councillors were in favor. And here were comments from the public. This is gateway issues to LUB problems, opening Pandora's box, not a long-term plan of community members, but of globalists. Farmers are best stewards of land, increased cost of agriculture land, inflation, increased economic barrier to farming. Private rec and campgrounds claiming social and economic capital over the agricultural industry. It's a not wise, slippery slope this creates. Stop the slippery slope, sad it's gone this far. Protection of rural lifestyle being ignored, current development conditions not being met. Already many acreage lots on the market, empty subdivisions costing taxpayers. Investors chopping up land, developers looking to make money, ruining West Country, protect agriculture and forest land. Development already not fair or consistent, more acreages means more pressure on aquifers. Conserve agricultural land in old MDP, but it's not in the new one. Already poor roads with no budget for improvement. Restricted amount of agriculture land within the county, agriculture land already under pressure. Brazeau County advised not to make the same mistake they did. Farmers being restricted by city people moving in, don't want more neighbors or campgrounds around. Always seeing newspaper ads of people looking for pasture and agricultural land to rent. So our NDP and LUB rewrites are a major contributing factor to a mostly new council getting voted in. This recent Evans's subdivision application denial has created division and a bit of chaos and misunderstandings in the community due to previous councils ignoring a large majority in February of 2023 and many getting the rubber stamp yes for the last 3 years and more. After the MDP adoption, section 10.2.10D, locations abutting existing residential parcels or residences has not been adhered to, as well as 10.2.4, parcel sizes have not really been adhered to. An aging population is not a good excuse for chopping up ag land. That's how life has always been, with people aging and passing away, and my generation and younger can step into these properties and farming operations. The county is not here for estate and family financial planning. Contracts executed properly are a legal protection mechanism for multiple dwellings on parcels. I stressed with the LUB rewrite that contract is the most important definition for these bylaws, yet it has not been addressed or defined. Immigrants have been coming in on $80,000 incentives while our heritage population goes broke and suffers. If we want different lending rates, appeal to the federal government. A government that cared about its people wouldn't be allowing high interest rates or displacement of its people for newcomers. Through inquiring about the 2023 MDP survey results, the communications department told us the 2023 hearing was just for people to vent and they weren't addressing specific items in the MDP. Let's be real here. It wasn't venting. It was a lot of people who have had enough of government overreach and don't want our rural heritage Canadian and Alberta lifestyle urbanized. Urbanization and 15-minute communities is a global agenda that many of us rural residents do not desire. Growth needs to focus around hamlets, IDPs, the town, not on ag and forest lands. Recently, I took a drive north of Highway 12 where I used to live. We bought property up there because there was no neighbors around. And I was quite shocked to see how many residences are up there now. And there are many of us who live here for our secluded rural lifestyle, and we don't want a whole bunch of more neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Are there any other members of the community in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw? Please make your way to the podium, state your name.
My name is Pat Butler. I'm a resident of Ward 7. Bit of my background. My grandfather in his teenage years herded the first dairy herd in Edmonton. That's through a few generations. Another grandparent came up, a great-grandparent came from the States. So my grandchildren are 6th generation farmers. We believe in ag land. Do you like the price of food in the grocery store? As population increases globally, agriculture land is decreasing. Ag land is not being created, but population is. We need to preserve the ag land, not chop it into acreages or cover it over with solar farms, data centers, wind farms, or pavement and concrete. Save and produce farmland. Grass produces meat. So Clearwater County may not have an abundance of class 1 and 2 soils, but it does have an abundance of lower class soils that produce forage, which in turn produces meat, which is food. Hence, we need to preserve our ag land. As we increase the number of acreages, we increase the livestock worrying. That's expensive. At the price of an animal today, a newborn calf is in the auction markets at $2,500. That's pretty expensive if you lose a calf or larger. So there's a lot of things that are negative to increasing the number of acreages. I support this new bylaw rewrite or revision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Any other members of the community in person here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw?
Good morning, Council. My name is Ken Qualley. I've lived in Clearwater County for 71 years, second generation. I'll keep my comments short to allow others to express their opinion, but I do believe we have 5 new councillors because of the previous councillors would not listen to our constituents. In the past public hearing regarding subdivisions, approximately 90% of over 400 attendants who took time out of their schedules to oppose more subdivisions per quarter were not listened to. How quickly they forget that they are a representative of their constituents. Of interest, at the last public hearing on this subject, one farmer who was vehemently in favor of more subdivisions asked at the end of the meeting to be allowed to change his opinion after hearing the facts and reasonings on the issue. With respects to parents providing from farm living for their children, forever is a long time. Children grow up, follow their own careers, get transferred, divorce, etc., and are forced to leave the farm. An interesting fact that many people don't understand is that per previous regulations, a person on a quarter section can still have a family member living on the quarter. One subdivision is allowed containing a residence as well as a second dwelling on the main parcel, as well as compassionate residence for persons who require assistance. A parcel severed by an impassable property like a stream, swamp, railroad, etc. is also allowed. As it is, 28 dwellings are allowed on a quarter section, on a section of land. 7 per quarter. And I'm just trying to imagine how you can farm around 28 dwellings on a section of land. The number one priority in Alberta is preserve agriculture land. And I'm not sure if it's still true in Clearwater County, but when I was on council, the number one priority in Clearwater County was preserve agricultural land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Qualley. Are there any other members of the community in attendance this morning in person wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw? Okay.
Good morning, Council. I'm here just to say that I am in favor of deleting 10.2.2. And again, what Ken said, if the previous council would have listened to the majority, we wouldn't be here today, once again. I guess for me, it's nice to stand here and say that for once I'm in favor versus opposed. Thank you.
And if you, excuse, okay. Yeah, I was just going to ask the previous speaker just to state your name for the record. That's okay. I know your name, but.
But for the record. Yeah. Debbie Howe, over a 60-year resident of Clearwater County, born and raised my 2 kids pretty well here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other community residents or people in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw? Seeing no more residents in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in favor, do we have any residents online or virtual attendance wishing to speak in favor of this bylaw?
None that have indicated. Just give it a second in case. None in attendance virtually.
Okay. Do we have any correspondence or letters, emails from residents in favor of this bylaw?
We did have an email. It says, "Good morning. I am sending this email to you so that you have the information that you require from your constituents to make our wishes clear in regard to this extremely important issue. I was not in favor of the changes that were made to allow more than 2 titles on the quarter section when that occurred, and I am delighted to set this bad policy to rights. To clause 10.2.2, the number of residential subdivisions off a quarter, I want to return to the MDP that allowed only 2 titles per quarter section. To clause 10.2.3, fragmented parcel to remain out of the MDP. To clause 10.2.8, small agricultural operations on residential parcels. I want this clause to remain unchanged in the MDP. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to these issues. Sincerely, Maureen Lewis.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gilm. Are there any other letters or correspondence in favor of this bylaw?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to, are there any members of the community in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw? If there is, please make your way to the podium and state your name, and there'll be a 5-minute. Please, I see Mr. Maxwell, you're welcome to make your way to the podium, please.
Thanks very much. Hello to all the council, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to say, first of all, that
Mr. Maxwell, if you could, I don't think could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Vic Maxwell. I'm a resident of Clearwater County for more than 90 years. I'm a landowner in this county and other counties, and I think that I have experience that relates to the subject. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm in favor of the reinstatement of the fragmentation portion. I think that's fragmentation, being able to use fragmentation, a survey plan, a creek or a river, to separate a parcel which has poor access or is not capable of agriculture. That's good planning. So I'm in favor of that reinstatement of the fragmentation portion. But I'm not in favor of amending the second bylaw, second parcel out bylaw. I would like to speak against it for this reason. It's completely unnecessary. This meeting is unnecessary. The reason why is because a second parcel out is stated very clearly in the bylaws that is subject to a land use amendment. And that land use amendment is supervised by, we have a very able, very capable, and very well-manned planning department. Plus we have an MPC. And we have 7-member council. We have plenty of people to look at every application. And if the application is not suitable for land use amendment, turn it down. You don't need to change anything. It's completely at the county's discretion. Do your job. The thing that you should be looking at is when these applications come before you, if it does affect land which is agricultural, turn it down. But in the initial stages, any of these people that come to the county, they go first to the planners, and there's input between them and the planners, and then there's input before it ever gets to council. There's input between the landowner or the applicant and the MPC. And these applications can be limited to land that is not suitable for agriculture or is difficult to access, and you have all the tools in place. The land use amendment gives you 100% discretion. You say yes or no. If you don't like it, turn it down. Why do you need to amend anything? But having been said, from long residents in this county, I can tell you that acreage owners are as important as farmers. We all value the farming aspect of Clearwater County. But don't anybody try to kid themselves that Clearwater County is an agricultural county, because it's not. Oil and gas pays the bills. And people that work in oil and gas have to have places to live. The people that need to buy acreages are my grandchildren and your grandchildren and my great-grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. Not everybody can be farmers. My grandkids are flying to Fort Mac. They work for 2 weeks, come home for 2 weeks, and they make big money. But they want to own a piece of land. They can't afford to buy a farm, and they don't want to be farmers. In addition to that, all of these little communities that we have, like Frisco, and like Evergreen, like Hardendale, like Everdale, like Buster Creek, it's the acreages. It's the people living on the acreages keep these little communities alive. There are not enough of us farmers anymore. I can tell you for sure, because my compatriots, people my age, the farmers and ranchers, are dropping off every day. Yet the population keeps growing. The people that live here don't necessarily work here. They're flying to Scotland, they're flying to Africa. The expertise that we have here in the oil and gas industry,
Mr. Maxwell?
Clearwater County's major industry is oil and gas.
Mr. Maxwell, if at the will of council, would an additional minute?
All right, 2 additional minutes.
I'll look to the balance of council if there's no council members opposed.
Thank you.
I don't see a majority of council opposed, so please proceed with an additional 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll state again. I don't think any change is made because I think the county has complete discretion as it states already. Use the land use amendment to turn down anything that you don't like. But some subdivision is necessary because people have to have places to live. Just about, the numbers of people here now, to me, are almost mind-boggling compared to what I remember in my lifetime. But I won't bore you with all those stories. But I would like to say that one thing that got sneaked in, I think sneaked in the last amendment, is the third residence on every quarter section. And I'm opposed to that. I think that that should be changed because I think that it's going to create a problem. You're going to have people fighting litigation on every single quarter section. If you allow it, written as it is into the bylaws, 3 homes on a quarter section, I can tell you that in 30 years, every single quarter section will be in court for something. Because things never stay the same and people, you can't put 3 homes on a quarter section and maintain an agricultural community. That's just not right. It was correct before at 2, 1 residence on a quarter section and a second residence by discretion, which means that a farmer could have his son living, another home in the same yard, generally probably a mobile home, but it doesn't drastically change the value of the quarter section. When you start allowing 3 home sites on a quarter section, you take that quarter section out of the agricultural community altogether. That quarter section has so much money invested in it, no farmer can own it. That third home on a quarter section should be wiped out. 1 home and the second by discretion. And on a parcel between 7 acres and 80 acres, 1 home, the way it was before. That maintains the agricultural community which you purport to be trying to do.
Time is up, and just to be fairness to everyone, we did allow an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I've said my piece.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the community wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw here this morning that are in attendance? Good morning, and if you could just please state your name for the record, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
James Evans, Clearwater County resident. Just speaking for personal, I have 144 acres of cultivated land acreage out when we bought it. 8 acres, it's going back to the moles. Tried to subdivide it for my son, we can't. Personal reasons. I don't want the mess of him not owning a title with the land and houses and too much money involved. I think farmers and everyone has a choice. There's lots of broken land in the community that's divided up already, that's got land that isn't being used. A family living on it's more important than moles. And I think people should have a choice. I'm not saying every quarter has an ideal place for a second acreage, but there's many that do. And people should have the choice to take them if they want them.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the community wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw here today that are in attendance? Good morning, welcome. Please state your name for the record, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Tammy Cote, and I'd like to start by saying thank you to the council for doing the thankless job that you do. I do appreciate that this is definitely not always fun. I'd like to start by addressing Councillor Powell's comments initially with regards to how financing works on a title. I appreciate that you can have multiple residences on a quarter, an undivided quarter, and that each additional parcel also allows for that. I'm presuming that those second suites would be incorporated into the initial building, not necessarily separate. However, to obtain financing, unless the landowner is willing to sign the mortgage, it's not possible to get financing for a property that you do not have title on. So in the case of, I just use Mr. Evans as an example, his son would not be able to obtain financing without having that land in his name. So that definitely will impact some families. I do appreciate your consideration. I personally am not a fan of change unless I'm kind of in charge of it. I also like to eat, so I respect the fact that you're trying to preserve the agricultural industry. My concern, though, is broader, that you are preserving agricultural land at the expense of all other development. I know you're early in your term, but there's been a lot of negative responses with regards to applications. And the concerns around the ASP nodes, I participated in that as well. It really does look that you are an anti-development, anti-growth, anti-sustainable community with your responses, and that is very concerning to me. I've lived here all my life as well, and attempted to be as involved as I could in my community for many years. My family is also a multi-generational family, and it's important to me to see that this community grows. In the last 20 years, our province has grown 85%. Our county has grown 8%. That's concerning. That's very concerning. And in addition to that, the average incomes of people in our county have grown 20% less than they have outside of the county. We face an uphill battle trying to compete with the Highway 2 corridor. We cannot position ourselves as anti-development or not receptive. We just can't do that. Your children will not have jobs. I'm concerned about the twinning of Highway 2. Initially I was very excited about it, or not Highway 2, sorry, Highway 11. Initially I was very excited. I thought, oh, that's going to bring people to our community. But you know, in thinking, there's already so many people who work in Rocky Mountain House but live outside of the community. There is lots, and I experienced that when I was active in the business community. And I always asked why they wouldn't choose the county or the town. I think it's the most beautiful place in the world. And the response was, there's not enough amenities here. We don't feel necessarily welcome. There's not things to do, those kinds of things. And I know that that's not necessarily in the county's purview, but by you setting us up as a community that is not welcoming, that is not looking to build business, that is not willing to consider taking a second parcel out or the development of a tourist facility out west, that reputation, it blossoms, and it really is going to impact our future. I've watched this happen for so many years. I was on the Chamber of Commerce when the Hasco development was implemented, and I was very concerned about that. 25 years later, that Hasco development still sits empty. That's a town thing, but there was an awful lot of restrictions placed on that development at the time, and I voiced my concerns then, and I am voicing my concerns now. I appreciate what Mr. Maxwell said. I don't agree that these amendments are necessary. You already have the opportunity to say no to that second parcel if it doesn't make sense. And I appreciate, as I mentioned, I like to eat. I appreciate the farming community. But there are times, I hope council will grant me.
Time is up. We have allowed additional time for some other members. If you would like one additional minute, we can.
Yeah, I can finish up in a minute.
Are there any council members that would be opposed to that? Please have an additional minute, go.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I don't believe that these amendments are necessary. This council has the ultimate authority to say no. Please, if you feel that that's the important and responsible thing to do, do it. But don't hide behind the protection of a change in the bylaw that just says no. It already says no, we can't approve this, the bylaw says no. Because by all appearances, that's what it looks like. So thank you for your time, and thanks again for the work that you do here.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the community in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw? Please make your way to the podium and state your name.
My name is John Fletcher. I am representing a landowner in Zone 7, no organization. I chose to speak in opposition because although I agree with many of the points made, positive points, I object to mainly 10.2.8, which is basically, I see, the taking away of freedom for a person to apply with just what they feel is just cause for the third off subdivision. So, if, let's say we have, I'll give you an example of why I think it's not a good idea. If you have a resident whose flavor of religion is Mormon, many kids. So let's say the one-off allows the farmer to stay on the land, live a little longer, because people who live on the land, they walk more. They don't go to the city, buy a big TV and sit there and die. But if you have, as points were taken, that it's hard for the financing of land if you don't have a title. So third off gives title, and it gives a start to somebody else, somebody who's working away. Not everybody can work here. And there is lots of non-agricultural land that is available for that. That's the main point there. But there, you know, the people have, they look at it first before it comes to you, represented ones, and you should, I see, it's your job, you were elected to listen to the people, even people you don't agree with, which is what it's all about. By the time an application gets to you, it's been looked at, and if it's prime agricultural land, it should be turned down. But there's not a lot of prime agricultural land in Clearwater County. Like, I happen to know a friend that did a survey of landowners on the eastern slopes. That organization I'm involved with is from Rocky View. 80% of farmers on the eastern slopes, small farmers, get their living off the farm. 80%. And it's probably like that here. If you're not a first generation, if you're a first generation farmer, you're not starting. The banks won't look at you. Multiple factors have given that up, have made that the land values here. And it's not just the subdivisions, it's just the way things are going. I have a friend who farms 17 quarters. He owns 17 quarters east of Lacombe. And once in a while I drive a $700,000 combine to help him out. I don't even charge him wages. He also rents land. He stopped buying land when land values in Lacombe went up to 250 grand. Now, nobody's going to buy land at the prices around here to start farming. You guys that are second, third generation farmers, you're gifted. You have land that comes to you and you can expand. But I see it as you're taking away the freedom of somebody that wants to give their kids, who's going to work away, you're taking away that freedom. And I think that's something that it shouldn't be taken away. There are, council can tell you when there's a decision and you don't like it, you just turn it down. But if you have no opportunity to ask for it, that's taken away. First, the music would start before, but
Your time is up, Mr. Fletcher. If you have additional comments, and council does desire to hear the community's comments and stuff, so if I don't see any
I think
council members opposed, we would allow you 1 additional minute.
actually 1 minute.
Okay.
Those of you who know me know that I've done a few subdivisions. I'm responsible probably for, I don't know, maybe 15 different acreages. When I bought my land, it was quarter section. I knew a quarter section wasn't that big. And so I had a few sheep on it. I was making good money in oil fields, so I ended up with 300 sheep. And I soon came to realize at that time, that wasn't going to do it. My wife at the time made me put roll bars on the tractor right away because that was the way the land was. I realized that this land would be better utilized with somebody else. Now we have people from BC because they sell their land here and they can buy whatever. So I think subdivisions are okay, and I think they can be put in places where they're not taking agricultural land and add to the community. 90% of your income, and the county's income comes from oil field. Now that's going to go on. That's going to go on, but it will end because it's a finite thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Are there any other community residents in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw? Please make your way to the podium. State your name for the record, please.
Hi, Darren Murray, county resident, landowner, business owner as well. Just speaking opposed to the changes and for a lot of the same reasons. I believe the current MDP plan, although not perfect, provides effective options for people to deal with the land they own and manage while giving the county the proper levels of oversight to manage for rural sustainability and economic development. You're right, the MDP plan is a cumbersome document, it's wide-ranging, it covers many topics and management areas. The previous one needed to be updated badly, It did not cover the changes in societies over the last 30 to 40 years, and it needed to be adjusted. I believe it emphasizes the value of having an effective council with the ability to make informed decisions and guide the process based on the views of the people they represent. The old guidelines were out of date and didn't provide enough options to meet the needs of all constituents in the county. There is no point in having a council in place if there are no decisions to be made and all the options are predetermined, the old land use bylaw. What the new MDP provides was the ability for councils to represent their wards appropriately so they can be accountable to the people that elected them. Although I may not agree with the current decisions being made, that the council's prerogative and the options of their decisions are outlined in the MDP. Seems to be working just fine. You're turning stuff down, you're accepting stuff. Why do we need to change it? Those things can be discussed at further town hall meetings and election forums as things progress through your term. As councils change and public sentiment ebbs and flows, that is what a well-structured MDP plan allows for. I believe the new MDP plan does just that. Clearwater County has a vibrant and varied land base that requires a variety of options for all residents to enjoy the life that they aspire to, whether that be farming as a business or a lifestyle, natural resource development, tourism, home-based business, or a comfortable place to retire to and enjoy the life that you have built. I believe the new MDP plan provides the tools for all the residents to achieve this. The current climate these days to waste taxpayers' time and money by undoing parts of MDP plans or legislations just so the next set of councillors can come by and put those back in place or change other things, I think is petty and self-serving. The function of county governance is to manage the county for a strong and stable future for all. So residents and businesses have a stable, flat platform to build their life around and to base their decisions on. The job of county councillors has become more demanding over the years, with people looking for more information and clarity on decisions. Tough job. Part of listening to your constituents is being open to others' opinions and being open to adjusting your decisions when presented with reasonable and well-grounded applications to the various items you were asked to make decisions on. And that's why I'm not in favor of these changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other residents in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition? Please state your name for the record, and you have a time limit of 5 minutes.
Thanks, Council. My name is Ben Swanson, landowner, Community County resident. I will abbreviate what I had to say because there's been a lot of great points by both sides said. I will speak more broadly to a compromise on 10.2. I believe that the wording needs to follow the spirit of what it was designed for. And as the comments were just said. So if we want to move forward as a community in a genuine effort to understand each other's perspective, we all live here, we all have rights to our opinions and what we want to do and what we want to do with our own land. I agree that rural life is the foundation of this community, but rural Alberta is not static. It has been evolving for generations. Even our century farms don't look like they used to. I came from one. Change is not a threat. Accepting it or refusing to adapt to it is. We all want to protect agricultural land. That is a fact. All land is not created equal. Anybody who's farmed large tracts of land knows that. There is room for balance between preserving productive farmland and allowing thoughtful growth. Restricting second acreages or small-scale opportunities is actually preventing young families, entrepreneurs, and returning residents from putting down roots here in Clearwater County. That has cascading consequences. In fact, we are seeing aging population, declining birth rates, and fewer young families able to live here. Communities without growth don't stay the same. They decline. That is a fact. There is a perception that I am perceiving that true agriculture is only defined by land size. Travel the world. I disagree. Small family farms, even acreages and rural residents are not a threat to this community and its agriculture. They are in fact essential to it. They support schools, volunteer in halls, as was said, strengthen our local community and keep our way of life alive. I was raised in agriculture, and it begins in your backyard garden. Many of the past applications were directly to support those same family farms that we're wanting to protect. That's a bit ironic. Rural life creates great young people. Many of us in this room came through the 4-H program. 4-H doesn't look anything like it did when I was in it. Yes, council is duly elected. I wish the other 6,000 people in this community would have come out to vote, but that's the standard. That's what's been happening for every election, it seems. So you represent everybody. You do need to find a compromise. And as an eternal optimist, I think you can. There's a way to find a middle ground here, and I think you can do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Are there any other residents in attendance this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw? Please state your name for the record, and you have a time limit of 5 minutes.
Good day, my name is Lindsay Opdendries. I'm a constituent of Ward 2. I have concerns with the passing of this bylaw because my husband and I were the first people to move onto this quarter section that we're living on. It's owned by the family, and they all have shares in that farm. We moved the mobile in addition onto that farm. We got all services put in on that farm. And last summer, we invested in a septic tank system to be put in. So we met criteria to be subdivided out. Excuse me, getting over a cough. And nobody else lives there, but we do. There was when they bought the quarter section, there was already a acreage on there, a house, okay? But we are the only ones living on the quarter that the boys purchased. We worked that land, and all we wanted at first was that 0.9 acres that's fenced in right now. Unusable farmland because we went underground power to the pump house. But we didn't meet criteria, so we had to get a 2.5 subdivision. And we did that. And it met approval from Holly, and she presented it to you people. And it was turned down because of that 1.5 acres being considered agricultural land. Well, my family works that land, so it's their land too. We weren't going to move that fence line, and that's why I have an issue with this new bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other residents in attendance here this morning? Any additional residents wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw? Please state your name for the record, and you have a time of 5 minutes.
Tina Evans. I'm a fourth-generation farmer and a resident of this county. Your idea, I think it's just so you can sleep at night when you tell us that we can put 3 houses on a quarter section instead of having 3 titles. That doesn't work. In the last 9 years, I've planned 4 funerals and helped settle 4 family estates. Having homes, 3 homes on a quarter does not work for the next generation. That established homes now have to be divided because they're left to 2 people. And you can't divide them because of this here that you would like to put in, having 3 titles on a quarter. It doesn't work. You need to allow the younger generation to work alongside us and become farmers as well. They need the opportunity to be there with us. And if it means that they need a separate title on that land to get financing, it needs to happen, or you're gonna drive the young people out of this community. I have 4 children. After this decision that you guys made, none of them wanna stay here. They say, let's sell the quarter. And do you know what that makes? That makes 155 acreages, because the only people that can afford that quarter are not farmers. They're people that can afford to come there and put a $500,000 house on it. And they can leave it just to go wild, not maintain noxious weeds, or use it as agricultural. You're losing agricultural land by not allowing third title out for people to use in a, if you only have 2 quarters and 4 children, how do we encourage our children to become farmers and to actually love agricultural lifestyle? Because as a 4th generation farmer, I have never felt poor one day in my life until you guys told us that we could not do what we want to do on our land. My dad always told me, we may not have money, but we are not poor. We have land. But when you limit what we can do with our land, that is not right. I do not.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the community in attendance wishing to speak in opposition? Please make your way to the podium, state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Reeve Northcott and Council, Bob Hagsma. I'm speaking as a citizen today and using my background as a land surveyor who uses these tools all the time for my comments. And I didn't know whether to check if I was in favor or against. Maybe I should have done both and I could have spoken twice. But I'm in favor of some parts of it. I'm definitely in favor of putting back the severance tool back in the MDP. That's a very valuable one where you can take a piece of land and create a separate title to it that in a lot of cases the farmer isn't using to capacity because it's maybe not big enough. And then devolving from that, there's the item where the third or second parcel or third parcel had to come out of the larger agricultural parcel. I don't think that's quite right either, because if you do have, say, a severed parcel and it's maybe 10 acres, 15 acres, you could make that into 2 titles and preserve the agricultural land, particularly if that severed parcel is of a lower value. I also heard concerns from some of council that we could have very, very many houses on a section or a quarter section and that sort of thing. And I thought back to the meetings we had for the development nodes last week. And I got thinking about white goat. I started my business here in 1979. It's almost 50 years ago. And at the time, there were 2 recreational parcels in White Goat Node. And since then, I have surveyed every additional development, recreational development that's happened there in almost 50 years. You know how many there were? 2. And I think you'll see much the same with the way we're allowing these ancillary suites and that sort of thing. Everybody's not going to rush out to do that. A lot of people move out into the country to get away from people. They don't want somebody, whether it's even their kid or whatever, having a house right beside them. And the other thing I remember is back to the meetings before this current MDP was put into place. There were a lot of negative comments about it, yes, and the tone of them mostly was, let us do what we want with our land. Don't tell us what to do. I should have written stuff down. I had, oh yeah, the market thing. And I spoke against this when when it was brought up. Kim remembers it well because I wrote a 2-page letter about when we were going to change the LUB and not allow direct market sales from an acreage. And I told her, well, okay, what happens is, let's say I buy a horse, a weanling, work it through the winter and it doesn't work out for me. The way the bylaw is written, I cannot sell that horse to anyone, anywhere, ever. That's the way it's written. So, and the other thing is, people want to augment their income, and small farming is a huge thing now. So we have to allow direct sales because that makes these CRA acreages into farmland again, albeit maybe not the, you know, bringing the disc and the combine in, but in many cases, per acre, you're making more money than the farmer did before he subdivided it. Oh, no, I still got another minute.
Still have 1 minute.
And yeah, I should have written this stuff down because, so council appointed me as the CAPE member this year. CAPE is, for anyone that doesn't know, the Central Alberta Economic Partnership. So I'm the public member for the county, and I appreciate that very much. So Jerry Pratt and I have gone to a number of different larger employers in the county here, talked to them and asked them, like, what can the county do to make things better for you? How's the county treating you now and that? And we're getting good feedback. But you know what the number one concern that these employers have? They have a lot of people coming from Lacombe and Red Deer and that to work here every day and going back because there's no housing here. We have a lack of affordable housing and a lack of housing. Every level of government is telling us that we have to cut the red tape. If I can have another 30 seconds or so, a minute.
If there's, I'll just ask council. I don't see any council members opposed to an additional minute, so please
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. So every level of government is telling us that we have a housing crisis and we have to do something about it. We have to cut the red tape, and there are threats about cutting different types of funding. And I'm not quite sure what the percentage of the county budget it devolves from the federal and provincial government, but I know it's a fair chunk and has been lately with the broadband project. And I know that if you don't do what basically the bureaucrats and the upper politicians want, that dries up pretty fast. And I know that people are saying, well, we have our little piece of paradise, we don't want everybody else coming in, but everybody who comes here should live in towns or hamlets. So I want each of you councillors to ask yourself, are you willing to move to a town or a hamlet? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other residents or any other members of the community that are in attendance this morning wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw? Record, and you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Council. Michelle Swanson, resident of Clearwater County Ward 7 and a community builder. I just don't want to reiterate a lot of the comments that have been made by my fellow residents here, both opposed and in favor of these amendments, but my position is I am opposing the amendments as a whole for Section 10. And although many of the comments are specific, I'm just going to be overarching and pick one because I could be here for a longer than 5 minutes. And I want to be cognizant of the ones online. So starting a career in agriculture has never been easy, but today we're facing something more serious. The system is quietly shutting young people out. According to real-time discussions from multiple agriculture podcasts and ag panels across Alberta, farmland prices continue to rise, even in economic tough times, because established farmers are expanding and buying up land. It means young farmers aren't competing with the market. They are competing with operations that already have scale, capital, and advantage. At the same time, only about half the farms are actually profitable, and many rely on off-farm jobs and businesses to stay afloat. If experienced farmers are struggling, what chances does a young person have starting from scratch? And here's the difficult truth. Many of our current policies and systems are designed for those who are already established. They reward scale, not entry. They protect what exists, but make it harder to build something new. So when we resist change, whether it's a subdivision, new business models, or technology, we think we are preserving agriculture, but in reality, we are accelerating the consolidation and limiting who gets to farm at all. If we want strong rural communities, we need more than tradition. We need access, opportunity, and adaptability. If you want to preserve agriculture character, you need more farmers, not bigger ones. Because the future of agriculture won't be decided about who's already farming. It'll be decided whether the next generation is allowed to start. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in attendance here this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Chad Hintz, a resident here in the county. I'm primarily just here to put on record that I'm opposed to removing the 10-2-8, which I understand is if that's removed, it limits somebody with a smaller piece of land, say CRA, that is not able to farm and make money doing it. So I'm just opposed to that being removed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other residents, community members in attendance this morning wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Willie Caddis. We've got a farm just out of town here. I hadn't planned on coming up here to say anything, but to listen. And my concern is, our situation is financial. And I mean, like you say, you know, we were brought up, my grandfather came here in 1900, bought a piece of land for $10. I don't know if he come out with an axe or saw or not, but they managed to stay, stay here, and had a family and grandfamilies, and now we bought a place of land here about 20 years ago. We had a ranch up at Grand Prairie for 20 years and grew up around Edmonton, and quite successful, but we moved up here, and there was a catastrophe back there. We had a flood and we lost everything. We couldn't afford to rebuild. So we sold the ranch and financed the place up here, no loans and mortgages. And now 5 years ago, the house burned down, and be another 500,000. Finances are running out. And so we've been looking at possibility of a quarter section of land that we have, and this 10-acre, 5-acre, 7-acre parcel out isn't going to work for us because of the situation of the way the land was built when we came here. And so we're requesting to possibly, finding a way that we could maybe sell 5 or 10 acres more on that land and remain on there, because we've got a yard situated kind of in a corner away from the main road, and yet on, divided by muskeg and this and that. So my request would be, take a look at this as an option, because we don't want to sell the whole farm, but we're going to have to sell it in order to put a house back on. If not, then we'd have to sell the farm and then decide what to do after that. Right now, we'd have a house, and it's just in the process of still being built. So anyway, that's my request, is to take a look at this piece of land and see if there's a way that we can subdivided because it's naturally subdivided by Muskegon by road. And there's just kind of common sense that it, could stay there. That'd be my request. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any other members of the public in attendance wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw this morning? I'll ask again if there's anybody in attendance in the gallery wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw. If not, I'll ask Ms. Thompson, do we have any members of the public online virtually wishing to speak in opposition of this bylaw? Okay.
Was an individual who joined online and indicated he wishes to speak?
Hello.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could please state your name for the record, and you have a 5-minute time allotment.
My name is Brent Papaschuk. I oppose what you want to do to remove the option of a second parcel out on a quarter section. For personal reasons, I suppose, under the previous council, I began building a second residence on my parents' piece of land, which is only half of a quarter section. And these changes are going to eliminate my ability or my family's ability to subdivide my parents' yard site off so that they can sell their land, the rest of the land, to me, and essentially fund their retirement so they can stay living basically on the farm. My father and I farm together. We have a small purebred cattle operation, and we are fairly intensive grazing on a small piece of land and getting a lot of production out of it. And I would like to continue to do this. However, now that I've started to build the house without financing, I might add, because without title, I cannot get financing. I am kind of shoehorned to continue building and staying there and not having an option to buy anything else because my money is now invested. I would strongly request that you reconsider eliminating the option for a second parcel out. I don't know if I'm the only person in this situation. I may not be, I may be, I don't know. But for personal reasons, this would have a very negative effect on me, and it could possibly affect my ability to continue living and working in this community, because if something has to change, I won't be able to stay here and I will have to leave possibly the country even to find decent work and start over. Anyhow, that's my 2 cents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Again, I'd like to ask staff if there are any other public members online or in virtual attendance wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw.
We do have one other member in attendance. Sorry, we do have one other member in attendance. They have yet to indicate if they wish to speak, so now would be their time.
Okay, we'll just give them.
I'm not seeing any indication.
Okay, maybe we'll move on to written submissions. Have there been any written submissions? Oh, okay, I see. No, please come to the podium, state your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Wanda Sunday, a farmer for 60-some years, but you don't need to know how many. Anyway, I've been listening to all this, and I think everybody has the right intention. I think restricting farmers, and I'm hearing it back here all the time, is very frustrating. It makes it very difficult for them to encourage children to take the farms. The big thing that I think none of us have mentioned so far, we're talking about needing the population, all the people that drive back and forth from Red Deer every day. And if they could get a small piece of land here, they would buy it. There are quite a few, and even local people. Well, if they can't get an acreage, what do? They buy the whole quarter section. And as was also mentioned, you can do anything you want with the rest of it. I think it's just care needs to be taken in each situation and look at the long-term consequences of it. And I think you've heard a lot today that means a lot, and I sure don't envy you your decisions.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any other members of the public in person here this morning wishing to speak in opposition? If not, do we have, I'll ask administration if we have any written submissions opposed to this bylaw.
We do. I am writing to express my disappointment that this council is looking to remove the option to subdivide a second residential parcel out of agricultural quarter sections in Clearwater County. Much time, effort, and public consultation was recently put into the existing bylaws in this regard. Now this council feels they can arbitrarily change the rules back without any input from taxpayers. This is not for council to decide, in my opinion. The taxpayer should have the final say. If we want to encourage growth and development in our county, we need to have more acreages available for people to live, not less. I can't attend the council meeting in person, but thought I'd send in my opinion so at least it can be heard, if not considered. And this is from Shane Roberts, Clearwater County resident. Oops.
Good morning and welcome to council chambers. Are you wishing to speak in opposition to this bylaw here this morning?
Hi, my name is Brenda Morgan, and I'm not sure whether I'm in opposition or for, because I think, again, as with others, that there's good qualities in both, good points in both. But what I'm wondering is two different things. When people keep talking about not being able to have land titles and that, and if you wanted to pass on to your children, but what about the concept, is it an issue if the parents have the children on the land title? And then do they not then have the ability to access funds and all that kind of stuff? And then that would alleviate a lot of the other issues. The other point that I'm wondering about is, if you're talking about the second and third parcels, if it's a situation where it's not children, but you want to do it, but you already have the ability to have your second and third residents, but it's with the addition of basically two acreage parcels. Am I correct in that? If you're asking for more, but why can't you have one or the other? Meaning that if you want to sell a little bit of your quarter, you can allow the 1 or 2 7-acre parcels, but you can't allow any more residences on your main, the main acreage part, or the first parcel, or the one that the home quarter. Is that a possibility? Does that make sense?
If I hear that correctly, may possibly have 2 parcels subdivided off of quarter section land, allowing residents on those 2 parcels, but no residents on the balance of the quarter?
Right. Meaning that it could be one or the other instead of all of it. But also the idea that if more than one person can be put on the land title.
Right. Thank you very much for your comments. And the council will consider everyone's comments being heard here this morning. Before we move back to written submissions, are there any other members in the gallery wishing to speak in opposition? And if I missed anybody, if there's any members of the community that are in favor of this bylaw, they're still welcome to speak at the podium as well. Seeing none, Ms. Gillum, if we can carry on, do we have any additional comments or written letters or emails in opposition of this bylaw?
We do. I've put my mic a little closer to you. I understand that I was a little difficult to hear, so.
That's okay.
So this one is from Brian and Kim Rose It says, to whom it may concern, as longtime residents of Clearwater County, we are writing to voice strong supports for proposals of second subdivision development on farms in Clearwater County. These farms are not just parcels of land, as many families have nurtured them for generations. Our families have plowed these fields with horses, moved on to working the field with modern equipment, and raised livestock as well. Farming wisdom has been passed down from great-grandparents to grandparents' parents and now to the children. But now time marches on without any space for our children to return to live on their own close to home. Without a place of their own close to home, they are forced away to live in crowded cities with extremely high rent. In this situation, they never have a chance to get ahead in life. They are chasing lives that do not hold the same meaning as life on the soil of the farm they were born on. These subdivisions are not done to provide a farm with profit and do not take from the productive farmland in the area. A subdivision provides continuity to a farming community. It gives our sons and daughters a chance to raise their own families beside the barns where they once played as cowboys and learn how to milk cows with grandpa and grandma. Our children are not asking for anything more than what we had as children, a life tied to this land with honest work beneath open skies and the land that they were raised on. Please allow farm families to subdivide so that when we are gone, we will leave behind more than memories. We will leave behind our roots. This one is from Nicholas Evans. It just says, I support third parcels out in Clearwater County in regards to the meeting on April 14th. I have a letter here from Colin Smith. I also received one from Wayne Smith. They're very much the same, so I'll just read one. It says, Dear Ms. Gillum, I'm writing to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding Clearwater County's proposed revisions to the municipal land use municipal development plan, particularly the changes affecting the ability to create a third title from a quarter section of land. My family has operated our farm for over 70 years, and like many multi-generational agricultural families in this region, we have always planned for the next generation to take over stewardship of the land. I'm now at this stage where I'm preparing to assume those responsibilities. My 80-year-old father intended to pass a portion of the farm to me so that I could help manage operations and eventually continue the legacy our family has built. Under the proposed bylaw changes, this long-standing and practical transition plan is no longer possible. I'm not alone in this situation. Several other residents I know are facing the same barrier, and it appears that the county's direction does not reflect an interest in supporting younger generations who wish to remain in agriculture. Restricting the ability to subdivide a third parcel from a quarter section effectively shuts the door on many families' succession plans. The economic reality in Alberta and across Canada makes this issue even more pressing. The cost of land has risen dramatically, while wages and general economic conditions have not kept pace. For many of us, purchasing a full quarter section or even a typical acreage has become financially unrealistic. These proposed restrictions do not reflect the current economic landscape and place unnecessary strains on families who are simply trying to maintain viable farm operations. Agriculture in Clearwater County depends on generational continuity. Policies that limit reasonable subdivision options undermine that continuity and risk accelerating the decline of family-run farms. I urge the county to reconsider these changes and to engage meaningfully with the residents who will be most affected. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope Clearwater County will recognize the importance of supporting the next generation of farmers and adjust the proposed bylaw revisions accordingly. And this one is from Donnie Nichols, to whom it may concern. I'm writing as a deeply concerned resident of Clearwater County to express my strong disappointment with the proposed revisions to the MDP, specifically the decision to eliminate the ability to create a third parcel from the quarter section. This direction is not only discouraging, it is profoundly out of step with the realities and needs of the people who live here. Clearwater County has been shaped for generations by families who rely on practical subdivision options to support farm succession, caregiving, and rural living. The proposed restrictions disregard this history and undermine the very foundation of our rural communities. Many families depend on the ability to create a small parcel so their children can live nearby, assist aging parents, or help maintain long-standing agricultural operations. Removing this option is not a minor policy adjustment. It is a direct blow to the sustainability of family farms and rural life. It is troubling that the county appears willing to move forward with an MDP that so clearly disadvantages the next generation. I'm aware of numerous residents who now find themselves unable to proceed with succession plans or essential family support arrangements because of these proposed changes. The message being sent is that Clearwater County is no longer interested in fostering generational continuity or supporting the people who have invested their lives in this region. The economic conditions across Alberta and Canada only make this situation worse. Land prices have skyrocketed while wages and general affordability have not kept pace. Expecting younger residents to purchase a full quarter section or even an acreage is unrealistic and disconnected from the financial realities. Restricting subdivision options under these conditions is not just impractical, is fundamentally unfair. Agriculture and rural community life depends on policies that reflect real-world conditions, not rigid restrictions that ignore the needs of residents. These proposed changes risk accelerating the decline of family-run farms, weakening community ties, and pushing younger generations away from Clearwater County altogether. I strongly urge the county reconsider this direction and to genuinely listen to the residents who will be most affected. Clearwater County deserves policies that support families, agriculture, and long-term health of our rural communities, not policies that make it harder for people to remain here.
Before we carry on, Ms. Gillum, I'm just going to ask council members if there's anybody that would like to short recess. If not, we can carry on. Okay, we'll carry on.
This one, so it says, I'm opposed to the proposed changes to the municipal development plan to reduce the number of titles on a quarter from 3 to 2. Landowner rights and control. The change to allow a second parcel out from a quarter section was originally made in response to requests from landowners who wanted greater control over their own land, which represents a significant portion of their wealth. Numerous individuals and families have approached county planning and the Municipal Planning Commission to request an additional parcel, demonstrating the ongoing need for the option of having 3 titles. The proposed reduction would limit landowners' rights over their property. Defining rural character, the notion of preserving the rural character should be examined. Rural agriculture is often associated with features such as grain elevators, implement dealers, abattoirs, auction markets, stockyards, and herbicide and fertilizer dealers. Where are ours? Most farmers in the county do not rely solely on agriculture for their livelihood. They must work off the farm. Approximately half of county residents live in hamlets and on rural acreages already. Given these realities, it is worth questioning whether agriculture remains the county's primary activity. Preserving the rural character this way can compromise opportunity. Attempting to halt change is futile. Change continues around us. County sustainability and economic stability. Every elected councillor has a responsibility to ensure the county's ongoing sustainability and the provision of essential services. Currently, 90% of county funding comes from linear and machinery taxes, with investments in oil and gas moving northward. It is certain that county revenue will decline in the future. To ensure sustainability, the county must foster economic diversity, potentially through increased tourism or the attraction of data centers. This raises the question of where workers for such ventures would live. Another factor is the political landscape. Political influence is now concentrated in major urban areas, which have been advocating for access to linear and machinery tax revenues. There is a possibility that a political party could propose sharing these revenues to win votes. To maintain rural representation and influence, it is essential that rural populations increase, otherwise rural communities risk losing their voice. Food security and rural livelihoods. Many families struggle to afford food. It seems counterproductive to remove the ability for CRA landowners to sell their produce, especially since large gardens and local food production have been a part of rural life. And this, thank you, Neil Ratcliffe. This one is from Lori Sundry Cooper and Corey Cooper. In response to the proposed updates to the municipal development plan, we respectfully ask that you consider the following. Amendment 10. The allowance for one additional residential parcel within section 10.2.2 in the municipal development plan should be retained. According to Stats Canada, the demographics of county residents have been aging and our population has been relatively stagnant over the last 25 years. Thus, we need to encourage younger people to stay within and move to Clearwater County. The cost to purchase farmland in Clearwater County exceeds what most young farmers can afford. The opportunity to subdivide and sell 1 or even 2 parcels from the land may enable them to start farming. The opportunity for multi-generational farming should be encouraged. Thus, there should be the ability for multiple family members to have a titled residential property on the farm. The current demand for homes acreages within Clearwater County exceeds the supply. According to the March 2024 County Highlights publication, 0.73% of Clearwater County's municipal taxes come from farmland and 24.28% come from residential. Thus, there's a financial benefit for Clearwater County to have additional subdivisions with residences. Current checks and balances are in place to maintain viable farmland within the county as per MDP section 5.2.3, 6, and 10.2.3 within the Land Use Bylaw and as evidence with recent council decisions on subdivision applications. The details contained within 10.2.3 should be retained. These provide for additional requirements in MDP section 10.2.2. Consideration for fragmented parcels should be added to MDP section 10 as per the proposed amendment. These fragmented parcels should be considered separately from subdivided land for residential parcel consideration. A fragmented parcel should not be considered the first parcel out with or without a residence. We are in agreement. Amendment 2.3, we are in agreement with this amendment regardless of additional changes to the MDP. It's 2.3 in the bylaw. I can't remember which one that is. Oh, okay. I was like, I'm not familiar with the numbers on the bylaw that oh, yes. Okay. So there's that one. Okay. This one is from Janelle Bradley. Thank you for taking the time to read and consider my letter. I'm writing this today in hopes that you will reconsider your stance on no second parcels being subdivided out of farmland in this county. We have a very strong farming community with generations of family-run farms, but there is simply no way to continue this way of life if people are being refused the opportunity to build and start a life locally, therefore being forced out and building roots elsewhere, spending money and paying taxes into another county. I'm a local member of this community and have been my entire life. I have lived on a family farm for most of my life, and I'm starting to think about moving into and building a place I can start my own family. Living in this community, I've been surrounded by agriculture and personally exposed to the time and hard work that so many people have put into these farms their entire lives. In order to continue generations of this hard work, our youth is the future. We are the future. If this bylaw goes into effect, parents will no longer be able to give their children a helping hand in starting their lives locally and continuing the family legacy. I believe that our county is built and known for its driven members and their loyalty in continuing that what was left for them. But how are we supposed to want to stay and put down our roots here if leaving is simply the easier option? If I was given the chance to subdivide my own acreage off of the family quarter, I would stay in this community and put down my roots here, but otherwise I am forced to go where land is cheapest and jobs are available, which is not here. How are we ever going to create more jobs and keep the economy going if young people are leaving the second the opportunity arises? This bylaw will only push more people out, eventually leading to forgotten small towns, as well as many of these family farms being sold. Farmland is precious and we need to preserve it when and where we can, but not all land is going to meet the standards in order for it to be agriculturally productive. So why not subdivide these areas into acreages for people? The goal is to keep taxpayers within the community, not send them elsewhere, so why not utilize the land available to us that is essentially useless to farm? It does not make sense to refuse people the right to build on land that is and will continue to be dormant. Thank you for taking the time to read through and consider these viewpoints. I strongly believe that if this bylaw goes through, our community will over time start to shrink until there's no one left to keep it going. These family farms are what keep small towns going, and without them, Clearwater County will lose its reputation of generational farmers. Our future depends on the youth of today, and without them, I fear there is no future for our community and its agricultural values. And that's it, that one. This one is from Dave and Twyla Leslie. It was forwarded to me via Hazen. Thank you for taking on the task of representing the residents of Clearwater County. So it's addressed, I understand the present council is considering allowing only 1 acreage out of a quarter section of land in the Clearwater County. The previous council was going to allow for 2 acreages out of a quarter section, or allowed it. Lately, I've been informed that if I apply for a second subdivision, it will be rejected and my application fee will be forfeited, no exceptions. I was unaware of these changes were happening and we were very disappointed, as previously this could have been approved, but now no will be my answer. This is a single rule for all landowners and does not take into account for the difference of heritage families that have been dedicated to the Clearwater County for generations and decades, well over a century in our family's case. I believe that helping our children, carrying on the tradition of residing in Clearwater County on family land should be a landowner right and something that Clearwater County can be proud of. My family and other families in the area have been residents of Clearwater County for 5 generations. We want to help our children get started in Clearwater County by subdividing from our existing property. The property I had purchased has 1 acreage off near Leslieville, and I understand a second acreage was allowed now, so this was our intention to proceed with the second acreage to help our children. My mother is 85-year-old widow and has been approached by grandchildren on a site that currently has utilities and a great building site to in the bush on one of their quarters, but it is told she can't do this for family as this particular quarter of interest has 1 acre out already. My family farmed, worked hard, and should be entitled to designate their land to their family before they die. Allowing additional homes on our existing yard is fine, but unfair to our children as they have no real land equity in their names to get loans and progress in life endeavors. Parents and grandparents going into retirement may choose to subdivide the original building site, house and garage, etc., and remain living in their home without holding their children back or forcing them to purchase someplace else, and family land sells to random purchasers in the future. This should be the heritage owner option and personal right to fulfill their wishes. I found that I am not alone in this concern after talking with others. I propose a 2-layer application approval system for subdividing. My request is that I'll refer to them as heritage families will be considered to be allowed a second acreage out to accommodate keeping the next generation in the Clearwater County, and the great grandparents, and parents help get that new generation started in Clearwater County, and stipulations be set up to separate the true forever residents from the land speculators. Perhaps years of ownership, generation consideration, younger family purchasing from parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents, treat and yard, natural geographical divides not used for agriculture, etc., could be considered to separate the 2 groups of landowners, heritage family and land speculators. The onus to present these facts could be the responsibility of the applicant to be fair to the development department staff. I believe this council can start a new 2-stage standard in the county of Clearwater where the generational dedication of longtime landowner to be determined by council 10 years and 20 years, farmer working the land consultation, phone or in writing to see how it affects them and their business. Family morals, including helping our children and grandchildren for a solid beginning in their life journey, has to be considered. Clearwater County has been a great place to live and volunteer, firemen for 17 years, etc., and we wish for our children to also experience this with us. Thank you for your time and consideration of what I have presented. It is very important to us to maintain family in Clearwater County, which offers great opportunities to our kids and allows family to remain close to each other and carry on into the future generations together. Please contact me when it would be advantageous. And Dave and Twyla Leslie. Just have a couple more here. Good morning, Clearwater County Council. I'm writing this letter in strong opposition for the option of second parcel out or third type quarter to be removed from the MDP. As a lifelong county resident, taxpayer, and quarter section owner, I believe we should have the right to apply, whether it be to help our children get started, estate planning, or during financial hardships. We should have the opportunity to subdivide off 2 parcels of land. There has been a lot of talk lately that you can have up to 5 residences per quarter section. That may be true, however, I personally do not know of anyone that can afford to build a home without a mortgage, and to qualify for a mortgage, you must have your name on title. How can we expect our younger generation to be able to stay in the county? I know I do not want to live within a hamlet or a town when I am ready to downsize. I would like to stay in my home, the one I raised my family in, and live out my days. Acreages are needed for growth in the county. Please consider your constituents before making this decision. Hal Campbell. And then this one, I would like to commend council for making the difficult decision to move forward with the broadband project. This shows strong leadership and a clear commitment to the long-term success of the county and its residents. Broadband was meant to support growth, to attract new residents and businesses, and to help current ones stay and succeed. With that investment in place, there is a real opportunity to align development policies so that the county can fully benefit from it. Encouraging reasonable and well-planned subdivision options could help support that goal. A stable or growing population will help ensure this infrastructure continues to be used and maintained, while also strengthening the tax base needed to support county services. While the current plan allows multiple homes on a quarter section, this is not always practical for many families and create barriers. Financing can be a challenge, and most people need the land title in their own name to qualify for a mortgage. Not everyone wants a housing option that avoids traditional financing, such as a manufactured home. In some cases, having multiple residences on a title can also increase property values in a way that affects affordability. Shared ownership can also lead to complications over time, including disputes that may involve the county through appeals. Allowing separate titles where appropriate could help address these challenges. This would support families who want to stay in the area, help with farm succession, and create opportunities for the next generation while still respecting agriculture. Council has clearly shown that protecting agricultural land is a priority. At the same time, there's an opportunity to recognize that carefully managed residential development can support agriculture, not compete with it. When options are too limited, land may be sold as full quarters to buyers from outside the community, often at prices that local residents cannot afford. Flexible subdivision options can help local families stay on the land. This includes those planning for retirement, those passing farms onto their children, or those who need to sell a small portion to continue farming the rest. These are practical decisions that often help keep farms operating. Council has also expressed an interest in directing growth towards Hamlet, which is understandable and aligns with efficient service delivery. At the same time, much of the land surrounding hamlets is privately owned agricultural land in production and only becomes available if and when landowners choose to sell. In some cases, land may also need to be acquired or serviced before it is ready for development. This means that relying solely on hamlet growth may not always meet demand in a timely way. It is also important to recognize that not everyone wants to live in a more urban setting. Many residents choose this area for the rural lifestyle, and having options ensures people can choose what best fits their needs. A balanced approach that includes both hamlet growth and rural subdivision opportunities may best support the county's long-term goals. Agriculture is a cornerstone of the county's identity and economy. At the same time, the reality is that many farms today cannot support full-time income on their own. Most operations rely on one or more family members working off the farm to keep things going, whether that income is used for daily needs or to invest back in the farm. It plays a key role. Clearwater County is fortunate to have other industries such as oil and gas, forestry, and tourism that make this possible. Over time, the county has continued to evolve. Many of today's agricultural lands were shaped by forestry, and now we also have energy development and tourism playing important roles. These industries have contributed significantly to the county's reserves and the services residents rely on. In comparison, agricultural lands contribute a smaller share to those services. Without residents, services become harder to maintain. Flexibility in subdivision policy can support families who are looking for ways to remain on the land, whether they're through retirement planning, passing land to next generation, or maintaining smaller acreages. These are often necessary decisions to support both the family and the farm. Council has also shown support for property rights with the removal of the option for a third titled residential parcel. There's a concern that flexibility is being reduced. Reinstating fragmentation subdivision would still be a controlled approach, as not every property would qualify. In cases where neighboring landowners have concerns, they also have the option to purchase adjacent land. Providing subdivision options does not mean they will always be used. It simply creates opportunity for those who need it, especially for people who have already invested in the county. There may also be value in exploring more pathways for agricultural growth at different scales. Right now, there are limited options for someone to move from a small acreage to a smaller medium-sized farm without purchasing a full quarter section. Reinstating the intensive agriculture district is in some form could support this type of growth, focusing on expanding acreages into viable farms rather than dividing quarters. Whether a parcel is vacant or already developed should not be a deciding factor in subdivision approval. The intent is typically to build a residence, whether that happens before or after subdivision. As mentioned earlier, many people need the land in their own name before they can build. If the MDP allows a certain number of residents, then the intended use is more relevant than the current condition of the land, be it vacant or not. An agricultural master plan, as already identified in the MDP, could help guide these decisions. Many municipalities use these plans to support council in setting clear policies and to help development authorities make consistent, informed decisions. As noted in section 5.2.10, this type of plan can recognize that agricultural land may have multiple uses while still working to reduce impacts on farming operations. As a third-generation resident, I am concerned that removing subdivision options may lead to continued population decline, fewer amenities, more school closures and amalgamations, and reduced services over time. May also make it harder for long-term residents and farming families to stay, to raise the next generation here. At the same time, growth can be managed in a way that strengthens the community. Welcoming new residents does not mean losing our way of life. With the right approach, it means sharing it over time. New residents become part of the community, and those values continue. Council's already shown strong leadership in planning for the future, supporting thoughtful and flexible subdivision options with the aid of the agriculture master plan could be a natural next step, one that helps sustain population, support agriculture, and keep the county a place where people can continue to live, work, and build their future. And this was dropped off. There's no name on it. And that's it for the written submissions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillen. Before we move into final remarks from administration, I would just like to, if there are any additional members of the public or the community that have joined us and did not have an opportunity to speak, whether in favor or opposed or just provide comments, they're still welcome to come to the microphone. I'm not seeing any. So, okay. I just know that time has passed and I just didn't, I just want all the community to have the opportunity. So please state your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, thanks for listening to the call. I never intended to speak today, but I really appreciate you listening to everyone's concerns. I think one of the things that concern most everybody, and I've kind of come to the conclusion that there's two sides to every story. And I think there's points from each side that are very, very apparent and yet not. I think that we need to realize that people are the arbiters of their own futures and their land use. At the same time, there has to be rules and regulations for everyone. I came here today thinking that I was going to be totally against everything that's said, but I do believe that there is something to be said for the council to be very open to everyone. And I think that sometimes we overlook, I think we become so cognizant of rules that we forget that there is other ways to deal with things. I value the ability for me to live on a piece of land out in the country, on my son's place that has we only have one acreage out. And I'm really perplexed today at the fact that I have been so focused on one thing that I haven't looked at all the possibilities. I do believe that sometimes we get very focused on a path that we forget that there are many ways to look at things. And I really strongly support this council in the way that they've dealt with things. I think that following rules is really, really good, but I think sometimes there's opportunities to open our minds and open our opinions, that maybe we should be a little more lax in some ways and a little more stringent in others. I find that we as community members and we as county residents need to understand and that we do need to grow, but at the same time, make sure that we remain cognizant of the fact that our agricultural land is important. But when there are those small divides or those areas where there could be changes made or, I didn't prepare to do this, I'm sorry. Changes or lax, things made a little bit more lax, that perhaps we could be a little bit more open-minded. I really appreciate this council and the openness that you guys have brought forward. I really appreciate the fact that the MDP has been listened to. I don't believe that our council before did listen as loudly. And today has really been an eye-opening experience for me. I signed a petition this morning that very much opposed or was for this amendment, but I sometimes think that some of these amendments aren't made clear enough for people to understand what those amendments actually mean. 10.2.8 is the deletion of that I think is misconstrued. I don't think that there's enough people that understand what that means. I'd like someone to explain that if they could. I appreciate your time. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite administration to present any final and closing remarks at this time.
Thank you. I was just going to respond to a few of the comments just to try to provide some clarity, hopefully, for the members in the audience and for council. With the proposed 10.2.2 with the largest non-agricultural or largest agricultural parcel, I'm adding that residential parcel. So it was intended basically from direction from council. So there was a previous subdivision from the quarter, say a cemetery, or it could be a commercial or industrial, and there's no residential acreages on there, then somebody could get a residential acreage, but that could be amended if council isn't happy with the way that policy is currently written. But it was written to allow additional additional subdivision on the quarter if there wasn't an existing acreage on the quarter section. So that's the intent of the way that policy is written, but it could be clarified or adjusted if that is the wish of council. And then I just wanted to speak to the 10.2.8 as it's come up a few times with the small egg holdings. The intent was to remove that because we didn't put small egg holdings as this particular use in the land use bylaw. That does not mean that in the CRA district that you cannot have direct market sales or that you could apply for some egg operations on there. They are still permitted in the land use bylaw. This would not limit their ability to operate that under the land use bylaw. We just didn't specifically put a small egg holding use in there, so they don't tie together. And moving this policy would not limit the people that have a CRA parcel from doing those small egg holding type things like the direct market sales and the egg operations. We just didn't put that specific wording in the land use bylaw, so the policy isn't really doing anything. So that's why I proposed removing it. It was brought up about the number of residences allowed on a quarter section and what was previously allowed and what is now allowed. So under the new land use bylaw, it just simply states 3 residences total, and that includes secondary suites or farm residences or anything of that nature. Under the old land use bylaw, you were permitted to have 2 residences on a quarter section and possibly a third, but it was more specific to farm help under the old land use bylaw. So you could have 3 under the old land use bylaw in some instances as well. It's just like how that's allowed now is slightly changed, but there was 3 before as well. I think that was it, just for clarification of policy, and then I can try to answer any questions if council has any.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments and remarks. One last call for any residents wishing to speak, provide comments. If not, I'm seeing none. We'll close this public hearing at 12:19 p.m. And there will be no motions entertained at this time. And we will recess. Council is going to recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Everybody's ready? Welcome back from our recess, and welcome back to the regular council meeting for April 14th, 2026. We'll be moving into item 5.3 on today's agenda, consideration of second and third readings to Bylaw 26078 for amendments to the Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 1132-22. It is on page 61 of today's agenda, and I'd like to pass the floor over to Ms. Gillum to present this item, please.
Thank you. So the purpose of Bylaw 26078 is to amend Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw 1132-22, specifically Section 10, regarding subdivision. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details. At the regular council meeting held on February 24th, 2026, council reviewed and gave first reading to the bylaw. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to the bylaw. And that's it for me, so just discussion amongst yourselves and direction on how you want to proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gillum. Right now, I'll open up the floor for council for questions, comments, or motion, and then we could proceed with any amendments if council chose. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I just have a few comments I wanted to
Absolutely, yes, please.
make just in regards to the public hearing and thanking everybody who came and spoke. There seems to be something that needs to be addressed. There's this negativity, this doom and gloom about Clearwater County, but I don't see it that way. And what I did was I made a few notes of what has been going on in the past 5 months at MPC and a few things that we have approved. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a balanced approach. There's nothing wrong with taking a common sense approach, and there's nothing wrong with appropriate location. This council, as far as I can see, isn't anti-anything, and what I'd like to read are some of the things that I have made. It's not all, because I did it as quick as I could, so there will be more. But here are some things that have been approved by the MPC to put a positive spin on things instead of looking at the negative. A guest house, secondary suite, legalization of a golf course, 8 CR parcels in a second phase multi-lot subdivision that are just over 4 acres in size, 4 CAR parcels by individuals applied for on their own and approved, a third title out on a river acreage, and then within the Rocky IDP to promote growth and help them, a third title on ag went to industrial, and then another, I think it was a third or fourth title, went to CRA. That's 15 new subdivisions in 5 months. 15. We also approved a development permit for an agricultural operated greenhouse, a development permit for an entertainment venue, campground, a development permit for a new RV storage in Nordegg, legalization of 2 private campgrounds, passed 3 Bitcoin mining applications, and there's been about 9 development permits for short-term rentals that have been approved, multiple relaxations, variances, and accessory buildings that have been approved. We also, as a council with Rocky Mountain House, have agreed on a new airport building, and these are just to name a few of the developments that Clearwater County has approved. Also, I sit on the North Saskatchewan Rec Board, and I only sit on one of them. They are helping Clearwater County residents and the youth. So far, just this year, we've helped approve outdoor skating rink lights for a hall, 2 4-H groups applied for funding, they received it. 1 pony club applied for funding, they received it. Clearwater County is doing many positive things. Limiting unorganized subdivision on farmland protects agriculture, industry, and the quality of life for people that live here. I don't see this negative, doom and gloom, anti-anything. I see a council that's trying to make responsible choices and listen to the majority of the people.
That was very well said, Councillor Powell. You're very well said. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I would also like to thank Councillor Powell. That was very well said, much appreciated. I'd just also like to clarify a few things that were mentioned during the public hearing. The idea that we're trying to tell landowners what they can and can't do with their land. It's quite a misconception, because in fact, once that land is subdivided, it is no longer your land. And then you truly have no control over what happens on it, who lives on it, how they view your agricultural operation, or how they can in fact impact your agricultural operation. Now, if that is something that continues throughout the community, before we know it, every agricultural operation is being affected in a negative way. The point that farmland is increasing in value is a valid one, but here in Clearwater County, this is something that I can speak to personally. It is increasing excessively because of the addition of the third title out. So while we're saying that we want to make things more affordable for young people to become part of agriculture, we're actually making it more expensive for them to get involved, because we're allowing outside businesses and outside investors to purchase this land and speculate on it and sell it for an increased value once they've taken off the subdivision. And I guess lastly, it was also mentioned quite a few times that there's a lack of housing and a lack of options available in Clearwater County. I just had a really brief look at realtor.ca, and I didn't get a count, but there's well over 50 acreages for sale in the county. I mean, I don't know all the particulars on them, but there are many, many options for country living currently in Clearwater County. And if anyone reads the Western Star, you'll notice that there are several real estate ads in every paper that would support that. And lastly, I guess the negativity towards council and this idea that we're somehow making this decision because it's going to benefit us personally, or it's somehow a way to protect us, that's not true. This MDP review was brought forward because when canvassing the community and knocking on nearly every door in this county, we heard that the community wishes to have this reviewed and wishes to have 10.2.2 repealed. So just want to make those clarifications. Thank you.
Jeez, I gotta say again, excellent comments. Deputy Reeve, I couldn't say it better myself. Are there any other further comments? Councillor Humphrey, please.
Yeah, I just had a couple of points that I wanted to address as well. I know one of the comments was that to not deal with this now and leave it to be dealt with as it has been, every issue coming to council. And council's really busy. This is my first time at it, as I know there's a number of my fellow councillors. This is first time being a councillor. It's busy. We make a lot of decisions every meeting, every day. And to say that we should just leave it that way, I really, listening to the people, they wanted some of this stuff removed, and it makes sense. It saves the county money if it can be dealt with in the planning, instead of having to come to council where we have to deal with it, look at it, go around it. So that's why I really believe, and as do a number of our constituents, that it should be dealt with our MDP and some amendments to it. So the other thing I'd like to talk about, and again, it's been talked about, is the number of acreages and stuff, and we heard that from some of the people as they brought stuff up. The one gentleman talking there said he had developed 15 acreages off his quarter, and that's a lot of acreages right on that one quarter. And how many acreage subdivisions are there out there like that? That's why we have so many. So I really, again, don't believe that this council is in any way not wanting people in the county. There is a lot of acreages on it already, and for everybody to be able to live here and come and work here, there's opportunity to do that already. It's the other thing that's always brought up is a lot of our population is older, and that's right. As our older population go through their life and they either move into senior housing or into town, or eventually nobody lives forever, we pass away. And that brings more acreages on and more farms available because that's just the nature of life. So we have a lot of properties in this county already, and I don't see us trying to stop that. There's a lot here already. It's to make our county work the way people want to see it work so that agriculture can survive and continue on. And I think we have it in front of us, a way to help that, make it more cost efficient for the county as well, and make it work for the people. The other thing that I heard in one of the other comments was that people don't live here. They work here and live someplace else. Most times that's by choice because, oh, well, they live in Sylvan Lake or they live in Red Deer and they like the sports opportunities for their kids there. They like to work out here and be out here, but that's closer. And they can run their kids to baseball and football year-round in the Dome in Red Deer. And I know a lot of sports, like Rocky's big on sports. We don't have a dome. It's probably something that's a ways in the future before we would get one, but that kind of stuff that people look for. And I think saying that they're not here because we don't have the housing, there are opportunities here for it. People also just choose to live where they like to live. My thoughts.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just, I think something that I heard that's not heard by the rest of the room is people want options. They're coming to us because they're looking for an option. I had thoughts on this and then my brain just went blank. Oh man, did it ever go off on me?
That's okay.
Just to touch on the realtor comments. Yep. For listings, this region is at an all-time low for inventory. There hasn't been a time right now that has had a less amount of listings on the market. It's what's probably, I think, what is the single most driving factor is the limited inventory out there.
I've always wondered on that topic of inventory. I just was wondering about quarter of lands. Are we getting any more quarters of land in Clearwater County if there's low inventory? It's easy to make more acreages. I'm just wondering where there's more quarters of land. Oh. Yeah. Well, and you're even still limited there. There's often I guess I will pass the floor over to Councillor Latwin, but does staff have any statistics on how many parcels or acreages have been sold on the open market? I know there was many comments made for family members but I know just looking through the community, it seems that most of them they're just sold on the open market. I was just wondering if staff had any statistics on that. Okay, Councillor Letwin, go ahead, please.
Well, one thing about the population in Alberta, it's growing substantially in the last few years, bringing more immigrants in, or people are coming in from Ontario as well as BC. So they can get some peace and quiet, and with them they're bringing lots of money, so that's driving up the cost of land. The old land use bylaw was only changed 3 years ago to the third parcel out. So basically we're just going back to the way things were back in the old days. And that was only 3 years ago, so it hasn't been that drastic and had for people to think it over. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
You remembered. People are looking for options. Every property is unique, and a blanket denial for all, for everyone, I don't think is fair. I think that, the farmable land on a quarter section varies by quarter section. It's not the same by quarter. We shouldn't be applying the same rules universally across every single ag quarter. We should be looking at each one and applying the rules that we have in front of us towards it and making the best decision that's going to make the county work.
Okay, are there any further comments? Councillor Councillor Cermak, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to talk about third title because I'm in favor of it. I have not seen any other numbers presented to me other than when it was back 3 years ago. I think there was, 16 people wrote in or something on a survey, and or how many did, I can't remember anymore. And yeah.
No, back before it was approved, there was like 200 and some.
For it or against it?
Oh, I'm not sure about the actual attendees at the hearing, but just the survey results that we had for, that people could fill out prior to that. I'm not sure what you're meaning, I guess.
Well, how many people were in favor of third title or weren't? Because today, I kept records of it, there's 5 that were against or in favor of only 2 titles and 28 in favor of having third title here today. That's what I've heard.
I think there. Okay.
So that's a ratio of 1 to 5.
So
a little more, actually.
Okay, Councillor Cermak, I think we might have to we'll have to clarify some numbers for the number of attendees and the residents that brought comments forward for, I think there was a letter that was brought forward and it had roughly 170, I sort of counted around
176, I believe, Christine said.
Yeah, so I think there was around 180 residents that were in favor of the amendments. And how many were in, go ahead, Councillor McCauley.
That letter doesn't refer to any amendments, though. That's not what it says. Just so we're all clear, that letter has, preserving the way of life. It doesn't specifically mention the amendments.
If Mr. Emmons, if you could just read the beginning of that letter that was presented at the beginning of the public hearing, just the first words or the first few sentences.
Are we taking this into?
What? Yeah, we're just clarifying numbers here. But Ms. Powell, go ahead, please. Ms. Powell has the floor.
These numbers, Councillor Cermak, these numbers that you're using, are you taking into account the people that wrote letters in? Oh, those are written letters.
I've just taken what was said into our plan.
So her computer ones don't hold the same merit as a pen one?
I didn't say they didn't.
But you said that there was only 5.
Well, the ones that I heard was only 5. I didn't hear any of those.
Can I read them off?
Are we accepting this list?
Councillor Cermak, I'm just going to pass the floor over. If Ms. Powell has the floor at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Powell.
I need some clarification. So when could staff help me with this, or administration? When someone sends an email in, do we take that as like a referral, for either a referral notice, either in favor or opposed? Yes. Okay, and so it could be a pen-written letter or a computer printed letter?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and we don't go back and track that email address or look up that person's address, do we?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay, and CAO Emmons, if you could just read just to get clarity on what was written on that letter that was handed to you during the public hearing, please.
Absolutely, Northcott. So what was submitted to me, the preamble at the top, Clearwater County continues to change and many residents value the rural landscape, agricultural community, and the way of life that brought them here and keeps them here. Maintaining a 2-title approach per quarter section of land still allows homes to be built for families while helping preserve agricultural and the rural landscape, something many of us appreciate. Please let my name be recognized in support of the removal of section 10.2.2 of the MDP.
Okay, I just wanted to get that clarity for Councillor McCauley. Is that clear?
Yeah, so that's only one section of what we're talking about then, not the whole thing?
I just wanted to make sure that it was clear, good referenced. If I recall, it was referenced that there was no reference on that letter or there's residents that brought their names forward. So it was clearly indicating section 10.2.2. So Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. I'd just like to quickly speak to numbers, actually. And in 2023, the numbers were dramatically opposed to these amendments to the MDP at the time. And the council at the time chose to ignore the public. And 3 years later, here we are. So I don't know that there's really a whole lot else that needs to be said about that.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I think it was on February 21st, 2023, if I remember correctly. 14 spoke in favor, 58 in opposition. 400 names were presented in opposition as well.
Thank you again for that information, Councillor Powell. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
And just so we get clarification on that one letter, and this be to admin, or that letter that's addressed, that's signed by 176 people?
Yep.
That's correct? So that's 176 plus even the 5 that you said would be 182. Or 181, my bad math. Just sorry, I was out by 1. But that's quite a large number to go with the previous in 23 of how many were opposed to this. And I know there was upwards of 400 came out to have their say at that one public meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Ms. Gillum, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, I pulled up, or we have the What We Heard report prior to the public hearing that was done in 2023. If you wanted to hear the information that was on that report for the results for the survey questions, I just wanted to let you know that I do have it available if you wanted to hear the information.
Does council wish to hear those comments? Sure. Okay.
It was just the survey. It says the total number of responses was 345, and it had the survey had some questions where they could choose. And the result says, so the one question says, all quarter sections in the agricultural district should be allowed to have a parcel subdivided out of the quarter section. This would create 2 titles per quarter section. So this is just the one subdivision. So 36% strongly agree, 42% agree, 11% disagree, and 11% strongly disagree. Next question was up to 2 parcels should be allowed to be subdivided out of a quarter section in the agriculture district. This would create 3 titles per quarter section. 28% strongly agree, 8% agree, 12% disagree, and 52% strongly disagree. A second parcel out of a quarter section should only be allowed if it is considered fragmented or physically separated from the majority of the other lands in the quarter section. 16% strongly agree, 31% agree, 21% disagree, and 32% strongly disagree. And then more than 2 parcels should be allowed to be subdivided out of a quarter section in the agriculture district. 25% strongly agree, 7% agree, 9% disagree, and 59% strongly disagree. So that was just the summary of the 4 questions asked.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gillum. Are there any further questions or considerations for a motion for second reading to bylaw 26078? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. This is a question for administration with regards to the process before us. Would it be appropriate to make amendments to this bylaw as presented before making a motion, or would a motion need to be on the floor before amendments were made?
So I'll actually, so we'll have, and Ms. H, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we proceed with second reading, and then at that point in time, we will proceed with amendments, and then we would adopt second reading with amendments as amended. Please go ahead, Ms. H.
If council would like to make amendments to this bylaw, council should make a decision on the amendments first. And then when it comes to making a motion for second reading, that motion then would read that the bylaw is given second reading as amended. So amendments first. That has to, a decision has to be made on the amendments first, and then the readings follow.
Okay, so we would make the amendments, then
You
there
would
would be
make
a motion to accept the amendments.
Yes, you could make a motion with the desired amendment in that motion. So it would read that council amends bylaw 2678 to read, and then whatever the amendment is that you want to make. And then a vote is taken, and if that amendment passes, then you can go on to second reading. So first a motion to make whatever amendment that you would like council to discuss and make a decision on.
So right now, this bylaw, 26078, has not been adopted by council?
No,
That's right,
it's only adopted after third reading.
right.
So you have opportunity to make additional amendments.
Yeah, right now, but it's not an official bylaw right now.
No.
It hasn't received second or third reading. So if we were to move forward with making motion for second reading and then making the amendments.
Yeah, you could.
It's not an official bylaw at this point in time. It has not passed second or third reading.
Yeah, it's not official. You can still make amendments up to and prior to, like, the third reading. But if you're gonna make amendments, you can do that now, before second reading.
The way I understand it is to have actually the bylaw on the floor with a motion for second reading. Then the bylaw would actually officially be on the floor. Then we could amend this at that point in time, if it was chosen, or proceed with second reading.
I'm not aware of that process, no, sorry.
What would we be amending if we, because it's not an official bylaw at this point in time.
Well,
So how do we have something on the floor to amend?
It is an official bylaw because it did pass first reading. But council can make amendments to that bylaw. Just like they made amendments to that bylaw prior to granting first reading. So they can do the same thing prior to granting second reading.
Okay, well, right now.
Like, whatever motion you want to have on the floor, because that's what's on the, whatever motion you want to make, that is the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll open up the floor for amendments or motions or further discussion. Are there any amendments that council may consider at this point in time? Councillor Letwin?
Yes, I would like to delete clause 10.2.2 completely and leave the old existing bylaws, the rest of them in place.
So.
Okay, so just to clarify then with that, the bylaw that you are reading today is an amending bylaw. And just follow with me, it does get a little convoluted. So if you want to amend that bylaw, that's 26078, and you see where in section 2 where it says amendments? This is what you would be amending. Is there anything in section 2 that you would like to change? And if so,
I see what you're saying.
then a motion could come to the floor to, for example, item 2.2. Say a motion came onto the floor to delete section 2.2. Which essentially then, if that amendment was passed, that essentially then would leave policy 10.2.3 that would stay in the municipal development plan.
Councillor Letwin, do you have any further comments at this time? No, okay. Councillor McCauley, did you have comments?
Nope.
So we're, yeah.
And also, in addition, if there was further amendments that you wanted to make to the municipal development plan, and they're not included in that section 2, in that bylaw, then you would make a motion to add something or maybe delete another section.
So on that item, Ms. Haight, it was only basically section 10 that was in our agenda package that was published to the community for amendments. If we were to go outside of section 10 and proceed with amendments to another section in the MDP, would that be appropriate, as those amendments were not presented to the community?
I believe, I'll let Ms. Gillum answer that, because I do believe, was there not a link in the agenda item to the whole report, the whole MDP?
I think it was just this, the bylaw itself of this section. Other than my proposed amendment to the fragmentation definition in my public hearing item, all of the amendments proposed are within this section. So I just didn't attach the entire MDP because it is available on our website. However, if you wanted to make changes to anything else in the MDP as part of this bylaw, you definitely could. Generally, you can make changes to anything in this section or the MDP if it's a result of the feedback that you received today. If you go like so far out of those changes, then you might need to have another public hearing if it's not like consistent, I think, but.
Yeah, if the amendments are going to be extensive, then it would be recommended for administration to come back with a new bylaw, if you're making extensive amendments.
Yeah, my concern was that this was the bylaw that was presented to the community in the agenda package, and it's all related to section 10. So to do anything beyond that, I wasn't sure if that would be appropriate or not.
It definitely could.
Okay.
Because the agenda report, today's agenda report, is reflective of the amendments that were proposed previously. And I mean, the report itself is available, and council can definitely, bring that up if there was some changes in a different section that they wanted to make. They could. You can do that today. But again, like I said, if you're making extensive changes, then perhaps it might be better to come back with a new bylaw.
I think so.
Okay. I do have some potential motions here, but I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Powell first. No comments, Kate?
Doesn't want to work. Anyways, I can just hold off. I'll let us stay in 10. I do have there is a lot of other things that need to change in the MDP, and there's quite a bit, everything from renewable energy to aggregate to, I could go through lists of things that probably need to be looked at, but I'll stay on topic with 10 for now.
Okay. Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. So a couple things, but with regards to the rest of the MDP, myself as a councillor, I was under the understanding that today was strictly to discuss and amend section 10. And I believe the rest of the community had the same impression. So I think we should stick within that. Secondly, Councillor Letwin, are you making a motion or what do you?
I'll get to Councillor Letwin in that motion or the comments that he made, but would you?
Well, if he's
interested in making a motion?
I meant that to be a motion that we would, but you see, we'd have to change this whole thing from what I'm understanding now. Because we've got 10.21, we can delete 10.22, but 10.21 basically gives 2 subdivisions to a quarter section.
So, and I may have a proposed amendment to the motion, so you had enough.
But we gotta amend half this stuff, I don't know. When did we decide that we were going to change everything? I thought it was necessarily discussed that we would, isolate 10.22, without rewording all these other.
So I think what we could do,
bylaws.
just for, so we've created, there's another bylaw here, it's very short. It is bylaw 26078. And if, Ms. Thompson, if you could just scroll up so that it shows under item 2 where it says amendments, there's item 2.1. So, Councillor Letwin, would you be open to any amendments to your motion? Would you be open to an amendment to your motion? I had maybe a suggestion I could offer, or an additional motion that might accomplish your intent.
I apologize, I don't know how to word that properly.
Well,
I can withdraw my motion and we can start over if you would like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll withdraw my motion for the time and we'll start over. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I know the intent and where you were trying to go with the wording, but so item 2.1, so under the amendments, it says delete policy 10.2.2 in its entirety and replace with now standing 10.2.1, Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision in a quarter section for a residential parcel from the largest agricultural parcel within a previously subdivided quarter section that does not already contain a residential subdivision. Now, I'm going to offer a motion for an amendment to this bylaw. So I'll move to amend section 2.1 of bylaw 26078 to delete policy 10.2.2 in its entirety with no replacement. So we would, is it possible to make those amendments on the screen, Ms. Thompson?
No, oh, do you want the word
Yeah,
version of the bylaw? I was gonna send it to you and I didn't, my apologies, bear with me 1 second. Okay.
And if it might be a couple of minutes, it might be appropriate.
Should just take me 1 second, I
Okay.
have it handy. Sending now.
It does get a little bit confusing because there's two bylaws and we've created, there's a bylaw to amend a bylaw. We have to do, that's the process. Ms. Haight, do you have comments?
No, sorry.
I just don't want to miss anybody. Councillor Letwin, do you have comments?
Voting rate with no replacement, I would just delete everything after the entirety, or it's an entirety. Make sense?
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Is there an opportunity to comment on this motion?
Absolutely.
I'm a little worried that we're missing something that this council already made a decision on. And I believe that in doing that, we set a precedent, and I would like to stick to my word in what we have done. And that is that we're missing, in the case of a large fragmented parcel, if we completely delete 10.22, we're no longer allowing the possibility for subdivision on a large fragmented parcel. If that's something this council is in favor of, then that's fine. But I just want to bring that to everyone's attention, that we did make a decision when we had a large fragmented parcel, we did allow an acreage out of that large fragmented parcel. So there might be an opportunity to reword it, or if that's not in favor of council, that's fine too, as long as everyone is aware of what this will accomplish.
So then that would, I just want to have clarity, just so that we all understand. So if there was a parcel or a quarter section of land and it was fragmented, to still be allowed to have an additional subdivision, creating a third or a fourth title then?
Creating a third, I don't know whether there'd be a fourth, but on the larger portion of the fragmented parcel, as we previously made the decision on south of town.
There's been all sorts of, I guess I don't know how many, there's probably been hundreds of subdivision applications, maybe even thousands in the past.
Everybody in this room knows which one I'm talking. On Highway 22, along the Clearwater River.
One by the Clearwater River.
By the Clearwater River. Right on the Clearwater River, on Highway 22.
That was the third title of that application, you by the bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
And we approved that. And to me, that set a precedent, but if that's not the feeling of the rest of council, that's fine. It just, we're eliminating the ability to do that in the future.
I have a question then for clarity.
Ms. Powell, go ahead, please.
I do have a question for clarity. So you go down to 2 titles and anything after 2 titles would require what? That's a question for Ms. Gillum.
I guess it depends on if you leave in the fragmentation policy or not. But if that stays in, then they may be able to subdivide without doing anything if it meets the fragmentation policies. But anything for an acreage subdivision or something of that nature, they would be required to do an outline plan or an area structure plan for the area to determine, and council would have to approve that plan and a land use amendment as well for any additional subdivisions. So we have done a few of those recently as well because a quarter section has been, say, split in half, and then there was an acreage out already. So we have had a couple outline plans come forward to council as well because somebody wanted like a 4th title or 3rd subdivision. So that would basically be the process for somebody to come forward now for council's consideration.
Similar to that one that happened within the IGP.
Yes, correct.
It was like a 4th or 5th title.
It was a 4th, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Humphrey.
So if we take this out in its entirety, and we have something that's within the town's proposed limits, would we still be able to, how do we get allow for extra acreages closer to our towns and our hamlets? If we take this right out?
Yeah, if somebody wanted to apply for an outline plan or ASP, just as I said, they could do additional subdivisions possibly. We could look at later on making further amendments to the MDP and or creating some sort of plan that would kind of direct development in certain areas. So it likely would be further amendments to the MDP to try to encourage development near urban centers, things like that.
Because I'm getting the feel that's the way this council would like to see it go based on.
Yeah, so they would still likely need an outline plan or an ASP, but if we amend other parts of the MDP further down the line, then you might more favorably consider subdivisions near like the hamlets and the town of Rocky than further out for those considerations down the line.
So this wouldn't, by removing 10.2.2, it wouldn't affect being able to do that?
No, this is just essentially for anyone like Councilor McKay said, for someone who had only had a fragmentation subdivision on their quarter and they wanted an acreage, or they had some other subdivision out of their title like a cemetery, then that's a title, so then they wouldn't be able to get a residential subdivision out of their quarter. So and it's worded similar to what the previous MDP had said, which is why we brought it in that way, but it's totally up to council how they want to proceed.
Okay, so, and I understand that we've, council has approved a 3rd parcel out on a fragmented parcel.
Mm-hmm.
A fragmented quarter. So taking 10.2.2 out in its entirety would, going forward, there would just be 2 parcels. Whether it's the fragmentation or just subdivided an acreage off. That would be all. If we take this out, that's all you have. Right?
Yeah, except for, I guess, if you leave the fragmentation subdivision in theory, they could have an additional title if they had a residential subdivision out and then they came back for a fragmentation to, if the quarter was cut by a road or something. So then those parcels could, in theory, could have three titles.
And we could decide when we get to that fragmented part,
if you
whether that's an option or not.
Yeah.
That could be just considered, that's your 2nd parcel and you're done.
Yeah,
if you have an acreage out already,
then you don't get the fragmentation. Yeah, you would have
so
to
that would be
you would have to
decided
reword it.
in an amendment to 10.2.2 2.3.
or 2.2 of this bylaw.
Yeah,
Yes.
2.2
Yeah.
of this bylaw.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I understand.
Sorry, hopefully this
So
isn't getting
going
too
forward,
confusing.
If we choose to remove it, going forward, there would be 2 parcels per quarter, no matter what. And it's just like we can't change everything that has gone on in the past. And we've been dealing with this, but would give us some real guidelines going forward. Clear.
What you're saying is if one parcel, the second parcel is off the quarter section, and there's a natural fragmentation there, that they would not be able to separate that fragmentation then, correct?
If they already took an acreage.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
That's correct. By taking this out, that's what that would do. Correct? Yeah, okay.
2 titles per quarter section land, whether there was a 5-acre or 7-acre parcel subdivided off or a fragmentation had been taken off by a railroad or a waterway, allowing for 2 titles per quarter. Councillor Letwin, do you have further comments?
Yes, so let's say they take off a fragmentation parcel, it gets sold. The owners of that fragmentation parcel, will they be able to apply for subdivision and have a subdivision on that fragmentation? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So in some manner, it would create fairness across the municipality, whether everybody would have the opportunity for 2 titles, whether it was by way of 5-acre parcel or 7-acre parcel or a fragmented parcel, but it would still give equal opportunity for 2 titles. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thanks. I guess we've kind of discussed it already, but when it comes to fragmented parcels, it may or may not always be the choice of the landowner for that fragmentation to occur. And I just think that that's something that should be included, but if not, let's carry on.
Councillor Powell.
I put my light on earlier. It was just more that as soon as you go to that 3rd, 4th, 5th, like within an IDP, then you would need an outlining plan. So that's different than 10.2.2. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Any further comments? Any other discussion? We do have a motion on the floor to remove to amend section 2.1 of bylaw 26078 to delete policy 10.2.2 in its entirety. Councillor Levin.
Can I get some clarification on policy 10.2.7? And shall be replaced by multi-lot subdivisions. Oh, I think I got it figured out. Thank you. We're going to delete the 4 parcels. That's getting yeah, okay, thank you.
Right now we have a motion on the floor.
And then I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can go through those. I'm gonna call the question. Is there any more clarity that's needed on the motion that is on the floor, and that is to delete section 2.1 of bylaw 26078 to delete policy 10.2.2 in its entirety? Is there any clarity needed on that? Or would council like more time for consideration?
So we're going to change 10.21?
No, it would be just removing 10.2.2.
Okay, but 10.2.1 still allows for that 3rd parcel.
10.2.
In this writing here, yeah, you get the acreage, the large farm, and a second acreage off the large farm. So that's 3 titles out.
And currently in section 10.2.1 of the MDP, it allows for 2 titles per quarter. Unless I'm missing something in this bylaw here, but.
So you're looking in the amendment.
Which?
And he's talking to the actual existing, so Jordan's talking to the existing bylaw, but you're looking at the amendments. So you guys are talking about 2 different things.
Oh, okay.
What he's saying is there's a motion on the floor to just have this delete policy.
Delete that one,
In its
yeah.
entirety, period.
Period.
That's it. The rest of this is gone.
And that's the only motion, okay.
That's
Gotcha,
the motion.
okay, thank you, I apologize.
Okay, is there any further clarity? If not, Councillor Cermak, do you have any comments? Seeing none, call the question. Just, this is for an amendment. I'll call the question. All those in favor of this amendment? And those opposed? That amendment is passed. Moving on to amendments in section 2 for 2.1. My apologies, 2.2. Are there any amendments to 2.2 of this bylaw? Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to 10.2.3, which would now be, well, let's not confuse it, 10.2.3, 2.2 in this case, I believe it could be simplified significantly just by using the definition of a fragmentation provided, I believe it was earlier in the public hearing. What was, we were led to believe was the provincial definition.
I think there might have been some confusion with that. It would, the fragmentation definition was just the existing definition in the MDP, and I was suggesting amendments to that based on a suggestion from the province about who to refer to, and then to remove the ravine part, just because council's direction was to have it be like through the river, road, railroad. So if you go to the very end, Jenna, yes. The fragmentation definition is in here. So I was just proposing that the only other thing outside of section 10 is essentially the amending the fragmentation definition in here. Oh, sorry, I thought I had it in this part, but I don't. To basically remove the deep ravine and then just change it from the Government of Alberta Department to the government ministry, that the suggested part in the council item.
Okay, so that being said, I would propose an amendment to the 10.23 or the 2.2 amendment on this bylaw that we're reviewing today. And that is to essentially put a period after the word water body and delete the subsections that don't necessarily add a lot of value to this policy. Yes.
Do you have any further comments, Deputy Reeve, at this time?
No, that's the motion that I will put on the floor as shown on the screen.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
And there's just one part in there, Reeve McKay, that I wonder in your amendment, and that's when it gets down to D, so that because it's permanent water course or water body period, and then with regard to a permanent water body under D, it says in regard to a permanent water body course or water body, there is written confirmation from Ministry of the Province of Alberta that the title of the bed and shore of the water course or water body is vested in the Crown and the right of Alberta. That probably...
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. I agree. I would say that that was overlooked on my part. I apologize. Could we add section D to...
Keep it.
Sure, just keep it, but change it to section A rather than section D. My apologies for missing that. Back to you, sir.
Councillor McCauley, you had comments? Councillor Humphrey, do you have further comments?
No.
Ms. Gillum, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, given that we, if council approved the amendment to delete 10.2.2, then we might have to change the beginning of this one, because it says, in addition to the subdivision of first residential parcel from a quarter section is provided for in 10.2.2.
That needs to be 10.2.1.
Yeah, I think so. So it did like the residential subdivision, assuming the council wants the fragmentation in addition to a residential subdivision, or if you want it, they either get a residential subdivision or a fragmentation, then it needs to be worded differently. So I guess I just want to make sure that the fragmentation is good for like an addition to a subdivision on top of a residential one, because there was some discussion for both, so I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Sorry, because there was discussion on both sides there,
Good,
so.
good catching. It was in my notes that 10.2.2 should have been 10.2.1. I believe that was a typo originally.
It probably should have said 10.2.1 and 2, because the 10.2 allowed for the additional residential subdivision if there wasn't one yet. So it's, yeah, there probably should have been correction there, but.
But the policy amendment refers to addition to the subdivision of a first residential parcel.
Yeah, and 10.2.2 was the first residential parcel if there wasn't already a residential parcel, so it probably should have applied to 10.2.1 and 10.2.2, but now 10.2.2 doesn't matter, so it probably should just be 10.2.1.
So
yes.
Would it be acceptable to the balance of council to change that to 10.2.1? Or does the balance of council wish to see if there is already an acreage out of the larger fragmented parcel that there is no fragmentation allowed? Personally, I believe that it should be allowed if there is an acreage out of the first fragmented parcel, but that puts us back to a third title situation.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor. We have an amendment.
Could I amend that to 10.2.1 before we vote on it?
Yeah.
And yeah,
And we can still have additional amendments. We can amend this amendment again, right?
true.
Okay. That's the, council has the authority, we can amend this thing as, till we find it suitable or get a majority vote. So as this amendment sits, are there any questions or clarity needed on this? I'll call the question on this amendment. All those.
Without seeing, negative.
We'll just take a moment. Do you want a moment, Councillor Levin? Do you want a moment just for clarity to read the amendment? Okay. Ms. Gilm, go ahead, please.
Sorry, before you vote on it, I don't want to make it overly complicated, but if you want to leave D in, I would either kind of finish the sentence above regarding being claimed by, or you would broaden or leave in provided leave the criteria part in to leave D in. Or you could pull D up and just say, or a permanent water course or water body, that there is written confirmation, and you could kind of combine D into that upper part, or you could leave the criteria part and just leave D.
I think it works the way it is.
Providing, yeah.
And leave in providing the following criteria are met.
And then the criteria is just D. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Do you see what I'm saying? Otherwise, it just didn't flow otherwise if it just said the water body and then having D plunked underneath.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And those opposed? That amendment passes.
I'm Clary, I'm Paulina Hazen.
I would like to propose another amendment to this section.
But that wasn't for a third title, that was just for the option of a fragmentation or a second parcel, correct?
Ms. Gillum, can you confirm?
I think the way it's written, it could be like a third title if there's an existing acreage out, like.
Well, then can I have the same thing Hazen had? That doesn't make any sense to me.
So like if somebody has a quarter section and they've taken out an acreage, but then they come back and they're saying, I want a fragmentation because I have this river that runs through the middle, they could get that fragmentation even though they have an acreage out, like with the way the policy is written.
I thought that this was just to state what a fragmentation was, so water
No, that would
road.
be in the definition, but this was to actually allow them to.
I'm not okay with that. I voted for 2 titles, so.
That's okay. We can make amendments and we can
Yeah,
vote on them.
of course.
And if there's no further amendments required by council, then we'll move to the next section and then we can adopt this bylaw as amended.
Hazen's saying the same thing I am. That's what's not clear to us.
Okay, I'm gonna propose a motion for an additional amendment to this item. I'm going to move to amend section 2.2 of bylaw 26078 by deleting it in its entirety and replacing it with the following. Council may consider a fragmentation subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section where a parcel is physically and permanently severed from the balance of the quarter section by a developed public road, an active railway, or a permanent natural watercourse or water body identified on provincial mapping or subject to provincial regulation. Any such fragmentation shall be counted as a title in accordance with MDP policy 10.2.1, which would be 2 titles per quarter of land. Do you need me to repeat that motion, Ms. Thompson? Okay. We have a little bit of a hum and I don't know why. I think it's the microphones are on. Okay. Okay. I'll maybe go slow. So, initially, I move to amend section 2.2 of this bylaw by deleting it in its entirety and replacing it with the following, where this would be the motion that council may consider a fragmentation subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section where a parcel is physically and permanently severed from the balance of the quarter section by
It's part of the part that's already up at the top, so that's why, like, if you took out the in addition part and like Clearwater County Council and then reword it from there, like, so you could have Clearwater County Council, leave that part in, and what Jordan was saying would,
I can just read slower.
because the part of it's already in there, but.
Sort of.
Council may consider a fragmentation subdivision on an unsubdivided quarter section where
A parcel is physically and permanently severed from the balance of the quarter section by a developed public road, an active railway, or a permanent natural water course, active,
It's supposed to be an active, I believe.
an active, or a permanent water course or water body identified on provincial mapping or subject to provincial regulation.
Partially or permanently? Partially or permanently?
yeah, I need this one.
And
Something or permanently.
physically, that a parcel is physically or permanently severed, there we go. Okay, now regulation, okay, provincial regulation. Any such fragmentation shall be counted as a title in accordance with MDP policy, sorry. Any such shall be counted as a title in accordance with MDP policy 10.2.1. Yeah, council may consider a fragmentation subdivision on an unsubdivided by a quarter. In accordance with MDP, would it have to be with MDP policy 10.2.1? Okay. Are there any questions or comments on this proposed amendment? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thanks, Reeve. Again, just a reminder to everyone that we sat here not too long ago and discussed this very subject at length, and we voted unanimously in a very different manner than what this amendment is going to propose.
I'm not sure which meeting you're referring to, but I'm not sure where we voted or which. Miss Haight, do you have clarity?
Yes, just to add clarity. Now, that is the purpose of a public hearing, so that council can carefully weigh what they've heard from the public in regards to this amending bylaw. And then that gives council leeway to address some of the concerns and issues that have brought up in the public hearing. This is how council listens to the people and then discusses what they've heard. And if what they have heard is now resulting in amendments, then this is the time to do that.
Do you have further comments, Deputy Reeve?
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I don't remember which time you're talking about either. But for me, whenever I make a decision, I make a decision off of what I've heard from the people, and there's 176 names on that. If at that time I voted on fragmentation, which I cannot recollect, I'm usually pretty on it with what I voted on, but I'm voice of the majority, there's 176 people in there.
Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
So going forward with this policy, those further requests would not come to council because they would come to planning about it and it's not in policy, so that's where it would end, correct? If somebody came in for a third parcel out and they had, whether it be a fragmented or whatever, if they already have, say a fragmented quarter that's got 2 titles and they wanted to put another acreage on there now, it wouldn't get past planning.
No, it would have to.
Because if we have the policy in place.
They would have to have the outline plan or ASP per the further down policies to do any further subdivision.
And.
Which would come to council.
Okay. So this.
So these policies were to allow for subdivision kind of without doing the land use amendment or or the outline plan stuff to council. So like essentially people can have one subdivision regardless if it's a fragmentation or residential parcel out the way the policies are being proposed. And then any additional subdivisions would have to come to council with an outline plan or an area structure plan and a land use amendment to proceed. And then it would be considered by council.
Council again, but that.
Yes.
Would be quite a different process. Area structure plans and.
Or the outline plan, depending on the extent of it. The outline plans may be a little less intensive than an area structure plan, but still further consideration by council.
Okay, so it still could be an option.
In theory, yes.
In theory.
And it has come forward, so.
Councillor Levin, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I was just wondering, I'll be honest with everybody here, I'm not completely lost, but just about lost. I was wondering if we could, perhaps get a new draft put together and have, let council have time to go over it, in detail together, instead of just all this confusion, or is it just me? It could be just me, and if it is, I apologize.
No, Councillor Letwin, I think you're on the same page as everybody else. What we can do right now is we can make some proposed amendments. We don't have to pass second and third readings today. We can make these amendments.
Okay.
And then if we wish, we could postpone this to
And
our
can we get
next regular
these
council meeting.
amendments then prior,
Yep.
2 days before the next council meeting, so we have a chance to review?
Absolutely.
And discuss them thoroughly.
Yeah, these are just amendments. They have not been adopted by second or third reading. We're only, and
We're
after.
making amendments, okay.
Yeah, we can.
Very good, thank you.
We can make some amendments today and then postpone this agenda item. We can leave second and third readings, postpone till our next regular council meeting to allow council more time for consideration and the community to provide additional input if they
Yeah,
choose.
some community provided input would be awesome, I think.
Yeah. So it is,
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Powell?
How do you have more input after a public hearing? That doesn't,
No, but there may be, community members always have the opportunity to phone council members, email council members. So that was my, but there would not be another public hearing. Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Reeve. Councillor Powell, just for clarification, I was just speaking to the acreage along the Clearwater again, south on 22, when we decided that that larger fragmented parcel would be allowed that subdivision, just because it was the third title, but we decided that because it was a large fragmented parcel that would be allowed. That's all I was referring to.
am I allowed to respond?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Powell, please.
Okay, so there wasn't a debate on a unanimous thing that I missed or something like that. It was just because we allowed that one to go through. Okay.
Okay.
Nothing serious.
Okay, so we do have an amendment on the floor. Oh, sorry, Ms. Gilm, do you have comments?
I was just gonna say, to Hazen's comment, I was gonna suggest, just because there is, proposed significant changes, like even if you did second reading today, I could clean up and bring like a clean version for you guys to see prior to third reading, and you could make further amendments at that time, even if you wanted to.
Absolutely, thank you very much for the consideration, Ms. Gilm. So, are there any questions regarding the proposed amendment that is on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Now, those opposed? That amendment is carried. You know what, I'll do have one other possible amendment here that I'd like to bring forward. It'd be for our 2.3 of this bylaw, policy 10.2.7. So I would like to move to amend section 2.3 of this bylaw 26078 to require that multi-lot subdivisions be located within or adjacent to an existing hamlet and be connected to available municipal services. Do you want me to repeat that, Ms. Thompson?
Within the Rocky IDP.
Yeah, you need to do the lower part.
Just for clarity. Just because it don't.
multi-lot subdivisions shall be located in or near an existing hamlet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's okay. So require that multi-lot subdivisions be located within or adjacent to, I guess we could include Rocky Mountain House, or an existing hamlet. And be connected to available municipal services. Okay, no, that's okay. So require that multi-lot subdivisions be located within or adjacent to Rocky Mountain House or an existing hamlet. And be connected to available municipal services. And Ms. Gillum, if this item is postponed, you'll be able to clean this up a little bit for if it.
Yes, and I could put it like in the document cleaned up to see what it would look like.
Right. Okay, Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
So if they aren't able to connect services to the hamlet, they're not allowed to build? Is that what that's reading?
In most of it, there's been a significant investment in municipal services in the
It's
hamlet.
just a question. If they're not able to connect to municipal infrastructure, they will not be allowed to build. The way that's written.
Yep.
I'm not okay with that.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor McCulley. Councillor Humphrey?
Look at that.
Councillor Powell, go ahead, please. No? Deputy Reeve?
Well, this is gonna sound strange, but I agree with Councillor McCauley. I'm worried, Reeve, that would really limit opportunities. Say for example, somebody wanted to build a subdivision adjacent to Condor. I think that's something that's in the spirit of what council would wish to see, or adjacent to Caroline. But if they were CR parcels possibly on that quarter section, wouldn't we want them to have their own water and sewer? Or would we, as a new councillor administration, maybe you could assist with that. Would it be a significant cost to connect that sort of subdivision?
I guess my thoughts on the reason why, then we could remove that if it was, or have another amendment, but just the millions of dollars, like the Leslieville Lagoon was roughly 10 or 11 million. The infrastructure upgrades for Caroline would be in the tens of millions of dollars again. Similar to Condor. Alhambra, there is no municipal services there. But the intent would be to utilize the municipal services and the infrastructure that's been built and invested in.
And I agree 100%. I see a lot of value in those services and I would love to see them utilized. But I think that wording might limit us. Maybe there's something that could be added to that.
So what I'm hearing is an amendment. You'd like to, maybe a friendly amendment to remove the existing municipal services? So adjacent to Rocky Mountain House or an existing hamlet?
Or put when possible behind connecting to municipal services?
See, the good conversation. Okay, how does that work? or an existing hamlet and be connected to existing municipal services where possible. Okay, so Councillor McCauley.
At whose cost? The developer. Right, but so they're gonna make, their developer has to then run municipal services to their home from wherever it is, or would they just like, I'm not paying municipal service, I'm gonna do it on my own? I don't know.
Ms. Gillum and or CAO Emmons.
So what this would represent is the developer would have to run municipal services out to their development. And in any development, it's to property line. So as this would be a multi-lot, it would be like a CC valve at property line. When you as a buyer buy that lot, it would be your responsibility to pick it up from property line into your physical home. But this would be serviced ready, is what I'm reading.
Councillor Letwin.
Existing subdivisions out in the bush, I'll say, or out on old farmland or whatever, their acreage size is large enough, they put in their own water and sewer, don't they?
Physically, they could.
So if these subdivisions were made large enough, physically they could also without tying into local infrastructure?
The way this reads, it would be my interpretation that if municipal services are readily available, they would have to extend out. I would respectfully propose any reasonable developer would make smaller lots to make the most of his investment, create more lots, because having municipal services, you're not restricted by the environmental constraints now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Powell.
I was just gonna comment because it makes sense with all the money that's been put in, that if there are existing municipal services, they should be used. I mean, these are taxpayers' dollars that have gone into multi-million-dollar projects within these hamlets. If they're readily available, they should be used.
Councillor Humphrey.
And to that point, and to all the points we're talking here, if with this, if the municipal services are there and possible to be hooked up to, the cost should be substantially lower than putting in, drilling a well and drilling and putting in a septic system, which nowadays, what's that run you? $80,000 to do a well and a septic system. And I would imagine tying into, as it says, where possible, and you know, where if it's there and you can hook up to it and have a number of acreages that would be able to tie in and have even sewer, you know, that'd save you $40,000-$50,000 right there. That's a substantial savings to people, as well as, you know, you have your own septic system. Everybody who's out in the country now knows that's an expense. When it screws up, it's yours to fix and replace, and this would be on an existing septic or sewage system that would be is maintained by the county. So I think it would be a savings to the people, and as well as a savings, it would give peace of mind. Hey, we don't have, that's one thing we don't have to worry about. Our sewer system's handled right over at the existing lagoon.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Is this just water, sewer? Does this include other services? Does this include paved roads? Does this include broadband?
It could vary. Where you know, some hamlets, my apologies, would have some, you know, forms of different municipal services. You know, whether it's Leslieville or Condor or Caroline, there's a different level. So, yeah, Ms. Gillum, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Like, I mean, when you look at most of them, like sewer might be the only thing that's actually like available to connect to in that area. And then if it isn't available, then it's not possible. So I think it just depends on what's available in the area.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gillum. Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Oh, I didn't turn it on, sorry.
No worries. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And those opposed? That motion is carried. That amendment passed. Are there any further discussion or amendments to this bylaw? Councillor Humphrey.
Hang on, because I'm trying to find it. Maybe we better touch on delete policy 10.2.8.
You know what?
You can put it back, I really don't care, I was just trying to clean up the
No, no. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I just want it clarified.
Yeah.
So, because I know there was a lot of discussion on it today in our public hearing.
Yeah.
So I'd like to get that clarified out there that, and Ms. Gillen, perhaps you can do some of that clarifying, that this isn't going to limit people on what they can do, whether they can have a chicken or a cow or a pony or whatever they want to have, they can still have that. That needs to be addressed, because at the public hearing, what I heard was a lot of people weren't sure that by taking it out was this removing that. So if you could clarify that for everybody, and by everybody, I mean everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, that would be very much appreciated, Ms. Gillen.
Yeah, so I had just suggested to delete it, cause it kinda said, you know, to, add that, sorry, I just wanna pull it up here. You know, it reads that, agricultural small holdings will be discretionary use within the CRA district in the land use bylaw, so that was kind of a direction in the MDP, I guess, to kind of put that in there, but that wasn't done, but we kind of worded things differently and added the direct market sales in a few of the districts and added the personal use agriculture and like the option for egg operations, so we didn't word it that way, and we developed the bylaw a little bit differently, and that the policy just, it wasn't put in the land use bylaw, and it's not really, I guess it was presented in a different way, so I just thought we would remove it because it doesn't really match the land use bylaw, but it isn't limiting somebody. Like the CRA district still says that it's for like, you know, the minor agricultural pursuits. You can still have your horse on there, or it still allows the direct market sales if people want to sell their honey or their eggs. So that's not limiting their ability to do that by deleting this policy to say egg small holdings will be a use in the land use bylaw, because that use wasn't put in, so they don't match, that's all.
Just follow up on that, where direct market sales is an exempt, so is that in our land use bylaw then, that it's exempt?
Yeah, so
They're exempt, you don't need to you don't require a permit. So
Yeah.
what about where, down on the other one where it says, the definition, that's not the one, discretionary uses, and it has it as a discretionary use for agricultural operation.
Yeah, there's a variety of egg operations that are listed, which is why it's
So
discretionary, just because there's certain things you might not want to put on an acreage
You might
that
not
would
wanna have
happen in
somebody
a whole
with,
quarter.
with a bunch of pigs,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that should be discretionary.
Yeah, and so that's kind
Especially
of how we sorted it out versus doing this
Okay,
small egg.
so there, although some of it is discretionary, it's listed what ones are discretionary.
Yeah, and they still have the direct market sales, and I mean, this did say, like, egg small holdings would be a discretionary use, we kind of just made agriculture operations as a discretionary use, and then made direct market sales exempt, so we kind of broke it out a little bit differently than what was proposed in the MDP. So I just thought we'd delete the policy because it didn't match the land use bylaw. They're supposed to be consistent, so if we don't delete this, then we should go back and look at the land use bylaw to try to tie it into this, but the intent of that policy, I feel like, was met with the direct market sales and the egg operations as a discretionary use, so I just didn't feel like the policy was necessary.
Yeah, so by taking this out.
It's just an extra thing to have in there that doesn't really serve a purpose.
So that's clear to everybody, right, where we don't need it in there. We can still have direct market sales. So that should clear that up, hopefully, because I heard that a few times.
Yeah. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I'm looking at it right here in the land use bylaw, just to confirm that is, it says right here, direct market sales.
Councillor Letwin, do you have comments?
No.
Okay. Councillor McCulley? Deputy Reeve?
If we're good with 2.4, are there any more comments on 2.4? I just have one for 2.5.
Okay, so did you want to make an amendment to 2.4? Or status quo, we can just.
I don't think there's
No,
any.
all I was clarifying, it's good we can delete it, right?
Okay. Then proceed, yeah. Deputy Reeve, go to your next item.
Thank you. So with regards to 2.5, which speaks to figure 6 on the last page of section 10, we would essentially have to tear that page out of the MDP altogether.
Yes.
Figure 3 is also no longer allowed.
Yeah, and so delete the statement and example 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, so delete figure 6 in its
The whole
entirety,
page.
basically, yeah.
Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand what I'm talking about?
Yep.
So, example 1, example 2.
No, and 3.
Yeah, so just delete the entire figure, which includes this, all the statements and pictures,
I
basically.
had an amendment for 3, but it's, she go.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on any more of this bylaw, bylaw 26078, I'll make a motion, I'll move the council postpone consideration of second and third readings
Yep.
to by.
Sorry, just,
Go ahead, Ms. Gill.
Deputy Reeve McKay mentioned that, but you should make the amendment to 2.5 then, just to clarify. It should say maybe instead of delete the statement, just say delete figure 6. So just just for
figure
clarity.
3. Would you like to make that motion for an amendment, Deputy Reeve?
I don't want to, but we should. So 2.5 should read, essentially just delete figure 6.
Yes, to match the previously approved amendments.
Delete figure 6 because of the policy changes that were made before. Figure 3 is, for example, 3 is no longer relevant. So the whole page.
And if I may, if you're all right, if we could add the definition of fragmentation into the bylaw as well with the proposed amendments from my council item, if that would be all right.
Yep. I think that would be
So that would be an amendment too, sorry.
Okay, so
Yes, this one first, I'm not sure.
sorry, Mr. Thompson, just the motion or the amendment that would be voting on, do you have that available? And it's a simple one.
Yeah, the motion by Deputy Reeve McKay is to delete the statement, to just delete figure 6.
Okay, so the motion, the amendment is to delete figure 6.
It'll be in prettier words.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this? If not, I'll call the question for the amendment. All those in favor? That motion is carried. And then, Ms. Gillum, you wanted a definition of fragmentation?
Yeah, to amend the definition of fragmentation, to delete the deep ravine part and then change the part to the Ministry of the Province of Alberta, per my suggestion in my agenda item.
Okay, I'm just looking for,
Sorry to make it extra complicated.
no, we're here to take the time today. So the definition.
We'll just a stat.
There's no definition on this bylaw for fragmentation.
No, that's what I'm saying, we should add it, because like it's already in the MDP, but we need to edit the definition that's in the MDP to take out deep ravine and how we reference the government. So I would say in the bylaw, like the amendment to the 078 bylaw would be to edit the definition for fragmentation to read and then put the new definition in the bylaw. Does that make sense? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then it would read, fragmentation means a portion of land completely separate from the balance of the quarter section by a developed registered public road, an active railroad, a permanent water course or permanent water body. For a permanent water course or permanent water body to apply, there must be written confirmation from the appropriate ministry of the province of Alberta that the title of the bed and shore of the permanent water course or water body is vested in the Crown and the right of Alberta.
Did we not capture that in 10.2.3?
It's just the vested in the right of the Crown part, I don't know if it was in there, and the definition is just for clarity, and because it's already in there, I was just suggesting an amendment to it.
Okay.
Councillor Humphrey?
I'll make that motion that we amend the, the definition.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes the motion to amend the definition of fragmentation. Any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, now make a motion to postpone consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 26078 as amended to our April 28th regular council meeting. So I'm making a motion to postpone consideration of second and third readings of this bylaw as amended to our next regular council meeting to give administration time for consideration and allow council additional time to review and consider these amendments as well.
Okay, will these amendments email to us or, because I don't have them written down.
Miss Gilm will clean it up and she will send it out to us via
Okay,
email. Can
fair
you do
enough.
that, Miss Gilm?
It'll be part of the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's why I asked if we could get it more than 2 days ahead of time.
Yeah.
So we could review it and discuss it.
Your concern has definitely been heard. Councillor
Okay,
Letwin.
thank you.
And administration will do that for us. Thank you. Councillor McCully.
At what point, when we modify a bylaw after first reading, should it be resent out to the public for notice? Like how much of a bylaw can be modified before we should resend it out for notification on what changes have been made?
Ms. Haight.
The amendments that you made today will be in the council agenda package, which is sent out, is it 7 days? 5 days. 5 days. 5 days prior to the meeting. So that gives the public opportunity to look at the amended bylaw. So that is how it gets out to the public, is through council's agenda.
Does that answer your question, Councillor McCully, or were you wondering more along the lines if there was going to be a need for an additional public hearing?
Is there another? Like, at what point do we reach that line of, we changed this so much, we should be going back to for public consultation?
It's not required by legislation. This bylaw does not require advertising. It requires a public hearing, and that's already been concluded. And council has made amendments based on the results of the public hearing. Yeah, like I said, there's no, council has met legislation, has met their responsibilities and their duties. I'm not sure if Ms. Gillum would like to add anything further.
I think maybe if I can just ask one more question, Ms. Haight, for how much time would have to elapse before another public hearing would have to take place? If these amendments were postponed, how much time would have to elapse before there would be a requirement for another public hearing? If these amendments were not adopted by second and third readings? What is?
Yeah, if second, third reading didn't pass for this amending bylaw, then council would have to provide direction to administration on drafting a new amending bylaw. And then that new amending bylaw would require a public hearing.
I guess maybe I'll clarify. How much time between the public hearing and is there a time limit between the public hearing and the time that second and third readings are adopted?
If second and third reading aren't granted within 18 months,
my question
then
there.
the bylaw becomes non-existent. It's defeated.
Okay, thank you. That was the clarity, the 18 months. Thank you very much. Councillor Humphrey?
Yes, I have a question for admin as well. Now we're postponing our decision on this until next council meeting. What happens with stuff that comes through planning in the meantime?
Ms. Gillum?
This bylaw is not in effect because it hasn't been approved, so we just go status quo through the policy that we have currently written under the current MDP. Yep.
Sooner is better. And that doesn't matter until we pass third reading, correct?
We do have an option to call a special council meeting to adopt second and third reading as well. Or we can give 2 weeks for consideration for the amendments. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Just want to preface this with a true appreciation for the discussion that occurred here today. I think there was some really good input and from the public and council. But just to address Councillor McCauley's concern, if you go back to the public hearing that was initially presented this morning, these bylaw amendments captured exactly what the public hearing stated. Delete 10.2 as written and reword to allow only one residential parcel per quarter section. Delete 10.3 as written and add the possibility of fragmented parcels by road, rail, and water course or water body. Reword 10.27 to address multi-lot subdivisions. Delete 10.28. Delete figure 6. So essentially everything that the public believed this public hearing was for was accomplished.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments, the discussion. If there's no more discussion, we do have a motion on the floor to postpone this agenda item to our next regular council meeting. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? I don't want to. That motion is carried. Was there anybody opposed? No, I didn't see any. Okay, at this time we'll take a 10-minute recess. Welcome back from our recess. Moving on into our agenda to new business. 6.1 Corporate Services, item 6.1.1 Provincial School Requisition Information is on page 108, and I'll pass the floor over to administration to present this item. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
My apologies, Reeve. There's a 5.4 under bylaws still, please.
That's my apologies. You're right. Okay, we'll move on to item 5.4, Clearwater County Bylaw Review, Draft Bylaw 26086, repeal obsolete or redundant bylaws. Ms. Haight, please present this item.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. This bylaw is going to be zippity quick. It's going to be fairly easy, simple to go through. This bylaw was presented to the Strategic Planning Committee, and it is a bylaw to repeal 34, 175, 594, 1143, and 26, and 1143, as all of those bylaws are obsolete and no longer required.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion to, that council grant first, we have to grant first reading first, and grant first reading to bylaw 26086. Removing obsolete bylaws.
Okay, Deputy Reeve McKay makes a motion to grant first reading to bylaw 2686 for the purpose of repealing obsolete or redundant bylaws. No discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Councillor McCauley.
I'll do grant second reading, or make the request that council grant second reading to bylaw 26/086 for the purpose of repealing obsolete or redundant bylaws.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Councillor Humphrey, do you have comments, questions? No? Okay, motion on the floor. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Motion for unanimous consent. Councillor Humphrey.
Yes, I make the motion that we grant unanimous consent for third reading of bylaw 26/086 for the purpose of repealing obsolete and redundant bylaws.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All those in favor? And that is passed unanimously. Looking for third reading. Councillor Powell, are you
Who turned that light on? Sure, I'll make the motion.
Okay. Councillor Powell makes the motion for third reading of bylaw 2686 for the purpose of repealing obsolete or redundant bylaws. This is. Yeah. No. Yeah. Councillor McCauley, do you have comments?
No.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? And that is supported by council. Thank you, Ms. Haight. Now, Councillor Cermak, do you have a comment or question?
I do.
Okay.
We are appealing the code of conduct. When do we get the new POPA, the POPA? That has to be in by the 8th of June, I believe.
June 30th.
Oh, the library said June 8th.
Well, the legislation is effective as of June 30th. I'm not sure.
They asked for us to have ours in at the library there on June 8th.
Perhaps maybe they chose a sooner deadline. I'm not sure. But by legislation, everything goes into effect and is in place by June 30th.
So we have to do that here at this council, or does administration do that?
Are you referring to the privacy management program?
Yep.
Yes, that is administrative, and so administration will be implementing that program effective June 30th.
So we'll get all the paperwork on it by then.
Oh, yes, 100%.
Thank you.
Any further comments, Councillor Cermak? Okay, we'll move on into item 6.1.1, Provincial School Requisition Information. And it is on page 108. And I'll pass it forward to Ms. Serhan to present this item, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So being as this is the first tax rate bylaw that this council is seeing, I thought I would have a couple of information items regarding the requisitions that are on the tax rate bylaw, giving you the opportunity to ask any questions, and just separate out some of the requisitions that are on that tax rate bylaw before you make any decisions about it. So the first information item is the provincial requisition for education levy, and the provincial government requisitions most of the ratepayers in Clearwater County to supplement the revenue required to provide education dollars to the school boards across the province. So the one kind of class that's exempt from school requisition is the designated industrial property class machinery and equipment. They are exempt from school requisition. The provincial school requisition to municipalities is based on the equalized assessment, which is from a year prior to the municipal levy assessment that's used. This process therefore has a provincial levy rate as well as an applied rate for the municipality. I've included some graphs and data slides to walk through what the change in these rates has been in the past 15 years. In 2026, the total provincial tax levy spread over all municipalities in Alberta is about $3.6 billion, which is an increase from $3.1 billion in 2025. This is a combination of increased assessment in 2024 as well as a 4% rate increase from the province. So Clearwater County's portion in 2026 is $26,114,994, up from $21,612,368, which is a total increase of $4,502,626, broken out into $667,297 due to the rate increase and $3,362,135 due to the increased assessment base in 2024. So I do have some slides to walk through how these numbers kind of relate to each other. So again, the provincial government has historically requisitioned property owners for 30 to 35% of the dollars required to fund public secondary school activities within the province of Alberta. For 2026, the levy is split up into each municipality's portion based on the assessed value for the year 2024. Clearwater County then spreads that requisition out over the 2025 assessed value. And residential and non-residential requisitions are separate from the province. So the next slide there, Jenna. The total budget for education funding in Alberta is over $10 billion, with 33.4% of that coming from municipalities through property tax in 2026. For easy calculation, let's say $3 billion is coming from property tax within the province of Alberta. Clearwater's portion of that is around 25 million. How the province calculates the municipality's portion is based on, again, on that equalized assessment of not the previous year, but the year before that. So in this case, it's 2024's assessment. So you can see that's a rather large pie of what the province levies onto properties within Alberta, and that only funds 33.4% in 2026 of the funding that goes to those school boards within the province of Alberta. So if we go to the next slide. So Clearwater County's portion, $25 million, is split based on the ratio of residential assessment versus non-residential assessment. And it needs to be applied to the appropriate portion of levied residential farm versus levied non-residential. So you can see in this case about a fifth of the school requisition is being applied to the residential assessment base and farm base. They're together, and then the non-residential is the other 4/5. Okay, so out of that 20% of residential and farm portion, it's the smaller blue triangle. And the full pie to the right there represents the small blue triangle in Clearwater County's total levy, and each property takes a slice of this based on what their assessed value is. In this case, the smaller total pie is 5 million, which is divided by the total of the assessment values in the farm and residential classes, and the rate is derived from that formula that applies to all the properties in those two classes. So the non-residential portion is the larger orange slice. It's 80%. And that represents about 20 million, which is divided by the total of assessment values in the non-residential class, and a rate is derived that applies to all property in this class, excluding machinery and equipment designated industrial, which is exempt from school levy. Okay, the next slide shows a little bit of how those two numbers interact with each other. The provincial rate is the blue line. The applied rate is the red line. So you can see it fluctuates quite a bit due to the amount of assessment that first is used to determine Clearwater County's portion, and then it's a different amount of assessment that those levies are applied to. So that's why the applied rate is different from the provincial rate. And 2026 is one of those years where the previous year had less assessment because of the provincial tax holiday. So those properties in that non-residential class were not taxable for property for education tax, but then when the requisition comes to Clearwater County in the year of 2025, they were taxable, so that those properties received, there was more properties to spread that requisition out over than what was actually taxed in that year. So then this year is a catch-up year, and that's why you're seeing the increase in the 3,500,000 of the requisition, increasing in Clearwater County due to increased assessment base. Plus there's an additional 4% rate increase from the province. You'll see that red line dip down there in 23 and 24, and then back up in 25 and 26, catching up to that. Those assessment bases leveling out a little more between what is taxable and what's not taxable for that non-residential, those non-residential properties. You'll also see that the provincial rate really has not fluctuated much over the past 15 years. Started out in 2011 at 0.0027, and in 2026, 2025, it dipped down for a few years, and then in 2025 back up to 0.00272, and in 2026 increasing to 0.002840. So the provincial rate for education tax hasn't increased a ton for non-residential. And then the next graph is the residential, the next graph is the non-residential. The first one was the residential. And again, same thing, the provincial rate hasn't actually changed much over the past 15 years. Started out at 0.00397, and in 2026 is 0.00417. And again, those applied rates fluctuate a lot due to the amount of assessment base that the school levy is being applied to in the year that it's requisitioned. Attached also is the school requisition numbers just for your information, to see how the province breaks it down to fund public bodies, and then also the Red Deer Catholic region within Clearwater County. And I've included both 2024 and 2025. You can see the change in the, 2025 and 2026. You can see the change in the equalized assessment bases for both of those classes, as well as the rate change. The province also puts together an education property tax fact sheet and talks about how the assessment is or how the taxes are calculated, and where you can get more information on those policies. And again, this is something that Clearwater County really doesn't have any control over. The province sends the requisition to Clearwater County, and Clearwater County levies the properties that are within Clearwater County, and then that requisition is forwarded on to the province on behalf of those ratepayers.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Han at this time? I'm seeing no questions.
We'll revisit this again as we go through the bylaw. It's indicated in the bylaw, and I'll point out where those requisitions are being levied in the bylaw.
Yeah, we can accept this as information. Councillor McCulley?
I'll make the motion that we accept this report as information. Thank you.
Motion on the floor from Councillor McCulley. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving on to item 6.1.2, Rocky Senior Housing Council requisition. And again, I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Serhan.
Thank you. So again, this is one of the 4 requisitions that are on Clearwater County's property tax requisition notice. The Rocky Senior Housing Council requisitions all of the ratepayers within Clearwater County. There are no properties that are exempt except any that are exempt from tax as a whole. Whereas it's a little different than the provincial school requisition. Machinery and equipment are not exempt from municipal tax, but they are exempt from property. The school, they're not exempt from municipal tax, but are exempt from the provincial school. And they are not exempt from seniors housing, so seniors housing also requisitions those properties. And it again is based on the equalized assessment, which is from a year prior to the municipal levy assessment. This levy is split between the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County based on those assessment values. So the rate for this requisition dropped due to the increase in the assessment base in 2026. The 2025 requisition for Clearwater County's ratepayers increased from 1.2 $1,205,000 to $1,263,800 in 2026. And a couple things I just wanted to touch on. I attached the request as well as the calculation that's done by the Seniors Housing Council along with their financial statements. And the requisition total, I was just gonna see if the towns is included in here, but it's not. Sometimes she splits it out. So on the financial statements, maybe I'll just get you to go to the statement of operations, Jana. So the next one, yeah. So you'll see their rental revenue is $1,559,000. And then further down on the page, there's a requisitions note 7, $1,470,000. So that is how the Seniors Housing Foundation operates is with that requisition, just a little less than 50%. And then some of that, of course, you'll see as a surplus at the end of 612. And they have been having to do capital upgrades to their facility. That facility was new 15 years ago last year, so I guess 16 years now. So some of their facilities have required some capital upgrades. So those surpluses have gone into providing those capital upgrades. And again, this is not something that Clearwater County has any control over. That Seniors Housing Foundation has the ability to requisition the properties within Clearwater County just by sending a note, just by sending this request, and those requisitions are required to be added to the property tax notice.
Deputy Reeve McKay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just with regards to that last report on page 16, it does get into requisitions, and it shows that Clearwater County is being requisitioned for, I don't know, about 95% of all costs for 2025 and for 2024, as opposed to the town of Rocky Mountain House?
Yes, so that's based on equalized assessments. So Clearwater County has a much larger assessment base than the town of Rocky. So that is why.
Okay. 95%, eh? That might even be closer to, well, yeah, okay.
It's the assessment numbers that are provided through the minister's office through the province of Alberta.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? Or a motion to accept the presentation as information? Councillor McCulley?
I'll make the motion that council receives the report as information.
Motion on the floor from Councillor McCulley to receive the report as information. Seeing no discussion? Okay.
You're already voting.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, now
Thank you.
going to item 5.5, consideration of first reading of tax rate bylaw on page 90.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Sirhan.
So within this tax rate bylaw, you will see that there are the four requisitions: the provincial school tax requisition, the municipal tax requisition, the Seniors Housing Foundation tax requisition, and the designated industrial property assessment. Again, the provincial school tax requisition, we just went through all of those changes over the previous year. The municipal tax requisition, the budgeted municipal tax revenue will not be reached if 2025 rates are applied to the current assessment. The revenue was estimated at an increase of approximately $2.6 million, while approximately $860,000 increase over last year's tax revenue was realized with the 2025 assessment base. This leaves a shortfall in revenue of about $1.8 million. There are different options for council to consider. Three of those would be increased tax rates to increase revenue to the budgeted amount, increase tax rates to increase a portion of the shortfall to the budgeted amount and decrease one of the transfers to restricted surplus by an offsetting amount, or leave tax rates the same as 2025 and decrease transfers to restricted surplus by the entire shortfall of $1.8 million.
Ms. Sirhan?
Yes.
You have a comment or question from Deputy Reeve. Go ahead, please.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Sirhan.
No, that's fine.
I'm just curious, we recently went through budget deliberations, and I don't recall there being a proposed shortfall. So was there something that as council we missed here?
No, so, it's really hard for, council to budget revenue, because of the change in the assessment base that happens every year. So the estimated the revenue is estimated every year, and then once assessment values are, I guess, what's the right word?
Finalized.
Yeah, finalized through the province, and their audit is done, which happens towards the end of February. They have to have them loaded into the assessment database, and then they receive their approval letter saying that that assessment is good to go. Then we can start doing this tax rate bylaw. So those numbers aren't available when budget is done.
So would it be difficult to see shortfalls of this $2 million?
The last few years we have not seen that because of the increased growth in the industrial areas within Clearwater County. This is the first year that there's been a shortfall to budget, I would say within the last 5 years.
Interesting, because there's been a significantly greater growth in the industrial sector than there has been in years past. And
well,
does it seem that this is an increase in requisition, or is it?
The increased, no, school doesn't play a part in this. So the increased budgeted revenue was 2.6 million, and only $860,000 worth of levy was realized due to growth within the industrial or non-residential. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Hagan, please.
And perhaps I can lend some clarity as well. If you recall, at the last meeting, Mr. Cochin presented the results of the finalized assessment for 2025 that the 26 tax rates are based on. And one of the things that he noted is, yes, we have had significant growth in the industrial side, but it was almost equally offset by some closures of facilities. So when the estimates were created for budget, we were anticipating a higher overall net increase in assessment base for non-residential. That didn't occur because of those closures and shut-ins of industrial properties. So a property such as Ram River, which is the one that he was referring to, even though it still exists and cannot be used for any function and never will be able to be used for any function ever again, there's no longer any tax revenue being collected from that property. There might be some tax revenue, may be significantly decreased because it's not in production anymore. When it gets shuttered in, then that affects the assessment base. So it's not the footprint, it's the volume and the equipment and so forth.
The assessments are done through a contract directly associated with the province, and that change happened about 5 or 6 years ago. Each municipality used to do their own assessments on the designated industrial, and they don't any longer, and we're going to get into what the cost of that assessment is. And it isn't on market value, it's not on footprint, it's not on the value of the equipment that's out there. It is an entirely different way of assessing.
Okay. Yeah. Because the production value of the new facilities that have been created in the last 2 or 3 years in Clearwater County is about, I don't know, 1,000 times greater than what Ram River ever was. Yeah, so I mean, it seems either the province is withholding, or there's some sort of tax holiday on resources right now that we're not aware of, or?
I'm not exactly sure what the formula is on how we assess those properties. I could have somebody look into that and find out.
Because we've been allowing more growth in Clearwater County than we ever have industrially, significantly greater. And to have a decrease in resource tax-based revenue.
Well, it's decreased over the budget, which is actually an increase in the revenue of $860,000 over the previous year. So it is an increase in the tax revenue if tax rate stays zero over the previous year. But the budget amount that was put in budget was an estimated number that was even higher than that.
Oh, I see, so
Do you know what I'm saying?
we overestimated.
Overestimated what our tax revenue would be.
Mr. Gotchton has joined us if you want to provide any input.
I saw the discussion and the concern on how the non-residential assessment got taken into account when Ms. Sirhan was doing her rate bylaw. The assessment of linear, like, there's two components. There's the linear and the DIP, the designated industrial property. Both those functions now are the responsibility of the province. And they are, the way those type of properties are assessed, they use a regulated rate also, similar to there's a regulated rate for farmland, which is not necessarily market. It's the same with these linear type properties. They use a specific costing manual, and then there's a set depreciation applied depending on whether those are considered linear property, which is much of the underground infrastructure for the oil and gas industry, and the DIP, which is basically everything above ground. And there are set values in place that are currently being used by the province in consultation with the industry itself. That's how they've come up with the process to value these properties, and it's the same throughout the entire province. So it may not necessarily reflect the actual values or money spent by the oil and gas companies, but it's the system that's currently in place for assessment purposes. So this year, when I did my presentation earlier, we did have a lot of new facilities being built, like the Paramount gas plant. But however, because of those facilities that have been shut down in the south, Ram River, and I believe, and the Shell facility, once those assessments, or once those facilities are shut down, then there's zero assessment being generated, even though there are certain assets and still the land is sitting there. It is not valued. Basically, once that value goes to zero for assessment purposes, it's based on the regulation or the agreement in place for the province and the oil and gas industries on how they value those properties. So the use or lack of use, affects the assessment greatly. That's why we saw basically a very, not much difference. The only difference we had some additional assessment coming in from the previous village of Caroline. There was a small amount of residential and a small amount of non-res, but basically it was a very flat year-over-year basis. And what Ms. Sirhan is saying is that she used the prior years. We had steady increases in the value of those assets in the last three years, I would say, because there was that oil and gas tax holiday. And then once those assets became online in the prior year, then we saw the activity going on with Paramount and throughout the county. The budget assumed there was going to be that similar increase. And then what we didn't understand or we weren't aware of, I was actually just notified by our contract assessors, I believe in December, that increase that we were expecting was going to be nullified by the closure of those oil and gas facilities in other parts of the county. And so that wasn't taken into account at the budget time. Does that sort of give an explanation of why that estimate is so over, or that budget estimate is so overvalued?
Yeah, it does. It's very clear as to why the numbers are out. I guess what's not clear is there's definitely a problem with the province's formula, but that's not for this council to.
There's been studies, ongoing studies for decades on trying to reform the system, and what they get committees involved and they get participants from all sectors. They get the oil and gas people, they get provincial people, they get some assessors online, and they come up with committees, and they have various discussions on, modernizing the evaluation process. But it's very difficult to come to an agreement because 9 times out of 10, those costs are going to increase. And because the oil and gas lobby is so powerful, it's a political decision. And so we're left with, what the current legislation currently says, and they always talk about, or there's always ongoing discussions on modernizing those costs, because the oil and gas industry technology has changed very quickly over time, and so it's when these new facilities come online, like even the ones that are coming online currently in Clearwater, the actual costs versus the assessment costs are two totally different things. And that's just what's in place with legislation right now currently. And unless there's a political will to, move forward and change that in the province, we'll have to see, but it's up to our politicians in Edmonton to make those decisions.
So council could choose to increase rates by any amount for each of the 4 tax classes, and included are some of the graphs on the past rate increases. For each percentage increase in the tax rate, this equates to about $650,000 in additional tax revenue. So to make up that shortfall, it would be about a 3% rate increase. And then there's, again, the Seniors Housing Foundation tax requisition and the designated industrial property assessment tax requisition. So this is the amount that it costs the province to assess those designated industrial properties. And when the new method for assessing was, or maybe not method, but responsibility for the assessments fell to the province, one of the things that they negotiated with industry is that the cost of that assessment would go directly onto their property tax notices. So there's this 4th requisition that's only the cost of what it costs to assess for the province, and then it is distributed equally again among those assessed properties. The province sets that rate at 0.0728 for 2026. And the total requisition for the properties within Clearwater County is $503,483. The bylaw, again, also has penalty date noted in April of the year following the levy, as well as those 2 original penalty dates for September and December, and this is to encourage payment. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice will be May 15th. So if we can just go through the, no, let's go through the PowerPoint. Keep going. I think it's the next one, Jenna, maybe 2 pages. There. Yeah, thank you. So the next page there. So municipalities have the ability to requisition property owners to support government-funded program delivery. The assessed value of the property multiplied by the rate generates the value of the requisition levied onto each property. The municipal government lays out the categories of assessable and taxable property in the MGA, and each category may have a different tax rate. Most of the categories are also levied school requisition and seniors housing requisitions. So again, just as a reminder, the next page is about the examples of services funded, and that doesn't necessarily mean that each property would access these services, but these are the services provided to the ratepayers of Clearwater County. So if we go to the next page, we'll see the municipal residential tax rate change over the last 10 years. 16 and 17 rates were held steady at 25868. And then we had an increase in 18 and then held steady for 5 years at 26644. Then there was, a rate increase in 2023 of an additional 3%, and then a small 1% in 2024, and held steady again in 25. So over 10 years, there's been a 7% rate increase. I guess I didn't do a graph for the farm. I'm sure it's very similar to the residential. As far as percentages go, their rate is a little higher because their assessed property is regulated, so it's not a market value. So the rates are slightly above the residential, but lower than the non-residential rate. So again, the next graph shows, oh, sorry, yeah, you got it up there, thanks, John. So it shows the non-residential tax rate change, 16 and 17 at 75417. And then a 6% increase in 18 to non-residential, and then held steady for 5 years at 79942. Then a 4% rate increase in 23, and a 1% increase again in 24, and held steady in 2025. So again, just reiterating the calculation used to calculate the tax revenue that's required. So we calculate the amount required for annual operations. We subtract any grant or other revenue generated in that year. This is the total tax funding required for annual operations. Then the amount calculated for capital projects in the current year, subtract any grant revenue and amounts funded through restricted surplus. That would be for operations or capital. However, it's usually a small carry forward number that's funded through restricted surplus for operations. It's the larger capital funding that's funded through restricted surplus for Clearwater County. And then those are totaled for the total tax funding required for the current year for both capital and operations. This is just a draft because financial statements have not yet been completed, but the restricted surplus balance at the end of 2025 is approximately 104 million. Budgeted additions were at 18,755,311, and depending on where you go with the tax rate, that could change. And then budgeted use, 47,314,000, leaving a projected balance of 74,595,000 at the end of 2026. And again, once we get those financial statements finalized, council will be seeing those restricted surplus numbers again, and likely some more conversation about the number of accounts that are required, what makes best efficient use of council's time to decide on those names of those funds, and also seeing a look at what is projected to come out of those restricted surpluses in the next several years, and what will need to be put into them to accomplish those projects. So again, options for setting municipal tax rates. Noted in the body of the agenda item, there were options for setting the tax rate. So increase tax rates to increase the revenue, increase tax rates to increase a portion of the shortfall to the budget amount, and decrease one of the transfers to the restricted surplus by the offsetting amount, or leave rates the same as 2025 and decrease transfers to restricted surplus by the entire shortfall of 1,800,000. And again, 1% increase equates to about 650,000 if that 1% is across the board in all classes. And if, as the discussion goes, I can provide more information as to if different classes were given a different rate increase. So decisions made during past council meetings that will affect the future financial picture of Clearwater County, canceling the Ag Rec facility project and allocating those dollars to fund future Caroline infrastructure needs, keeping the resource road restricted surplus at $8 million and canceling work on this project until partners are found. So one of the, on the next page, you'll see one of the transfers to the restricted surplus was $757,000 to that resource road account. And the decision made at the last council meeting was to hold that steady at 8 million, so that could decrease the amount that is required to go to restricted surplus, so that's just over that 1%. So thereby it would only require a 2% rate increase to reach the budgeted revenue amount if we, if you decided to not move that 757,000 into that resource road fund. Could also decrease transfers to the Nordegg development through tax revenue by the remaining 1.1 million. Would not affect any projects in 2026, and council could reevaluate that restricted surplus account once they've had a chance to go have a look around Nordegg and decide which projects they want to move forward on. The caution is that there has been 7 years of no tax rate increases over the past 10, and it does risk future capital projects within Clearwater County as decided by council. So if it is decided that there's a 0% rate increase, then that if those projects in Nordegg were a priority for this council, it might be harder to accomplish them in the time period that you were wanting. So just information to chew on as you discuss rates for the bylaw. And again, a copy of the bylaw has been attached. I have not populated the rates or the required revenue. Just waiting for council to have that discussion first. And it wouldn't take me long to populate those if, and I'm sorry, I don't know how much is left on your agenda, but we could table this and come back with a bylaw by the end of the meeting or before the end of the meeting so that we could pass first reading based on whatever discussion council wish to have, or we could come back with 3 readings in the next meeting.
Okay. Councillor Cermak, go ahead, please. No comments? Okay, sorry. Councillor Humphrey, go ahead.
So when I was going through this, it says the caution in this is that there have been 7 years of no tax rate increase. And I probably just don't understand this because I looked at the residential tax rate change and it's gone up every year.
The provincial school requisition has, but the municipal tax rates have not changed every year.
What's the municipal residential tax rate then?
Yeah, that's it. The one that's on the screen there, Councilor Humphrey?
Yeah, and then over there it says rate increase in 2018, 23, and 24, 3%, 3%, 1%.
So that's 3 rate increases in 10 years. Out of the last 10 years, there's only been 3 years where there's been a rate increase. 2018, 2023, and 2024.
Oh, I'm seeing what you're saying. Okay. There's been 7 years of no tax rate. I'm going to, we've had 10 years and we've had 3 of them, which would leave 7 years.
7 years without any, yeah.
It's just, it's been a long day.
No, that could have been worded better probably.
Yeah, I read it the other day and I had the same question and now I'm looking at it going again. I still have that question. What I missed.
No, that's
but
good.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So then we have some options there of using our surplus and the resource road restricted surplus, you know, gives us money there if we're keeping it at 8 million. Mm-hmm. So we do have the option.
We could take that, council could decide not to transfer that in 2026, that 757,000 that was planned for 2026. Council could decide not to do that one, and that's about a 1% of that 3%.
Yeah, because that was just gonna go to that road, and we've decided not to do that, so that's kind of a no-brainer. We would just stick this onto that.
Yep.
And then And then the rest, depending on our development, and we've pretty much slowed the development of Nordegg.
Well, I
Because
think-
we have a development, the next phase is already done. So we could just
Well, I
get
think
some extra
council
money out of
wants
that.
to have a tour, is my understanding, and decide on the priorities out there that are listed in the 10-year capital plan and try to decide where they want those to happen within that 10-year capital plan.
Director Hagan, I know that, I apologize, you did have your light on.
No, I was just gonna try and add some clarity and assist with Councilor's question there. If you look at this graph, you can visually see the first couple of years are flat, then it jumps and then remains flat, and then a bit of a jump and a jump and flat again for the last 2 years.
My reading was that, I just read it as we didn't see anything for the last 7 years going up.
No.
Well, yeah, we did.
So further discussion, comments? Ms. Serhan, you said this item could be postponed and you could bring a draft bylaw for this.
I could do one of two things. I could bring, once discussion has happened and council gets a feel for where they want to see rates, I could bring the bylaw back so that first reading could happen today, and then second and third reading would happen at the following meeting. Or council could give me direction and I could bring it back for all 3 readings to happen at the next council meeting. It's just so that we have enough time to prepare the notices and get them out by May 15th.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
She was first. Or I can go, whatever. The 1.1 million from Nordegg, could you remind us exactly what projects that would affect?
Well, it would affect no projects in 2026, but there are planned projects, I think, that got moved from 2026 to 2027, and maybe cemetery, trestles, south access. I'll bring them up, but.
I think we trimmed Nordegg to the tune of 10 or 12 million already, if I recall correctly.
Well, I think they just got bumped a year. I don't think anything got removed from the 10-year capital plan. It was just moved a year so that we could give you time to go and visit and decide which projects you wanted to move forward with. I'll bring them up here in a second.
Oh, so you're just saying, just to get to the 1.8, to take 1.1
Yeah, just not
Just
put
from-
that 1.1 in 2026.
just from Nordegg in general, no
Yes.
specific project?
Yeah, not a specific project, just not fund that restricted surplus up to the amount that would be required by the end of 2027. Council would still have an opportunity to fund that through maybe additional surpluses that happen in 2026 or fund it in 2027.
Well, I'm afraid if we're not seeing surpluses at this point, we shouldn't be relying on future surpluses to magically fall in our laps. Would there be a possibility for savings from elsewhere, such as within the broadband budget?
There usually is additional surpluses that happen at the end of the year, and council reallocated about $5 million during budget deliberations from expected additional surpluses in 2025. So the way municipalities have to budget, there are usually 3 or 4% that would be additional surpluses within an operating year, just due to savings within different programs. So maybe broadband would be one of them, but could be others also.
Yes, from my recollection from budget discussions, there was actually only one program that had any reduction, and that was the gravel road rehab budget. I think was reduced roughly between $400,000 and $500,000. But other than that, everything else had only been basically postponed by a year.
Correct.
But there was no reductions and.
Nothing, the only thing at the last council meeting, it was discussed taking the AGREC facility off the 10-year capital plan, but everything else stayed, just was postponed.
Right. Councillor Powell, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna go off of what Councillor Humphrey said with the 757,000, that makes sense. And it also makes sense on the Nordeg development, but anyone from Nordeg that's listening, I'm not saying that I think we should stop development out there, but just until we're able to go out to look, move the money, but then give it back to them from somewhere different at a later date. I'm not saying stop anything out there. I will also comment on what the Reeve said, but just wait until we're able to go out there to decide what is, what the best places to spend money are.
If that revenue is generated, you wouldn't have access to it unless you did a tax rate increase the following year. Or if 1%, maybe council decides 1% is okay, and then you would put 600,000 or 650,000 instead of 1.1 into that restricted surplus account. There's many different options. It's just.
So then, so with that money, if there is that shortfall, wouldn't we know that next year, and then you could increase the taxes at that time if need be? Once Nordeg's been looked at to see where the money in Nordeg needs to be allocated?
Yes, if, when we're going through budget deliberations, then we would set the tax revenue based on what is required to fulfill council's goals for that year. Council could be looking at a larger rate increase that year just to
make up.
Yeah, to make up for it. If all of those projects, if council decided they wanted all those projects to move forward in 2027, it would be, you know, the ones postponed from 2026 and 2027. And if you aren't putting any money into restricted surplus this year for them, you know, it could compound, that's all.
Thanks for the clarification.
Councillor Humphrey?
Yeah, I think for sure we've got the 757 that we can transfer in. And my take on all this is we've postponed everything just into Nordeg or majority of the stuff. So yeah, we should just take the 1.1 million and decrease that and to Nordeg, decrease the transfer to Nordeg by that much. And then we have it available now. And next year, if we have to, we can cross that bridge when we have to, like we have every other bridge we've had to cross. So that would settle us, so we could just about make a motion and do that and move on.
At 0%, this, I just want to be clear that this council is suggesting a 0% tax rate increase.
Yeah.
Councillor McCauley, go ahead, please.
Just, I guess I can go a little different route. Has the school's rate or their take, has it increased every single year?
No, it goes up and down. It goes up and down all the time, yeah.
I was just like, so there's 7 years in the last 10 that we haven't increased taxes. If we don't it's not that everyone wants to increase taxes, it's one of those, this is the hard part of the job. But you have to realize things are getting more expensive, and every other place has, you know, we're increasing our fees to try and keep up with everything. Should we not increase our rates even just the bare minimum amount, and we go look at this stuff in the future? We're looking, just I'm guessing, a 6% increase for next year. Because we did not take that 3%, and then we're not putting money into restricted funds. We're going to have to put that money into restricted funds eventually. That's a tax increase. And then if we actually move forward with the developments, that's also more money. I think not having a tax increase would put us behind.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor McCauley. What would a 1% on average, if there was a 1% tax increase, what would it look like on the average residential tax bill?
Yeah, I have that here, just hang on. So it depends on what type of property it is. Residential and farm, so let me see. I think it's about 50% provincial school and 50% municipal. So if the municipal rate is going up 1%, goodness, I had that here, just a second. It's like $25 or $30, I want to say, but.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna share Tyler, or Councillor McCauley's concern there as well. With, if we have no increase this year, and we're probably gonna have a similar situation, then we're gonna have to have a large increase next year. I mean, I don't wanna tell people that there's a tax increase, but a tax increase of 1% now, or 1.5% now, could really save a bigger increase in a year from now. I mean, there's no good way to go about it, but I think people would understand a smaller increase now rather than a bigger increase later. That's just my thoughts. And if it's $25, $30 per year on average,
So a $377,000 acreage with residents, the increase would be $38.83 over the year.
so I guess my original $40 is pretty close.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. Director Hagan, please.
Thank you. And again, looking back to this chart of past experience on the rates, you can see how it takes a step which is really compensating for no tax increases in previous years, preparing for the future. And then again, we level off for 5 years there, and then what's needed in order to catch up again. So unfortunately, the municipality is not immune to inflation, just like everybody else. We find more and more efficiencies all the time to help offset the effects of inflation, but that can only go so far as well. And CAO Edmonds may want to speak to this a little bit as well, but my understanding is that going back several councils back, there was always a sensitivity to a significant increase in any 1 year, and that was overshadowed by a preference to have a slight increase each year, so that a graph like this would look more gradual going up as opposed to these jumps each time as well. So I think that addresses Deputy Reeves' comment that, you know, even though you can get by right now with some other adjustments, you may be postponing the challenge for another year, and it may be more of a reactive decision that needs to be made next year instead of planning for that now to lessen that impact in the next year and years beyond.
Councillor Powell.
I just wanted some clarification from Deputy Reeve McKay. Are you talking about a 3% increase or a 1%?
Deputy Reeve.
My suggestion was just a basic 1%, maybe 1.5%. We would have to discuss it just to avoid a 3% increase next year, or a 4% increase next year. Or as the province demands more and more of municipalities, I foresee this being a problem continuously moving forward. And if we don't take some small steps now, it's going to be a large jump.
Ms. Serhan, I don't know if you'd have this information available, but for the small business tax reduction for the 25%, like it's a nice incentive for small business startups. However, that tax and reduction is ongoing. What does that tax reduction, what does that currently amount to in dollars? And I don't know if you have that available, but.
Yeah, it's about, just a second here. $235,000 a year.
Okay. So, yeah, definitely, it's not pleasant to tell the community that council's increasing taxes, or even discussing it is not good, but we do have a lot of aged and dated infrastructure in Clearwater County and the region. We do have amalgamation with Village Careline, and we do have obligations with the broadband project, which was the largest capital expenditure in Clearwater County history. So I would have to say that a small increase would be better than a large increase in the future. Councillor Humphrey?
So I'm just wondering, like, to echo what you said, we've had some large expenditures, some major projects. Are any of them off the books next year? Like our major spend this year on broadband, is that coming to an end?
2027 will definitely be lower, but because the funds that are being used, the Clearwater County dollars that are being used to fund that is through restricted surplus, it's past year's tax dollars. It doesn't necessarily affect the current year, that 2027's dollars that would be required, because those dollars have already been put into restricted surplus. They've been moved around a bit, but.
But did we not tax people at those reserves?
Yes, in
So
previous
is that
years.
coming out of our some of our 2026 budget paid for those? I would think it would be substantial amount.
Yes, 2026 dollars are going to fund that. However, in 2027 and further, there's other priorities that council's funding, and some of the standard services like bridges and paved roads and fleet, for example, there was some restricted surpluses being built up in those accounts that Clearwater County can draw on those dollars to fund maybe 1 or 2 more years, but then there's not gonna be any dollars left in that, so current year taxes will have to go to fund those standard services. Standard, what I call standard or annual cyclical capital upgrades are about $20 million a year for Clearwater County. So that's your paved roads, your bridges, your fleet. And right now in this current 2026 budget, $18.7 million is going into restricted surplus. So it's not quite covering even those annual cyclical costs. The fortunate place that Clearwater County is in is that they have $104 million in restricted surplus that they can draw on to make up those dollars. And not only is it making up that $1.5 million for your annual, it's funding all of the non-annual capital upgrades within 26, 27, and likely into 2028, even if you were just putting that $20 million or getting close to that $20 million going into restricted surplus.
So we don't generate enough revenue to even pay our annual expenses, let alone our non-essentials like broadband and extra development. So we don't generate enough to do that, but they were done anyway.
Well, Clearwater County had enough dollars in restricted surplus from past revenues to fund some of these priorities. They've got moved around, the priorities have changed over the years. That being said, if Clearwater County doesn't raise taxes and continues to put priorities on their 10-year capital plan at the same rate they have been, then the tax rate won't be enough to cover it. There is some cushion there. It's not showing a deficit until now into 2030. So this council has already made some decisions that have moved that date out into the future. And I expect that decisions will be made in the next year or two that will
Extend that a little
extend that further. Not only in maybe canceling projects, but
prioritizing them.
yes, and putting them out on a longer timeline. A longer timeline. So, I mean, these are all things that this council will need to discuss through strategic planning and after they've gathered more information on all the priorities and projects that are on that 10-year capital plan. This isn't something that the information can be just downloaded into your heads overnight, right? It takes a long time to get a clear understanding of what the projects are on that 10-year capital plan and what the priorities of this council are. And as strategic planning sessions are had, and this council will affect that change for sure.
Okay, I guess based on that, I can probably go along with that 1% increase just to maybe keep us out of a deficit and for maybe a little further than 2030, it'd be nice to be able to look to the future and keep us running
And even though,
in the black.
just one more comment, even though, the financial plans don't take into account those additional surpluses that are realized year over year for Clearwater County. So, know that even though those plans are, showing a deficit by 2030, that likely wouldn't happen because of the additional surpluses that will be realized year over year because of the savings in some of the operating programs or some of the capital projects that come in under budget. And those savings aren't captured in your 10-year capital plan. So even though the 10-year capital plan has to include things that are known and the cost of what is projected for those capital projects. And those savings just get put back into those restricted surpluses and fund future priorities. So even though the 10-year capital plan, like I said, is about 2030 before the deficit, that likely will get extended out even if everything was accomplished that was on that 10-year capital plan. Realizing savings through capital projects and operations year over year.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hearn. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, I guess maybe we could just make a motion now to utilize the $757,000 from restricted surplus along with a 1% tax rate increase, and then the remaining coming from the Nordeg budget.
Sure. Can I, would you like me to come back by the end of the meeting and I'll have those motions done up for you? Or would you like to see all three readings at the next meeting?
I think if it's appropriate and you can do that during today's meeting, that would be fine.
It's an unfortunate thing, but we've seen over 35% inflation over the last 10 years. And this county has only increased their taxes by 7%. So I mean, it's irresponsible of us to not start with some gradual increases at this point, unfortunately. I hate it, and it sucks, but it's a reality.
This council was left with obligations as well. CEO Emmons, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and if I may, I can really appreciate how difficult this conversation is, especially for a new council, but I would like to point out the obvious, and I'm looking across the table at a bunch of Clearwater County ratepayers as well. So it's personal. But I do think that the general public doesn't realize that what this council is dealing with is not only the projects that we're already committed to, but the danger of the 0% is you do fall behind inflation. On top of that is the reduced provincial grants that we've seen on our infrastructure and the increased police requisition. That in itself, just that enforcement requisition that the province has downloaded onto rural for Clearwater County equates to about a 4% increase to residential. Just that. And that's forgiving inflation and all the other projects.
Councillor Powell.
Oh, I was just gonna comment on to some of the other comments. I don't agree with raising taxes if we don't have to. I think there's needs versus wants, and unfortunately, there's been a lot of wants. So I hope going forward, maybe we don't have to raise taxes and we can look at cutting some spending in some areas.
It'll be good discussion during future strategic planning and the next budget session that we come to. So, Mr. Ann, do you need any motions at this time, or?
No, I will come back towards the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we can move on in our agenda to item 6.2.1, dust suppression policy. Page 142. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. We're here today to continue on with the dust suppression policy. So at this time, I'll have Sean Ho continue on here from the dust suppression.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. So Strategic Planning Committee had 2 sessions about the dust suppression policy. And at the March 23rd, 2026 meeting, the following motion is carried. That the committee direct administration to update the dust suppression policy to continue with the calcium chloride for dust suppression as a county applied treatment option with installation share at 50% and to remove SB90 oil-based products as an option and bring back to the committee. So the administration amend the policy as directed by this motion, and this policy is attached. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions from council or a motion? Councillor Humphrey.
I make a motion that council approves the amendments to the dust suppression policy as presented.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. Councillor Humphrey, that council approves amendments to the dust suppression policy as presented. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you, Council.
Moving on to item 6.3.1, Office of the CAO, Councillor Drop-in Session Policy on page 146. And I'll pass the floor over to Ms. Haight.
Yes, at the March 23rd Strategic Planning Committee meeting, the committee recommended, after discussion, that council rescinds the Council 005 Councillor Drop-in Sessions Policy effective April 14th, 2026.
Thank you for the, I'll make a motion on this one. Move the council rescinds the Council 005 Councillor Drop-in Session Policy effective April 14th, 2026. And just a reminder to the community that all council members are available via telephone and many other forms to take the time to communicate with residents. Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
So but for us to go out and meet the public, are we, like as a group, we're supposed to have like a meeting set up based on our policies, based on what I had remembered when we went through all our training, right? If we're going out there and meeting with the public, we're required to have stuff behind it. That's why we have this policy in place. Is that what I'm understanding, or was this just so we could have some?
Councillors can meet with members of the public as however their time determines.
Okay.
And they can meet with the public at community events, any other type of event. This policy was introduced, it was a suggestion from a previous councillor, and I believe that the intent was just to make it more purposeful, to have specifically scheduled times. And it was, like I said, just a suggestion, and the previous term council decided to adopt a policy for it.
Okay.
And this, we haven't called the question yet, so I don't know, we don't know for certain how the vote will be the results of the vote at this point in time, but I guess Councillor McCulley, I did attend these councillor drop-in sessions in the past during the last term, and there was very little participation from residents. Often I found that it was during the day, people were working or busy or had other obligations, so there was very little turnout. So I don't know if that'll help any, but if there's no further discussion on this, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
CAO report. Okay. 7.1, Chief Administrative Officer report on page 149, and I'll pass the floor over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Northcott and Council. The CAO, April 14th, 2026 report. The Rocky Chamber and Discovery Rockies Trade Show will be held on May 1st and 2nd at the Rocky Regional Recreation Center. The Town of Rocky Council has once again invited Clearwater County Council to share a booth so that councillors from both municipalities can meet the public throughout the event. As per policy, council motion for council attendance is required to authorize council attendance and remuneration.
Okay, is any council member willing to make a motion for councillor attendance and remuneration? Councillor McCully? Councillor McCully makes the motion to authorize councillors' attendance and remuneration for this event. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you. Discover Rocky will be hosting their taste and tour of Rocky in alignment with the Rocky Trade Show on Friday, May 1st. This event will celebrate local flavors, tourism, and community energy. There will be food, beverages, and from participating vendors, live music throughout the night, prize giveaways, and a chance to connect with businesses that make our community a special place. Tickets for the event are $20 and include 10 tasting tickets. As per council's policy, council motion is required for authorization of council attendance and remuneration.
Looking for a councillor. Are any council members willing to make a motion for authorization of attendance and remuneration to this event? Councillor Cermak, you make the motion to authorize councillors' attendance and remuneration to a taste and tour of Rocky. Call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you. Each year, councillors are invited to local high school graduation ceremonies and asked to bring greetings on behalf of council. The graduation ceremony schedules for 2026 are in the chart below. Please advise administration and let us know which councillor will be presenting at each school. The schedule is listed there below. If I could leave it either with council or have it identified now.
I think we can maybe cross off a couple of X boxes here right now and get some of this dealt with, but I would volunteer for the Caroline School, May 29th at 2 p.m. I would volunteer if Councillor Cermak doesn't object to that. Okay. Are there any other council members? Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
No, I was just gonna say I would take David Thompson as well for June 24th at 2 p.m. I'll be there anyways.
Any other council members wishing to volunteer for any of these positions? Oh, Councillor McCully.
I could do West Central High School.
Councillor West Central High School, Councillor McCully.
I guess I could do Visions if no one else is going to do it in town.
I do have a conflict in schedule that day, so unless somebody else wants to, so Councillor McCully. And the last one would be St. Dominic High School. I could volunteer for that one as well. Okay, I don't see anybody else racing for it, so I'll step forward. Okay, so do you have all that information, Jana? Sure, please.
Okay, thank you, Reeve. I've got Reeve Northcott for Caroline and St. Dominic's. I have Councillor McCauley for Visions and West Central High School, and Deputy Reeve McKay for David Thompson High School.
Excellent. Perfect. Carry on, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. Next item is carrying for my land grant.
Oh, my apologies. Council motion to authorize councillors' attendance remuneration for these high school graduation ceremonies. Councillor Humphrey, you make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to authorize council attendance and remuneration for the high school graduation ceremonies. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. My apologies for that. Please carry on, CAO Emmons.
As mine, thank you. Next item, caring for my land grant. Clearwater County was successful in receiving $220,000 ecosystem services grant through Alberta Environment and Protected Areas to continue providing grant opportunities to local ag producers through our local Caring for My Land grant program. Recognizing the cost associated with the on-ground practice change, the Caring for My Land program is intended to reduce the financial burden that comes with implementing beneficial practice change. You can find out more information about the grant on the attached link. Electoral Boundaries Commission presents its final report. On March 26th, the Electoral Boundaries Commission submitted its final report to the Speaker of the Ledge. Submission contains both majority and minority recommendations, with the legislature now responsible for approving new boundaries for an expanded 89-seat legislature in advance of the October 18th, 2027 provincial general election. In the final report, the Rocky Mountain House Sundre portion of the current riding is to be merged with the Lacombe-Ponoka riding. The proposed name for the new electoral division is Lacombe-Clearwater.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Emmons.
Welcome.
Are there any questions from council for CAO Emmons? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to accept the report as information. Councillor McCullough, you make that motion. Okay, motion on the floor from Councillor McCullough to accept CAO report for information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Move on to the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing, March 2026, 151. Is there any discussion on this item or motion to accept it as information? Councillor Humphrey.
Make a motion to accept this for information.
Okay, Councillor Humphrey makes a motion to accept the Rocky Mountain House Airport briefing as information. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Motion has passed. Councillor remuneration reports. And yeah, Brian, Councillor Cermak, do you need it's 4:30.
Oh, that we go on, that make a motion that we go beyond 4:30.
Okay, didn't want you to miss that one. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Councillor Cermak makes a motion that council go past 4:30. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Councillor remuneration reports. Is there any discussion, comments, questions, or motion to accept them as presented? Councillor Cermak, you make that motion, or do you have comments or questions? Motion to accept them as information. Okay. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Moving into verbal council reports, and we will start with Ward 1. Councillor Powell.
Thank you. I attended the ICC meeting, it went well, and then basically the last 2 weeks has been a lot of meeting with residents. Thank you, everybody who came out to all of the different ASP presentations. There was lots of conversation and lots of input and ideas, and I just appreciate everybody taking their time and coming out.
All right, Caroline, Condor, Rocky Mountain House, and Nordig, kept the person busy. Interesting to hear what the public has to say, positive and negative. The CCTA, Taxpayers Association, had Jason Nixon, and he had his Minister for Energy and Mines there, as well as a lawyer, discussing, energy, oil fields, etc., regarding the petroleum industry. Russell Burnett put on a slideshow there for solar farms in Caroline. As well, Jason Nixon contacted one of his ministers, and they are going to try and have an on-site meeting at Caroline to discuss it, and we are supposed to be informed of that, and it'd be nice if everyone could attend. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thanks, Reeve. Much the same. The last 2 weeks have been very busy with the tourism node community engagement sessions. I was fortunate enough to attend all of them, and I think it was well worth it. There was a lot of feedback from both sides of the aisle, and some really good conversations, and I really appreciate everyone that made it out there. On top of that, really the only other thing I had was FCSS last week, at which time we finally got some funds to the Caroline Neighborhood Place, so that was a big win. And yeah, that's about all I got county-wise.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor McCauley.
I have a lot of what everyone else did. Attended most of the ASPNOs. I wasn't able to attend all of them, but the 3 I attended, they were all well attended, I thought. Lots of good feedback on all sides. The only other thing I really have on there was I was at the AV Munis before that, and then the Tourism Industry Association had a presentation at the Pine Hills Golf Course last week. Yes. That's all I have on my schedule.
Are there any questions for Councillor McCauley or any previous council reports? If not, Councillor Cermak, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I attended about 3 of the ASPs. I thought they were really well attended, had some good input. A lot of repetition from in most of the ones that I went to, the 3 I went to. It was mostly the same people talked about the same thing. But I think they did get their point across. And last night I had a library meeting in Caroline. The library's doing great. We have signed, it's not called the MOU. I can't remember the name of it, but we signed it, and I have dropped it off over at Sydney's. So it should, I'm hoping that it will come to this council in the next meeting, if Sydney gets it on the agenda for next week, for council to look at it and sign it, so that then we can carry on with getting our finances back straightened out. And I would really like to thank Mrs. Humphrey for doing our tax evaluation, or whatever they call it. And it was sent into the government yesterday, I believe. So the library is doing great. It's super busy. I think they've have about 4 or 5 new what did they call it, projects or things. They do readings and people come in and put on sewing classes and stuff like that. It's just a busy little place, the library there. So we hope to keep the support of the council here. And that's my report.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Are there any questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none, Councillor Humphrey, go ahead, please.
Well, I'll just reiterate what everyone else has said, that it's been really busy. Attended all the ASPs, and I want to thank everybody for coming out, because that's why they were brought out and brought back up, was so that we could get as many people as we could out there and have them voice their opinions, so that we can take that and use that to try and make the best decisions going forward. Again, even today with our meetings that we had here today, it's important the public comes out and voices their opinions on both sides of the issue, so that we can hear them and use that information. Aside from the ASPs, was busy. I went to the Alberta Munis, and that was interesting. They're very similar to our rural municipalities. A lot of the issues and stuff there are similar, and yet they're both very different when you take a rural community aspect as opposed to the urban. And so they still have crime. They still have all that different stuff going on that we do, but the mentalities and stuff are so different. it really is, opens your eyes to a difference in rural and urban situations, how some of their situations they have to deal with. They had the RCMP was there, and it was really interesting when they got talking, and they've got their real-time operations center is a fairly new program that enables them to react in real time so fast. That's why they were able to get people on the ground to that situation that happened up in I believe it was in Fort St. John. Wasn't that where they had I got the wrong, Tumbler Ridge. I was close. But thanks, yeah. Yeah. Because of this real-time operations center they can actually, if something happens, they got stuff rolling out instantly. And to be there, that's why the helicopters were in the air and people were on the ground so fast with it. So they were talking about that, and with today's technology, it's making a real difference in what they're able to do. That combined with all the that technology and the AI technology they're putting in is making policing just that more reliable and responsive. They also mentioned that pretty much all policing across the province and stuff is recruitment is a big priority now. So I just wanted to bring that up too, like for everybody listening to know, it's they're really pushing their recruitment, and as we've talked about so many times, we need it. We're always in need of more policing because we talk about it because it's a budget issue. And that's pretty much what I have to say. So thanks, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Humphrey. Are there any questions for Councillor Humphrey? If not, okay, seeing none. Yeah, as far as the RCMP, I did attend the area structure plan public engagement sessions, and when we were at Nordegg, I did get to meet with some local members of our local RCMP detachment, and I did attend a FCSS meeting and with Deputy Reeve McKay, and yeah, there was some funding that was assigned to the Caroline Neighborhood Place. I attended the Central Alberta Economic Partnership in Edmonton, or not Edmonton, sorry, Red Deer, and there's significant discussions on restructuring of the organization and future fees to municipalities. I've had quite a few discussions and quite a few correspondence with residents regarding the Premier Tech peat moss mining operation that is proposed in the Dovercourt area. And I attended an ICC meeting with Councillors McCulley and Councillor Powell. We had some good discussions about local trails and initiatives and economic development in the region. It's actually always really pleasant to see the mayor and fellow councillors from the town of Rocky Mountain House. I think there's a really good relationship there, and I always look forward to those conversations. And what else? Other than that, it's been busy, but basically attended most of the other similar events as the balance of council. So, all that said, does anybody have any questions? If not, a motion to accept council reports for information. Councillor McCulley, you make that motion? Okay, Councillor McCulley makes the motion to accept verbal council reports for information. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council. Correspondence. Is there any discussion in correspondence? I think there's some really neat stuff in this. Councillor McCulley, go ahead, please.
I have two things. I'm just curious if all of the counselors are showing up on the Monday for this Rock the Students, the grade 6 event. Are we all here? This coming Monday, 9:30, is it not 1 o'clock on the 20th? It'd just be a lot of fun if everyone shows up. I think it's a good thing. I think it's good for the kids.
Is it Red Deer County on here?
That's at 9:30, yeah.
Here, 9:30.
Yeah, we'll be here anyways.
No, just try and be there. I think it'll be a lot of fun. And then the other one is the letter from the Central Alberta Realtors Association. You know, everyone has an interest in statistics, and I hear everyone talking about, how this is how sales are. Maybe a good conversation with them so they could go through, because there's stats that they have that they can get access to. You could see the numbers of listings by month. There's things you could look at, so maybe something to reach out to and set up a meeting.
Counselor Powell?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I know it's Charlotte Small coming on Monday, but the little ones that wrote the letters from Rocky Christian School, just a shout out to them for getting involved in politics and sending letters. They're pretty cute, and it was really nice of them to send them.
Yeah, reading those letters, it's really hard not to smile. That was like, yeah, you know, yeah, that was unique to see in an agenda package, so. Counselor Lowen, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was wondering if there is an email address or something for Miss Jacqueline Magnus there, that we could send her a response back to the students. If you'd have one for us, Jana, that would be great. There's nothing here. If you can find one.
Great suggestion, Counselor Lowen.
Thank you.
Good suggestion. Counselor Humphrey?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that I was really looking forward to the kids coming and to everything, but I will not be here on Monday. So okay, I have some previous appointments that I have to attend to.
Okay, Counselor McCauley, go ahead.
I'll make the motion that we approve the correspondence as reports, or as oh my goodness, the correspondence as information.
Okay, Counselor McCauley makes the motion to accept correspondence as information. That's items 8.1 through 8.5. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is carried. Notices of motion. I'm aware of none. So we have. Oh, sorry. Go. We were getting there. It's right there.
We should have probably had council table that item and then bring it off the table, but.
That's right.
So it's the consideration of the first reading of tax rate bylaw 26088. So the first motion that would be required is to reduce the tax revenue and the transfers to restricted surplus by $1,168,444.
So that is the motion that you would need at this time. I did not write that down, so.
Sorry, I think it's in the email there. Decrease transfers to restricted surplus by $1,168,444.
Councillor McCauley, I'll make this motion. Okay, go ahead.
I'll make the motion the council decrease transfers to restricted surplus by $1,168,444 and decrease tax revenue by the same.
Okay. Motion on the floor from Councillor McCauley. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is supported by council.
Okay, so if we can bring the draft tax rate bylaw, please, Jenna. So you'll see I've adjusted the 2025 budget total. It's decreased by that $1,168,000 down to $189,244,329, including the total of the revenue sharing distributed by Clearwater County of $800,000, and total requested repayment on the principal of the long-term debt stays the same, $21,807, and that's the final payment of a debenture taken out by the former Village of Caroline. So you'll see also that the estimated tax revenue decreased then to the $66,431,556. And then on the last page, I've populated the tax rates and the total tax levies for each of the classes. There you go. And this would be first reading, and in the motion, if it could read that first reading of tax rate bylaw 26088, and then which includes a 1% tax rate increase over 2025 tax rates in all classes.
Okay, so Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
I know nobody else wants to do this, so I will. And on the premise that moving forward, we will work together and do our very, very best to ensure that we don't have a similar situation where we overestimate the revenues. I would make the motion that council grant first reading of bylaw 25068, including a 1% tax rate increase over the 2025 tax rates in all classes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Deputy Reeve McKay to grant first reading of bylaw 26-088, which includes a 1% tax rate increase over 2025 tax rate in all classes.
And I would just, say that I misspoke on that $40 increase. That will be the total increase for that property, including the increase for the property taxes. So the municipal portion that increases for an average acreage of 377,000 assessment would be $10.
Yeah, even better.
Okay, thank you for that information. There's a motion on the floor, seeing no discussion. Call the question, all those in favor? And that motion is supported by council.
Thank you.
We have one last agenda item. Councillor Letwin. Item number 10 is adjournment.
Sorry, I didn't.
I thought you showed, were showing interest in making a motion for adjournment. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Councillor Letwin makes the motion to adjourn. Seeing none, call the question, all those in favor. And we are adjourned. Thank you very much.